What? You're not going to attend your classes, and you'll directly attend the entrance examination to college? Are you sure that you can pass it? Chao Wenxin rounded her eyes in shock. She didn't expect that Gu Ning would be so bold. Will your principal agree? Will you be expelled? Don't worry. As long as I can pass the exam and get a good score, nobody will stop me. Gu Ning was confident that her principal would agree because she was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry after all. Skilled people were not only those who were good at studying but also those who could do business well. Therefore, it was impossible that her principal would expel her, who became a billionaire at such a young age. Fine, you win. Seeing Gu Ning being so confident, Chao Wenxin chose to believe her. After all, Gu Ning was very outstanding. All of a sudden, Chao Wenxin seemed upset, so Gu Ning asked her, "What's wrong?" "It's all because of Xian Bei. When I first met him, I mistook him as a terrible man because I thought that Yu Wenjing was his girlfriend, and I even helped Yu Wenjing. However, I met Yu Wenjing in a shopping mall today, and she swore at me when she saw me. She's so insane and said that I have a secret romantic relationship with Xian Bei. How is it possible? Xian Bei and I hate each other so much and will never be close to one another." Chao Wenxin told Gu Ning everything like she couldn't tolerate it anymore. Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised. "Well, is it true? Are you secretly dating Xian Bei?" "Of course not. How is it possible?" Chao Wenxin denied it at once. "Her friend just saw me hanging out with Xian Bei at the Lantern Festival, so she believes that I'm dating Xian Bei, but we hung out together with our families. We didn't hang out alone." Chao Wenxin felt aggrieved. Gu Ning, on the other hand, was greatly surprised. "How come you hung out with Xian Bei at the Lantern Festival?" Gu Ning asked. Chao Wenxin said, "Didn't Xian Bei tell us that he was going to visit his uncle when we met him at the airport last time? Can you believe that his uncle is my uncle too? When we spent the Lantern Festival together, my aunt and my mom even wanted to set us up." Gu Ning thought for a while. In the beginning, she believed that Chao Wenxin and Su Jinshin would be a great couple, but it seemed that Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei were more suitable for each other. Although they disliked each other now, it was possible that they had a love-hate relationship. In addition, Tang Yunrong approved of Xian Bei. "Do you feel nothing for him?" Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin panicked a little, then denied at once. "Yes, I feel nothing." Gu Ning smiled, but didn't say another word because she knew that Chao Wenxin was lying. She decided to do something when it was needed to help them. When it was almost 9 p.m., Chao Wenxin went back to her house. Gu Ning then called her principal. "Hi, I'm so sorry to bother you, sir. This is Gu Ning." "Gu Ning." The principal was surprised to hear from Gu Ning. "May I help?" "Well, the thing is I'm very busy recently in City B, and I'll be absent from classes a lot. So can I not go to school until the entrance examination to college comes? Please don't worry. I promise that I will keep studying on my own and pass the exam with a great test score," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning was confident that she could easily pass all kinds of exams. "Sure, no problem," the principal said with alacrity. "I'll talk to your head teacher tomorrow, and will inform you 3 days before the entrance examination to college." It went more smoothly than Gu Ning had thought. "Thank you so much," Gu Ning said. "My pleasure. Gu Ning, you're the pride of our school, and other principals from other school are all jealous of me after they heard about your successful business," the principal said with happiness. Gu Ning suddenly thought of something, then said, "Sir, if you don't mind, I'd love to donate 5 million yuan for redecoration or reconstruction of our school." Although the number 3 high school was just a common high school and many buildings were aging, the principal had applied for money to reconstruct and redecorate them. However, his application had been rejected. Since Gu Ning was rich now, she was willing to do something for her alma mater. "Oh, really?" The principal was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. "Of course. I'll send someone to settle it with you tomorrow," Gu Ning said with a smile. "Will your parents agree?" the principal asked worriedly. He knew that Gu Ning had made a lot of money, but she was just a student after all. "My parents are supportive," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, the principal relaxed. "That'll be great." The principal was very excited and grateful. "Thank you so much, Gu Ning." "My pleasure," Gu Ning said. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, the principal wiped his tears away. His wife Bai Nianlan noticed and asked with confusion, "What happened?" The principal sighed. "Didn't I tell you that my application for some money to reconstruct and redecorate the aged buildings in the school has been rejected?" So, Bai Nianlan was still confused and didn't understand why her husband seemed so excited. "Well, a student just donated 5 million yuan to our school for the reconstruction and redecoration," the principal said, and he had mixed emotions now. "What? A student? A rich second-generation heir?" Bai Nianlan thought that the student had to be from a rich family. "Not really, she's the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry," the principal said. Thinking of Gu Ning's identity, the principal couldn't help but admire her for her outstanding ability. "What? It was her." Bai Nianlan was surprised. She had heard from her husband that the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry was studying in his school, and she also admired Gu Ning. Ever since Bai Nianlan had heard what Gu Ning had achieved at such a young age, she always wished that her children could be as successful as Gu Ning. Right at that moment, Bai Nianlan's son came back home after playing basketball with his friends, and he had sweat a lot and had an unpleasant smell, which annoyed Bai Nianlan. Bai Nianlan then began to criticize her son, while her son had no idea why his mother suddenly became so mad at him. After a while, he finally figured out that his mother thought that he wasn't outstanding enough after hearing the story of an excellent student in his father's school. However, he felt aggrieved too. In fact, he wasn't bad compared with his peers and was also a good student in his school. Even so, he didn't dare to argue with his mother, but listened to his mother's endless criticism with patience. In City B, Gu Man was asleep around 11 p.m., so Gu Ning sent a message to Leng Xiaoting at once. The hotel where Leng Xiaoting stayed wasn't far, so he soon arrived at Gu Ning's house after reading her message. He called Gu Ning when he arrived and went to the side of Gu Ning's bedroom following Gu Ning's directions. When they saw each other, there was a burning desire in their eyes. "Do you need me to put a rope down there?" Gu Ning gyokget. She knew that it was easy for Leng Xiaoting to climb up 3 stories. "No need," Leng Xiaoting said, then hung up. Quickly, he had easily climbed up to the 3rd floor with just his hands. When he stood in front of Gu Ning, he clasped her in his arms like he hadn't seen her in ages. "Ning Ning, I missed you," Leng Xiaoting said, although they had only been apart for half a day. "My mom's bedroom isn't far away, so we need to be quiet," Gu Ning warned. "Sure, I'll hug you while we sleep and we won't do anything," Leng Xiaoting said. He knew that Gu Man slept in a nearby bedroom, so he didn't dare to make noise, but he was already satisfied that he was able to hug Gu Ning and fall asleep together tonight. Although they didn't have sex, they did kiss and touch each other in bed. The next day, when light first appeared, Leng Xiaoting woke up. In case Gu Man would find out, and it was also inconvenient to leave during the day, Leng Xiaoting left Gu Ning's bedroom. Chao Wenxin called Gu Ning in the early morning, and she wanted to visit Gu Ning. Chao Wenxin felt bored now and would love to have some fun with Gu Ning. I'll call you back later," Gu Ning said. Chao Wenxin didn't know what had happened to Tang Yunfan yet, so Gu Ning wasn't sure whether she could tell Chao Wenxin. After hanging up the call with Chao Wenxin, Gu Ning called Tang Haifeng at once. Tang Haifeng didn't keep it a secret from Chao Wenxin on purpose, but he didn't want to worry the younger generation. Since Chao Wenxin wanted to spend the day with Gu Ning, and Chao Wenxin would find out sooner or later, Tang Haifeng agreed. Therefore, Gu Ning called Chao Wenxin back and told her that they would go to the Tang family's house later. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin got up at once. It was already 7:30 a.m., but Chao Wenxin was still lying in bed. Although she had a habit of running in the morning, she would sometimes be lazy, especially when the weather was cold. And although it was already spring, it was still cold outside. Chao Wenxin came to Gu Ning's house around 8 a.m., and the breakfast was ready on the table. Seeing Gu Man, Chao Wenxin greeted her politely. "Do you want to drive your car or drive with me?" Gu Ning asked Chao Wenxin during breakfast. "I'll drive with you," Chao Wenxin said. She was determined to spend the whole day with Gu Ning. After breakfast, the 3 of them left the house. However, when Gu Man saw Gu Ning's car, she was astonished, because she recognized that the car was a Lamborghini, which was very luxurious. Ning, how much is your car? Gu Man took a long breath in before she asked. Aunt Tang sent it to me and it costs over 10 million yuan, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Gu Man was shocked. They're too generous. Gu Ning received the luxurious car as a gift when the Tang family didn't know that she actually was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, so it was enough to prove that the Tang family was really generous. The gifts Ning sent us are also very valuable. A luxurious car is merely nothing, Chao Wenxin said. Hearing that, Gu Man relaxed a little. After that, they got in the car driving away from the duplex. When Gu Ning and the others left the house, it was 8:30 a.m., so there wasn't much traffic on the roads. Not far behind Gu Ning's car was another luxurious car, and the people sitting in it started to discuss Gu Ning's white Lamborghini. Isn't that the latest model of Lamborghini? I heard that there are only 40 of them around the world. I wanted to buy one, but it wasn't available, a man said in a jealous tone. The man was Pan Zirwei. There were another 2 men in the luxurious car. One was Guan Bian while the other was a stranger. Let's catch it up to see who the driver is. Guan Bian proposed with curiosity. The driver must either be rich or powerful. No problem. Pan Zirwei was curious too, so he sped up at once. However, when he saw who the driver of the white Lamborghini was, he slammed on the brakes in shock and couldn't believe his eyes. The driver was Gu Ning. Pan Zirwei suddenly stopped his car and almost caused a rear-end collision. Hey, do you know how to drive or not? A driver who drove behind them swore in anger. Luckily, nobody was injured, so the driver drove his car away after swearing. Gu Ning and the others were also slightly scared. It was so dangerous, Gu Man said. Exactly. It almost caused a rear-end collision, Chao Wenxin said. Although Gu Ning didn't know who that luxurious car belonged to, she saw Pan Zirwei in the driver's seat from the rearview mirror, and she believed that Pan Zirwei must have been shocked to see her driving this white Lamborghini. Guan Bin was also scared in Pan Zirwei's car. Zirwei, why did you suddenly slam on the brakes? Don't you know that it was very dangerous? The driver is my boss, Pan Zirwei said with excitement. Boss, what boss? Pan Zirwei's friend was curious. Guan Bin, on the other hand, said with great surprise. What? The driver is Miss Gu. Guan Bin sat in the rear seats, so he didn't see the driver of the white Lamborghini clearly. Miss Gu? Zirwei's boss is a woman. Pan Zirwei's friend was astonished and couldn't believe his ears, because they all knew that Pan Zirwei despised women a lot. Miss Gu is different and we all admire her. When Zhao Konglin revenged himself on us and almost beat us to death, it was Miss Gu who came to rescue us. You weren't there, so you didn't know how cool Miss Gu was when she alone beat 4 men down within seconds. In addition, Miss Gu is Tang Jiakai's younger sister. I think that they have to be relatives. Guan Bin was getting increasingly excited. In the beginning, he despised Gu Ning, but he started to respect her after the horse racing. When Gu Ning came to rescue them, he already admired her. Really? Pan Zirwei's friend was greatly surprised, because he had never heard that any woman could be so awesome. Of course. Pan Zirwei said. Is Tang Jiakai from the top Tang family of City B? Pan Zirwei's friend asked, and a touch of viciousness flashed by his eyes. Yes. Exactly, because of Miss Gu. I even shared a meal with Tang Jiakai at the same table, Guan Bin said, and felt honored. There was an abyss between him and Tang Jiakai, so he wasn't jealous of Tang Jiakai, but just wanted to please Tang Jiakai. Zirwei, since Miss Gu is your boss, why don't we have a gathering tonight? Pan Zirwei's friend said. Let me call her later and see whether she's free tonight. Pan Zirwei also wanted to meet Gu Ning. When Gu Ning and the others arrived at the Tang family's house, Chao Wenxin finally learned that Tang Yunfan had been in a car accident and had been unconscious for nearly 5 days. At the same time, she also found out that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, which was the reason why they closely resembled each other. The news surprised Chao Wenxin, and she also felt excited. If Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, Then Gu Ning would be her biological cousin too. Fate was really unbelievable. However, she was worried about Tang Yunfan's condition too. When Gu Man went upstairs to talk to Tang Yunfan, Gu Ning received Pan Zirwei's call. "Boss, why didn't you tell me that you came to City B?"
Pan Zirwei complained.
"I came here to deal with something serious," Gu Ning said. "When will you be free? Can we have a gathering tonight?" Pan Zirwei asked. "I'm afraid that I can't. I'll call you when I'm free," Gu Ning said. "Fine," Pan Zirwei said. Once Pan Zirwei hung up the call, his friend asked him whether Gu Ning was free tonight. "She doesn't have time tonight, but she'll call me when she's free," Pan Zirwei said. Pan Zirwei's friend, on the other hand, felt greatly disappointed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Leng Xiaoting wasn't a boss who did nothing. Although he had hired skilled managers to run Shangsha Group for him, and he seldom interfered in the business or checked the finances, he still needed to keep abreast of the development of his business group. The headquarters of Shangsha Group was located in the capital, and it had many branches in every big city. Shangsha Group wasn't established by Leng Xiaoting, but was actually his grandpa's property. When Leng Xiaoting's mother passed away, Leng Xiaoting became the sole beneficiary of his grandpa's legacy. When Leng Xiaoting took over Shangsha Group, it wasn't on the list of the top 20 enterprises. However, within 5 years, Shangsha Group rose and developed at a fast rate under Leng Xiaoting's leadership, and surpassed one enterprise after another until it became a legend. The rapid rise of a company naturally would attract peers' attention, and many of them had schemed against Shangsha Group in business, trying to defeat it. In the beginning, it had been very hard for Leng Xiaoting to handle the challenges, but his business opponents started to give up when Leng Xiaoting and Shangsha Group became extremely successful over a short period of time. Shangsha Group and Tanghuang Group were two well-known dominant enterprises, and they often cooperated with each other. Neither Leng Xiaoting nor Tang Yunfan would bother to scheme against their business opponents, so they were able to build their business very well. However, if anyone dared scheme against them behind their backs, they wouldn't hesitate to take action. Interestingly, Tang Yunfan didn't know that the real boss of Shangsha Group was Leng Xiaoting, and vice versa. And from now on, given their relationships with Gu Ning, Shangsha Group and Tanghuang Group would cooperate with one another in a more harmonious way. They would compromise for the sake of Gu Ning, and wouldn't hurt each other's benefits. Shangsha Group was located in a place near the downtown. It was a 32-story tall building, which covered over 1,000 square meters. He Qiming was the president of Shangsha Group's City B branch. He was around 40 years old, and was a diligent man who was also part of the legacy left by Leng Xiaoting's grandfather. The majority of the experienced managers Leng Xiaoting had hired to work for him were all loyal people. The fact that Shangsha Group could be so successful today partially relied on them, though. Once Leng Xiaoting entered the hall of Shangsha Group, he attracted a lot of attention from people around him, especially the young girls at the reception desk. "Wow, Mr. Leng came here today. He's as handsome as always. Indeed. It's so rare to see him here." The young girls who worked at the reception desk all knew Leng Xiaoting, because he had been here before, and He Qiming also told them not to stop Leng Xiaoting whenever he came here. Of course, He Qiming didn't tell them Leng Xiaoting's real identity, so they thought that Leng Xiaoting must be his friend. However, when Leng Xiaoting walked forward to get in the elevator, a group of people had just walked out of one, and the person leading them was a beautiful young professional woman. When she saw Leng Xiaoting, she was stunned by him at first glance. She didn't strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting in public, but remembered his face and made up her mind to have a meeting with him. Leng Xiaoting ignored them, directly walking to the CEO exclusive elevator. When the woman saw Leng Xiaoting walking into that elevator, her eyes lit up. "Go find out who he is." The woman gave an order to her secretary when Leng Xiaoting walked into the CEO exclusive elevator. "Yes, madam," her secretary said. After a while, Leng Xiaoting arrived at the CEO's office on the 32nd floor. Before Leng Xiaoting came here, he told He Qiming not to welcome him in order to protect his real identity. The minute Leng Xiaoting walked inside, He Qiming greeted him with great respect. Welcome, Lord Lung. Hi, Lung Xiaoting said lightly, then sat on the sofa. He Qiming's secretary immediately poured a cup of tea for Lung Xiaoting before she walked out. He Qiming then reported to Lung Xiaoting on the recent development of the company, but Lung Xiaoting didn't need to deal with the business himself. In fact, Lung Xiaoting wasn't good at doing business, but he was excellent at choosing the right people to do the right thing. When the company needed a final decision when facing a difficulty, Lung Xiaoting would, of course, be the final decision maker. Gu Ning was still absent from her school next week. Zhang Qiuhua didn't know why, because Gu Ning hadn't told her that she would be absent for so long. During the recess, the principal told Zhang Qiuhua that Gu Ning wouldn't attend the following classes, which shocked Zhang Qiuhua. What? She won't attend the rest of the classes, and will only come on the days of the National College entrance examination? You agreed? Yes, the principal said. He didn't think that it was a bad idea. The entrance examination to college is just around the corner. Zhang Qiuhua felt helpless. She promised to keep studying on her own, and that she'll pass the exam with a good score. Don't worry, the principal said. Even so, Zhang Qiuhua still thought that the idea was crazy. However, the principal had agreed, and she couldn't change his decision. Yu Mixi and the others also knew that Gu Ning was busy and wouldn't attend the rest of the classes, so they didn't call her in order to not disturb her. Once in a while, Gu Ning would chat with them in their WeChat group. In the Tang family's house, Gu Man spoke to Tang Yunfan in the room as usual, while Gu Ning stayed in the living hall. Today was Monday, so Tang Yunhang and the others went to work while Tang Haifeng, Chao Wenxin and Gu Ning stayed at home. Before long, Quan Mingkai came and followed Tang Haifeng, walking to the study to discuss business with him. Master Tang Deming frequently visits Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan these days. I think that he wants to win their approval, Quan Mingkai said. Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan were the two directors who had abstained in the vote for a new chairman of Tang Huang Group. How has Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan reacted to that? Tang Haifeng asked. I don't see any differences from their usual behaviors, but nobody knows what they're doing privately, Quan Mingkai said. Even though there was no apparent change in their relationship with Tang Deming, nobody knew what they were doing in private. Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan had done a lot for the company, and had never hurt the benefits of the company, but Tang Haifeng still had to be careful. Master Tang, I have the feeling that there is someone supporting Tang Deming from behind the scene, but I don't know who the person is yet. From Tang Deming's call records, I don't find any suspects. However, it's also possible that they use secret phone numbers to contact each other, Quan Mingkai said. Although the Tang Huang Group was very powerful, they still couldn't find out everything they wanted to know. Keeping a close eye on them, Tang Haifeng said. Yes, sir, Quan Mingkai said. After that, they talked about something else for a while before walking out of the study. Miss Gu, your store can be completed today, and it'll be fully cleaned tomorrow. Please let me know when you finish your work. Lord Tang has told me to cooperate with you in propaganda and endorsement, Quan Mingkai said to Gu Ning.
Thanks, Mr. Quan.
I'll call you once I finish my work here, Gu Ning said. She did need the support of Tang Huang Group concerning publicity. You don't need to call me Mr. Quan. We're not strangers after all, so you can directly call me Uncle Quan, Quan Mingkai said. Although he had just met Gu Ning a few times, Gu Ning was already a member of the Tang family anyway. Uncle Quan, Gu Ning called him. Please don't me Miss Gu anymore, and you can directly call my full name. Sure, Gu Ning, Quan Mingkai said. Quan Mingkai still had something else to deal with, so he left later. All of a sudden, Gu Ning had a very busy schedule in the following days. The jewelry store in City B was about to open within a week, and the opening ceremony would be held in the Huangdang Hotel, which was super easy for her to settle. However, she had to go back to City G in person before that. They needed to deliver a large amount of jade jewelry, and it wouldn't be safe enough if Zhou Zhenghong did that job all on his own. In addition, she had to set up a processing plant in City B, so that she wouldn't need to deliver jade jewelry from City G in the future. After the meal, she also needed to check the gowns for the opening ceremony. Although she trusted Yu Zi, she had to check them in person too. As for the models, She could hire some from the entertainment company under the name of Tanghuang Group. For now, Gu Ning hadn't made the final decision as to the spokesperson of Jade Beauty Jewelry, because it was very important and the spokesperson would endorse her brand for at least a whole year. Therefore, Gu Ning's first choice was Su Tonghua because Su Tonghua worked for her, and she knew that Su Tonghua was a professional actress with a good reputation. Maybe Su Tonghua wasn't very famous in the eyes of the public, and she didn't have a strong influence, but Gu Ning wasn't worried at all. Since Su Tonghua worked for her, she would make her popular. Moreover, Su Tonghua was also a potential A-list actress, so Gu Ning was confident that she would be a great choice. As long as the advertisement was released, Su Tonghua could soon be a household name with the help of K. Other than that, Gu Ning also needed to go fetch Chu Peihan and the others in City D as well, because their parts in the film were almost over. The drugs and skincare products were also done in the factory of Colane Pharmaceutical Company, and they would be tested in a few days. After the test, they could come onto the market. However, Ning Changkai's business enemies would stop him from passing the test without a doubt, so Gu Ning had to go to the capital in a few days. Chun Songyi's legs were fully recovered too, and he was able to work now, so Gu Ning had to make some arrangements for him. Ning, who will you choose to be the spokesperson of your jewelry brand? Chao Wenxin asked with curiosity.
Su Dongno, Gu Ning said.
What? Chao Wenxin was surprised. Don't you think that her influence isn't strong enough? Why don't you use an A-list celebrity? Although Su Tonghua was a friend of Chao Wenxin's friend, it was undeniable that Su Tonghua wasn't famous enough to be the spokesperson of a well-known luxurious jewelry brand. Hearing their talk, Tang Haifeng added, I think Wenxin is right. There are a few actors working for an entertainment company which is controlled by our family. I think you can choose the spokesperson from them. Gu Ning wore a grateful smile. Thank you for your advice, Grandpa. But I still want to give this chance to the actress who works for my entertainment company. If she wasn't going to do that, the actresses who worked for her would never have a chance to be popular. What? The actress works for you? You're involved in the entertainment industry. Tang Haifeng was astonished. Yes, Gu Ning said, but didn't explain the reason. Tang Haifeng wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. In fact, what could he say now? Gu Ning became a billionaire at such a young age all on her own, and had proved that she was able to run her business very well. Therefore, Tang Haifeng didn't have the right to stop Gu Ning from building her business empire. It was just a beginning as well, because Gu Ning had just started up her business, and she wasn't a major competitor in the industries that she was involved in yet. Once she became a strong competitor, and began to grab resources from her peers, she would be in a fierce war in business. Girl Gu, if you need anything, feel free to tell me, alright? Tang Haifeng said. He was more than willing to support his lovely granddaughter. Sure, Grandpa, Gu Ning said. In politics, you might achieve something all on your own, but it didn't work like that in business. No matter how smart or skillful you were, you still needed to closely cooperate with others. Without a powerful network, it was impossible to be successful in business. Gu Man talked to Tang Yunfan for another 2 hours, but Tang Yunfan still had no reaction, which worried everyone. After lunch, Gu Ning had to leave the Tang family's house, but she was worried that Gu Man would feel uneasy staying alone here. However, Gu Man told her that everyone in the Tang family were easygoing, and Gu Man was accustomed to the new environment. Gu Ning went out to deal with some business as well as some personal affairs, so she couldn't bring Chao Wenxin with her. Although Chao Wenxin complained about it, she didn't insist. Once Gu Ning drove away from the Tang family's house, she called Yu Zi. She planned to check on the gowns first. Yu Zi was in her shop, so Gu Ning would go to her shop to meet her after she met Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was sharing the meal with He Qiming in the hotel, so Gu Ning directly went to the hotel to pick him up. Although there were many luxurious cars stopped outside of the hotel, Gu Ning's limited edition Lamborghini was still very noticeable. Once she stopped it outside of the hotel, it attracted a lot of attention from people around it. Wow! Isn't that the latest model of Lamborghini? There are only 40 of them around the world. Indeed. It looks so cool. Of course it looks cool. It's the limited edition. I think there are only 5 of that model in our country. Wow, the owner of the car must be super rich and powerful. Exactly. My cousin wanted to buy one, but failed. Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting when she stopped the car. And Leng Xiaoting walked out soon. When he saw Gu Ning driving here by herself, he was surprised. Do you have a driver's license? Sure, Gu Ning said with pride. I passed the driving test when I came here after the New Year festival. Leng Xiaoting was impressed but not astonished, because he knew that Gu Ning was a skilled driver. Where are we going? Leng Xiaoting got in the car. Fengshan Shopping Mall, Gu Ning said. The hotel wasn't far from Fengshan Shopping Mall, and they arrived within 10 minutes. When they entered the underground parking lot, Gu Ning stopped the car and was about to get out, but Leng Xiaoting pulled her back. What? Gu Ning looked to him with confusion. Stay here for a while. I need to tell you something, Leng Xiaoting said with a serious look. Seeing Leng Xiaoting being serious, Gu Ning thought that it must be something important. What is it? Leng Xiaoting approached her and Gu Ning thought that it must be a secret, so he needed to be close to her. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoting kissed her the next second. Gu Ning wouldn't be alert when she was with Leng Xiaoting, so Leng Xiaoting always had a chance to kiss her. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, then soon realized that Leng Xiaoting just played a romantic trick in order to kiss her. The two were getting closer to each other. Leng Xiaoting kissed Gu Ning for a short while before he sat back in his seat because they were still in a public place. You! Gu Ning was a little annoyed, but she had to admit that she loved this feeling. I always lose control of myself when you're by my side, Leng Xiaoting said, staring at Gu Ning with a burning desire in his eyes. Gu Ning flushed, then opened the car door, getting out without delay. Leng Xiaoting was amused, then left the car too. He walked to Gu Ning's side, holding her hand, walking together to the shopping mall. The moment they appeared in the shopping mall, many people were attracted to this stunning couple. Most of them were women who couldn't help but stare at Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't uncommon to see beautiful women in a high-end shopping mall, but it was rare to see a handsome man, especially an extremely handsome young man. What a shame. He already has a girlfriend. Well, stop dreaming. Such an extremely handsome young man can't be single. I hate his girlfriend. Ah. If he entered the entertainment industry, I bet that he'd be a household name. I think that he could be an heir of a super rich family, and doesn't care about fame. You're right. A rich second-generation heir is from a much higher social status than a star. Although a star was in the limelight all the time, many people from rich or powerful families despised the job. Noticing many women paying a lot of attention to Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning felt a little uncomfortable. Leng Xiaoting held her hand tightly in his palm and joked, "Should I wear a mask so that they can't see my face?" Ah. Gu Ning was amused. Well, I think that it's better if you don't leave the house and stay by my side all the time. No problem. Leng Xiaoting smiled. I'll eat and sleep all day in the house, and I won't go anywhere but stay by your side. He thought that it wasn't a bad idea to dine and sleep with Gu Ning all day long. However, Gu Ning didn't understand the special meaning of what Leng Xiaoting had said. What if you gain too much weight? Leng Xiaoting laughed and his husky voice sounded very sexy. Don't worry. I can exercise more every night. Gu Ning flushed again. You're a bad man. Saying that, she wanted to draw her hand from Leng Xiaoting's palm, but her hand was held tightly by him. Haha, I'll never let you leave my side. They were quite close to each other now, and neither of them was willing to leave the other. Before long, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at Charm Store. However, there weren't many customers shopping inside. Once Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked in, a saleswoman, Xiao Lin, welcomed them. It's so nice to meet you, Miss Gu. Xiao Lin knew that Gu Ning was their new boss now. However, when she noticed Leng Xiaoting, her eyes lit up and she was stunned by his outstanding appearance. Xiao Lin also understood that this extremely handsome man could be her new boss's boyfriend, so she soon drew her look back. Gu Ning noticed her reaction but didn't mind. Where is Yuzi? She's in the storeroom now and she said that you may go there once you're here to meet her, Xiao Lin said. Great, Gu Ning said, then walked to the storeroom. Gu Ning knocked on the door of the storeroom. Hi, may I come in? Come on in, please. The door isn't locked, Yuzi said, and Gu Ning pushed the door open, walking inside. The storeroom was around 10 square meters, and it was also Yuzi's design studio. There were dresses hanging on a wall, and several mannequins dressed in gowns which weren't finished yet. On the other side, there was a sewing machine and a table on which various needles and tools such as scissors for making clothing was placed. Hi boss, welcome. Yuzi greeted Gu Ning with enthusiasm. When Yuzi saw Leng Xiaoting, she was also stunned.
Yuzi greeted Leng Xiaoting.
Hi, Leng Xiaoting said lightly. Boss, come on and have a look at the gowns. I can finish the 3 pieces on the mannequins by tomorrow, Yuzi said. Gu Ning had a look, then said with satisfaction, I love them. Hearing that, Yuzi was finally relieved. I need to find an appropriate company and factory next, Gu Ning said. I can help. I'm free anyway, Leng Xiaoting said at once. He was complaining because Gu Ning didn't spend much time with him these days, and he was free and by himself all day. Gu Ning understood that he had complaints, so she agreed. That would be great. We need workers to work in the factory too, but it takes time to hire people. Please help me find some garment factories which can barely stay afloat and are about to be sold. If it's possible, we can directly acquire one, Gu Ning said. It wasn't easy to run a profitable business nowadays, so many companies went bankrupt every year. But Gu Ning would only acquire one if it was qualified. No problem, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning came to Charm's store just to check on the gowns, so she left soon after that. She had nothing else to do during the rest of the day, so she decided to have a walk with Leng Xiaoting, and they would be back before dinner. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to a park. They stopped the car in the parking lot, then got out to take a walk. There were many people in the park, but the park was very large, so people didn't gather together at a certain place. No matter where Leng Xiaoting walked, people would be attracted to his outstanding appearance. Luckily, there weren't many people around them, so it wasn't bothersome. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked to the woods and ambled on the forest path. Xiaoichu, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you come to record yesterday? Do you know that someone else bought the song before us, and we now have to pay liquidated damages which are over 1,000,000 yuan? Do you know? Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting heard a man's angry criticisms. Enough! Before the man could finish the sentence, a woman interrupted him in anger. Xiao Guanxiang, enough is enough. Stop lying to my face. I already found out that you and Pei Hina are merely taking advantage of me. At the end, the woman almost shouted and burst into tears. Pei Hina? Gu Ning had heard the name. She was a popular singer. You! Xiao Guanxiang didn't expect that Xiaoichu would say it aloud, so he was struck dumb. How is it possible that she found out? Xiaoichu looked at Xiao Guanxiang, who was still in shock, and said with a biting smile, Xiao Guanxiang, I know that you actually don't like me at all, but approached me to help Pei Hina become popular. You said that you wanted to help me become a popular singer, but you planned a car accident and disfigured my face so that I can't appear in front of the public anymore. To realize my musical dream, I had no choice but to be a ghost singer for Pei Hina. How did you find out? Xiao Guanxiang rounded his eyes in shock, but his question proved that what Xiaoichu had said was true. Even Gu Ning felt greatly surprised hearing that. Gu Ning didn't want to interfere in other people's personal affairs, but now she was interested. Pei Hina was a famous singer, which was affirmed by many experts. She also enjoyed great popularity among the public, and her name often appeared on the rankings of varied music forums. Unexpectedly, there was a ghost singer behind her. An entertainment company needed actors as well as singers. If Xiaoichu was really the ghost singer for Pei Hina, Gu Ning would love to have a talk with her. Even though her face was disfigured, it was easy for Gu Ning to help her recover. Gu Ning pulled Leng Xiaoting to sit at a nearby bench, observing them. There was still a distance between them, so they didn't find out that Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were eavesdropping. Although the position they were standing at was covered by dense branches, Gu Ning had jade eyes to help her. Gu Ning's sight fell on Xiaoichu, observing her carefully. Xiaoichu was about 1.65 meter tall, medium build, not fat or thin, wearing a cap and a mask with only a pair of eyes exposed. Even so, Gu Ning still clearly saw her features. Xia Yichu was a beauty to some extent, if the scary scar could be removed from her right cheek. Even in the entertainment industry, she would still be a noticeable beauty. With her outstanding voice, singing skill and beautiful face, it was unreasonable that she wouldn't be popular as long as she had support. It's not important how I found out. Since I already know, I won't let you take advantage of me anymore. Without me, Pei Hina's career will be ruined. And as long as I expose this dirty secret, you and Pei Hina will have to live in the darkness forever. Xia Yichu looked vicious, and said with strong hatred. She wasn't a weak girl, and had her own principles, but she had lost herself in love. Besides, ever since her face had been disfigured in an accident, Xiao Guanxiang always stayed by her side, so she had remained loyal to him, which was the reason why she had fallen into the trap they set for her. No, you can't do that. Xiao Guanxiang panicked. Once this dirty secret was exposed, their reputation would be completely ruined. He had paid a lot to be successful, and the last thing he wanted now was to fall from that high social status. He was determined to be an outstanding agent. Why not? I'm the victim, and you're the initiators of the evil plan. Xia Yichu shouted in anger. Having been schemed against by the man she loved, Xia Yichu felt deeply hurt, but she was angrier and more resentful than ever. She had lost herself in the ridiculous love so much that she didn't discover that Xiao Guanxiang was so shameless, snobbish, and would get whatever he wanted by hook or by crook until now. Yichu, I'll give you money to get plastic surgery as compensation, and I'll raise your salary too. Please keep being Hina's ghost singer. Xiao Guanxiang almost begged in order to protect his reputation and career. If I had enough money to get plastic surgery, do you think that I'd be willing to be Pei Hina's ghost singer any longer? I can stand on the stage myself. Xia Yichu sneered. Xia Yichu was beautiful, and she was a singer, not an actress, so the audience had comparatively lower standard of appearance. As long as she could sing well, she was confident that she could be popular. However, her face was disfigured. A disfigured face was different from an ugly face, and she felt quite self-abased ever since the accident had happened to her. Thinking of that, Xia Yichu clenched her teeth in anger. Xiao Guanxiang, I promise that I'll pay you and pay Hina back. Xiao Guanxiang seemed extremely displeased and blurted out, Xia Yichu, if you dare to do that, I'll kill you and nobody will know that you've ever existed. Facing the threat, Xia Yichu stayed calm and raised her phone to show Xiao Guanxiang. Xiao Guanxiang, do you think that I came here to meet you without preparing anything? I've recorded every sentence you just said. If you dare hurt me, I'll spread it across the internet. You? Xiao Guanxiang panicked at once, reaching out to grab Xia Yichu's phone, but Xia Yichu escaped on time. Xiao Guanxiang was in a rage now. Thinking that Xia Yichu could ruin his reputation and career, he lost control of his emotions. However, he thought of something all of a sudden and seemed less angry. Xia Yichu, don't forget that your younger brother is in my hands. If you dare to spread the recording across the internet, I'll make a call, and your younger brother will be tortured. Xiao Guanxiang had a connection with gangs. How dare you? Xia Yichu panicked this time. Her younger brother was her only family in this world, and she couldn't tolerate it if anything bad happened to him. Xia Yichu swore at herself. How could she forget that? Her younger brother was innocent and Xiao Guanxiang would keep her younger brother as a hostage. Face the reality, Xia Yichu, and we can work together as usual. Don't worry. I'll still raise your salary, Xiao Guanxiang said arrogantly. However, if you dare to refuse, you can't bear the result. Xia Yichu was so mad, but she could do nothing about it. Although she hated Xiao Guanxiang and Pei Hina to death, she was reluctant to put her younger brother in a dangerous situation. She chose to yield for her younger brother's safety. Fine, I agree, Xia Yichu said in the end. She couldn't risk her younger brother's life. Hearing their conversation, Gu Ning really appreciated Xia Yichu now. Very well. Now delete the recording, Xiao Guanxiang ordered. Xia Yichu didn't want to do it, but she had to obey Xiao Guanxiang's order, and deleted the recording right in front of him. You can have the day off and I'll send some people to watch over your younger brother. If you dare do anything to resist my control, your younger brother is doomed, Xiao Guanxiang said. As long as Xia Yichu's younger brother was in his hands, he wasn't afraid that Xia Yichu wouldn't listen to him. After threatening Xia Yichu, Xiao Guanxiang left, while Xia Yichu collapsed to the ground bursting into tears. At this moment, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting to wait for her, while she walked to Xia Yichu. Did you sing every song for Pei Hina? Gu Ning asked. Hearing a stranger's voice, Xia Yichu was a little scared. She stopped crying at once, looking to Gu Ning with fear on her face. Did you hear everything just then? Xia Yichu was horrified. If this girl spread what she had heard abroad, her younger brother would be in great danger. Noticing Xia Yichu's worry, Gu Ning laid her cards on the table. Don't worry. I won't leak a word out. I just want to figure out whether you sang every song for Pei Hina. If so, you rouse my interest, and we can cooperate if you don't want to be controlled by them any longer. What? Cooperate? Xia Yichu was surprised and doubted it. Gu Ning looked younger than 20 years old, so it was hard for Xia Yichu to believe that Gu Ning could help her. Xia Yichu wasn't judging Gu Ning from her appearance, but she did seem too young. Well, have you heard of Su Tung Nua? Gu Ning opened her mouth. Do you mean the actress? Xia Yichu said. Yes, Gu Ning replied. I've heard her name and she's quite popular recently, Xia Yichu said, but didn't understand why Gu Ning suddenly asked that question. I understand that you have doubts about my ability, but let me tell you a secret that Su Tongnua is working for my company now, Gu Ning said. What? You're the boss of Fenghua Entertainment. Xia Yichu was shocked. She couldn't believe her ears. Although Fenghua Entertainment was a newly established company, it was quite powerful in the entertainment industry. Yes, Gu Ning said directly. Hearing her affirmative answer, Xia Yichu began to believe that this young girl before her eyes really could help her. Do you have any evidence to prove that you're the boss of Fenghua Entertainment? Xia Yichu asked with doubt. Gu Ning understood that it wasn't persuasive if she said it without any solid proof. She then took out her phone and logged into the official Weibo account of Fenghua Entertainment before she showed the screen to Xia Yichu. I know it's still not enough to prove that I'm the boss of Fenghua Entertainment by logging into its official Weibo account, but it at least proves that I'm a key member of Fenghua Entertainment. Xia Yichu took a look at the screen and believed that Gu Ning could be the boss of Fenghua Entertainment. However, after a short period of excitement, Xia Yichu looked upset again. Do you want me to be a ghost singer when you sign me? I've done that for Pei Hina already, and I don't think that it's a good idea if I keep doing it for another singer. Xia Yichu wasn't sure why Gu Ning wanted to sign her. Her face had been disfigured after all, and it would cost a lot to do plastic surgery to help her recover. Gu Ning smiled then said, I'm not dumb and I know that it's a bad idea. I want someone with real talent, not a ghost singer. Don't worry. I can help you regain your natural face without doing plastic surgery. What? Really? Xia Yichu was totally shocked and couldn't believe her ears. We'll see.
Gu Ning sighed.
Xia Yichu got excited again. Although it sounded too good to be true, she chose to believe Gu Ning. Since you've heard the argument between Xiao Guanxiang and me, you must know that he'll hurt my younger brother if I don't listen to him, Xia Yichu said. As long as she could get rid of Xiao Guanxiang's control, she was willing to do anything for Gu Ning. It was quite torturous to work for someone she hated to death. However, she couldn't abandon her younger brother. Gu Ning said with a smile on her face. If you work for me, I will of course protect your younger brother. Really? Xia Yichu was cheered up at once. Of course, Gu Ning said affirmatively. Great, I'll cooperate with you, Xia Yichu said. Aren't you curious about your salary? Gu Ning looked at her, although she already had the answer. I don't care about the salary as long as I can get rid of Xiao Guanxiang and my younger brother is safe. I trust you, Xia Yichu said. It couldn't be worse to work for Gu Ning than it would be to keep working for Xiao Guanxiang. Although Xia Yichu had been treated unfairly, she still believed that there were more good people than bad ones in this world. Great, but Fenghua Entertainment is in the capital, so you would have to move there, Gu Ning said. No problem. It's a good thing to leave City B, but I can't leave my younger brother alone here, so would you please help me transfer him to a school in the capital? Xiaichu asked. There were only 2 of them in her family, and all their relatives stopped contacting her ever since her parents passed away, so she only cared about her younger brother. Sure, Guning said. Hearing that, Xiaichu was very grateful. You have to leave for the capital right now. Give me your phone number first, and I'll send the number of the general manager of Fenghua Entertainment to you later. He'll take care of you and make all the arrangements, Guning said. Fenghua would provide a housing allowance for its actors or singers, so Xiaichu could use the money to rent an apartment for herself and her younger brother. It was just the beginning. If Xiaichu could achieve a lot in her career and help the company make a lot of money, she would gain more in the future. Thanks, Xiaichu said. As for Chao Guanxiang and Pei Hina, their reputation and career will soon be ruined once you show up on the stage, Guning said. You're right. Xiaichu agreed. She had already deleted the recording, so she didn't have solid proof to accuse Chao Guanxiang with. However, as long as she left them and went on the stage herself, Pei Hina and Chao Guanxian's career wouldn't last long. I don't have any proof of their dirty secret now because I already deleted the recording. Xiaichu was worried. It would be better if their dirty secrets could be exposed to the public. Don't worry. I'll find some, Guning said with confidence. Just tell me their addresses and phone numbers. Guning knew that she had to deal with those 2 potential enemies well, in case they tried to harm her business. Like when she had hired Lu Zhan and acted against Tang Bingsen, Guning was determined to get revenge on the Tang family in the capital sooner or later. Although it wasn't difficult for her to kill Tang Bingsen now, she wasn't willing to do so, because she decided to carry out her plan at a slow pace and disintegrate the Tang family's business group little by little. In her previous incarnation, the Tang family's business group wouldn't have been so successful without her help. She lost count of how many illegal things she had done for them. The Tang family had made full use of her and became an influential, rich family in the capital. Xiaichu then sent Chao Guanxiang's and Pei Hina's addresses and phone numbers to Guning at once. After that, Guning gave her a porcelain bottle the size of a thumb. There is a pill inside which can cure the scar on your face. Pour some water in the bottle, and apply some with a cotton swab to your scar twice a day. Xiaichu was surprised again. This pill can cure my scar? She couldn't believe it because the scar on her face wasn't small, and only plastic surgery could remove it. However, she thought that there was no reason for Guning to lie to her. They had no benefit conflicts after all. In addition, Guning needed her to make money for Guning's company. Anyway, nothing good came without risk. Even if Guning was just lying, she still had to try it. If she tried, she had hope. Otherwise, she would be totally hopeless. Therefore, Xiaichu took Guning's pill and thanked her with sincerity. Thank you so much. You're welcome. We just got what we needed from each other, Guning said. Oh, you must do an injury report in the hospital first. It'll come in handy when you need it. I think you better do it when you arrive at the capital in case Chao Guanxiang discovers it and causes unnecessary trouble. Sure, Xiaichu said. After that, Guning walked away and Xiaichu immediately went back to her home and called her younger brother on the way. Xiaidong was Xiaichu's younger brother. He was 17 years old, studying in the 2nd grade in the number 5 high school in City B. He wasn't very academically inclined, but was still a good student in his school. Xiaichu was beautiful and Xiaidong didn't have a plain face either. Moreover, Xiaidong was a talented composer. Xiaichu stopped chasing her music dream because of an accident, so Xiaidong made up his mind to actualize his older sister's dream, and studied music hard. However, he kept it a secret from Xiaichu, because he didn't want his older sister to be worried about him. It wasn't a flat road to success, because there were too many people scheming against one another for fame and fortune in the music industry. Today, Xiaidong asked for a leave from his school, in order to listen to a lecture delivered by a famous music expert in a conservatory of music. When he received Xiaichu's call, Xiaichu asked where he was and he lied. I'm at school now. Head to the airport right now. I'll meet you there after I go home first. Don't ask further questions or tell anyone else. I'll tell you everything at the airport. If you don't do that, both of us will be in danger. Do you understand? Xiaichu said seriously and nervously. Hearing that, Xiaidong understood that something had to be wrong. He was anxious, but Xiaichu wouldn't tell him details until they met at the airport. A classmate who came to listen to the lecture with Xiaidong noticed Xiaidong's anxiety after answering the call. So he asked with concern when Xiaidong hung up, "Yidong, what's wrong?" "I'm sorry. I gotta go now." Saying that, Xiaidong took a taxi to the airport at once. Gu Ning called Lu Xiao later and told him what had happened to Xiaichu. Lu Xiao would make arrangements for Xiaichu's music career in the future. After that, Gu Ning turned to Leng Xiaoting. "Can you help me monitor Chao Guanxiang and Pei Hina and record their conversations?" "Sure." Leng Xiaoting was, of course, more than willing to help Gu Ning. He wouldn't hesitate to do anything for her, let alone monitoring two people. Leng Xiaoting then made a call and arranged for someone to monitor Chao Guanxiang and Pei Hina. Once Chao Guanxiang left the park, he went straight to Pei Hina's apartment. Pei Hina didn't go to work today, so she wasn't wearing any makeup. She wore a thin sleeping gown which accentuated her alluring figure. Pei Hina was the same age as Xiaichu. Both of them were 26 years old and beautiful. Not many people knew that Xiaichu was Pei Hina's ghost singer, but it wasn't a secret to some people. Except the senior management of their company, Xiaichu's younger brother, and Pei Hina's two assistants were all aware of it, and none of them would reveal it. Xiaidong knew that his older sister's face had been disfigured, so she couldn't stand on the stage. However, it wasn't a bad thing that she could sing songs behind the scene to make some money. Pei Hina's assistants had signed confidentiality agreements. If they leaked this secret information, they would be put in jail. The moment Chao Guanxiang walked inside, Pei Hina pressed on him with her body, then asked, "How is it? Did the bitch tell you why she was absent yesterday?" "She found out about our secret," Chao Guanxiang said calmly to some extent, because he was less worried now after he got the goods on Xiaichu. "What? She found out about our secret? How much does she know?" Pei Hina, on the other hand, was frightened. She understood that Xiaichu wouldn't listen to them anymore if Xiaichu found out their secret. She had paid a lot to be a famous singer and was reluctant to fail. Chao Guanxiang hugged her and comforted. "Don't worry. I have Xiaidong as a hostage, so she has to obey my orders. We don't need to keep our relationship a secret anymore. We can do whatever we want from now on." Hearing that, Pei Hina relaxed a little, but she was still worried. However, since she already found out, she's a walking time bomb now. What if she spreads it abroad? It's useless to think too far now. "Don't you trust me?" Chao Guanxiang said. Before Pei Hina could say another word, he kissed her wildly. Although they appeared as agent and singer before others, they were a couple in private. However, they had to keep a distance from each other in order to take advantage of Xiaichu, and so they seldom made love. And now Chao Guanxiang told Pei Hina that they were able to do whatever they wanted. So Pei Hina's burning desire was aroused. She could finally stop meeting Chao Guanxiang in private like she was the other woman in their relationship. "Would you mind staying with me for a while?" Leng Xiaoting stared straight at Gu Ning when Gu Ning drove Leng Xiaoting back to the hotel. "I can't," Gu Ning said. She knew that if she went to the room with him, she wouldn't be leaving right away. Who knew what he would do to her? It was already 4:30 p.m., and it would be too late when she went back to her house, especially when it was highly possible that she would be caught by the rush hour on her way back home. Leng Xiaoting felt disappointed, but he understood Gu Ning, so he didn't insist. They could meet in the night after all. A short while after Leng Xiaoting went back to the hotel, he received He Qiming's call. While Gu Ning talked with Xiaichu in the park, Leng Xiaoting called He Qiming and told him to find some appropriate garment factories and companies which were on sale. Shengshi Group was indeed very powerful, and He Qiming finished his task within an hour. "Lord Leng, there are exactly 2 vacant floors in an office building which is under construction of our company. Every floor is 800 square meters large. As for garment factories, I've found 3 of them and I've emailed their information to you. Please check the email, He Kaming said. Great, Leng Xiaoting said, then opened the latest email. The 3 garment factories that could barely stay afloat were all because of poor management, and they were all in good locations with advanced equipment. However, Leng Xiaoting didn't make the decision for Gu Ning, but would let her choose when they met in the night. When Gu Ning was driving to the Tang family's house, Xia Yichu arrived at the airport with 2 suitcases. One was filled with her clothes, and the other was full of Xia Yidong's clothing and laptop. They didn't live a very good life, so there weren't many things they had to take with them. Xia Yidong arrived at the airport 40 minutes after he had received Xia Yichu's call, and he was pacing anxiously outside the entire time. Xia Yichu had booked the plane tickets, and the flight would take off around 6:20 p.m. They still had nearly 50 minutes to wait. Seeing Xia Yichu coming, Xia Yidong walked forward and helped her with the luggage. What happened? Why do we have to leave for the capital in a hurry? Xia Yidong asked. Take the boarding cards first, I'll tell you everything once we're in the lounge, Xia Yichu said. Sure. Xia Yidong didn't continue to ask questions and they pulled their suitcases, walking into the airport. When they found a place in the lounge where there weren't many people, Xia Yichu told Xia Yidong everything. She didn't hide any details. After hearing what his older sister had been through, Xia Yidong was furious and wanted to tear Chao Guanxiang and Pei Hina into pieces. Damn it! How could Chao Guanxiang treat you like that? Although Xia Yidong was mad, he still had reason, and didn't shout it out loud in case others would hear it. However, he put on an evil expression, which even scared Xia Yichu. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I failed to take good care of you, Xia Yidong said, and he seemed very sad. Although Xia Yichu was the older sister while Xia Yidong was the younger brother, Xia Yidong felt that it was his duty as a man to protect his older sister. Yidong, don't say that. You're my younger brother and I should be taking care of you. It's my fault that I stupidly lost myself in love. I'm sorry. Xia Yichu felt really guilty. If she hadn't trusted Chao Guanxiang so much, she wouldn't have been through so many terrible things. I'm a man and men should protect women, Xia Yidong argued. All right, now is not a good time to argue. Xia Yichu understood that Xia Yidong had a strong sense of responsibility, and she would never win in an argument like that with him. Xia Yidong also stopped arguing but asked worriedly, will Chao Guanxiang find us even if we escape to the capital? Relax, Xia Yichu said. Then she told Xia Yidong about what had happened to her after she met Gu Ning. Hearing that his older sister was signed by an influential entertainment company in the capital, Xia Yidong was excited. His older sister's musical dream was finally going to come true. Really? Xia Yidong was afraid that he was in a daydream, so he asked again with uncertainty. Yes, it's real. In fact, Xia Yichu also felt like she was in a dream because it was too good to be true, but she still gave Xia Yidong an affirmative answer in order to comfort him. That's so great. Xia Yidong lost words to describe how excited he was now. As long as his older sister could stand on the stage, Chao Guanxiang and Pei Hina would be doomed. In addition, he agreed to transfer to another school in the capital, because all he wanted now was that he and his older sister could be safe together. When Gu Ning got back to the Tang family's house, it was past 5 p.m., and Gu Man was still talking to Tang Yunfan in his bedroom. Ning, you came back so late. I'm so bored. Once Gu Ning walked inside, Chao Wenxin complained. Chao Wenxin wasn't a quiet girl, and it bored her to stay with the older generation for a long time. Tang Jiakai wasn't home either, so there was nobody that Chao Wenxin could play with. I went out to deal with something serious, Gu Ning said. Chao Wenxin was already past 20 years old, but she still behaved like a child who loved playing. Wenxin, don't fool around all day. Why don't you learn something from Ning? She's achieved a lot at such a young age.
Tang Hai Feng critic Cao Wenxin.
Although the Tang family and the Chao family were rich enough to support their offspring to live a luxurious life for generations, it wasn't a good thing that Chao Wenxin did nothing but fool around all day, because it was a total waste of her life. Chao Wenxin pulled her lips, remaining silent. She understood that she wasn't comparable to Gu Ning. Let alone Chao Wenxin, there were few young people in this world who could achieve so much at such a young age. Gu Man had talked to Tang Yunfan for over 2 hours today, but he still had no reaction. Gu Man felt a little disappointed and sad, but she could do nothing about it. However, when Gu Man stood up, walking away, Tang Yunfan's fingers moved a little then stopped. After dinner, Gu Man and Gu Ning left, followed by Chao Wenxin. Ningning, are you free tonight? If you are, why don't you go to a friend's gathering with me? Chao Wenxin asked Gu Ning on their way back. I am free tonight, but I need to stay at home with my mom. She'll be bored alone, Gu Ning said. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine alone, Gu Man said. Since Gu Man said so, Gu Ning agreed to have some fun with Chao Wenxin. Gu Ning sent Gu Man back to Huafu Hills, then came out after a dozen minutes. Are you going to drink? If you are, we can't drive the car because I'm going to drink, Chao Wenxin said when they walked out together. I won't drink. Let me drive the car, but I think your run is enough. The Lamborghini is too noticeable, Gu Ning said. She had experienced the feeling of being the focus of people's attention during the day. And although it wasn't bad, she still preferred to keep a low profile. Fine. Chao Wenxin agreed, then gave the car key of her Land Rover to Gu Ning. Can I bring a friend with me? Gu Ning asked. Her friend was Leng Xiaoting. The reason why Gu Ning agreed to have some fun with Chao Wenxin was because she could call Leng Xiaoting to go out with her too. Gu Ning didn't bother to hide the fact that Leng Xiaoting was in City B from Chao Wenxin. Who is it? A man or woman? Chao Wenxin asked or gossiped. A man, Gu Ning said. No way, is he Pan Zirwei? Chao Wenxin asked because Pan Zirwei had invited Gu Ning to meet earlier. No, it's Xiaoting, Gu Ning said. What? Chao Wenxin was surprised. Xiaoting is in City B? For some reason, Chao Wenxin thought of Xian Bei at this moment. She was curious whether Xian Bei came to City B along with Leng Xiaoting. However, she despised herself for thinking of Xian Bei the next second. Yes, he's on vacation now, so he came to City B to meet me, Gu Ning said. Oh, did you go to meet him this afternoon? Chao Wenxin asked. Yes, but we went out for business. My jewelry store in City B is going to open soon, so we went to check the gowns. Oh, I need to find an appropriate garment company and factory too, Gu Ning said. You can let Uncle Quan do that for you. It's a piece of cake for him, Chao Wenxin said. Xiaoting will handle it, Gu Ning said. Fine. I'm envious of you because you have such an outstanding boyfriend, Chao Wenxin said.
Gu Ning smiled.
You can find one too. I know you have many admirers. I don't like them, Chao Wenxin sighed. She always wanted to date someone she liked but couldn't find one. Gu Ning didn't say anything further, but called Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was very happy to receive Gu Ning's call. Even if he could only hear her voice, he felt satisfied. Ning Ning. Leng Xiaoting called her name with excitement. Are you free now? Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was cheered up at once. Of course. Gu Ning was amused by Leng Xiaoting's reaction. Wait for me at the door of the hotel. I'll pick you up soon. We're going to hang out with Wenxin tonight. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said. Although he couldn't kiss Gu Ning if Chao Wenxin was there. It was much better than staying at the hotel by himself. Maybe because of Chao Wenxin, Gu Ning called him to have fun together. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting didn't have complaints towards Chao Wenxin. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting adjusted himself before he went downstairs. He had waited for almost 10 minutes when Gu Ning finally arrived. Although he was a little impatient, he didn't complain about it but enjoyed it. Gu Ning stopped the car at the door of the hotel, and Leng Xiaoting walked over to them. Let me be the driver, he said. Since he was here, he was willing to do the job for Gu Ning. After that, before Gu Ning had even said a word, Chao Wenxin got out of the front passenger's seat and went to sit in the back seat. You two can share the seats in the front, and I'll sit at the back. Leng Xiaoting was going to drive the car, so she, of course, wouldn't sit in the front passenger's seat. Normally, if a couple was in the same car and the husband was the driver, the front passenger's seat belonged to the wife. Therefore, Gu Ning directly moved to the front passenger seat from the driver's seat and left it to Leng Xiaoting. The appointed place where Chao Wenxin was going to meet her friends was a private clubhouse. Private clubhouses provided a private environment for people from high social class. To make it simple, a private clubhouse was where rich people gathered together, and the membership fee was also very high. Only a member could book a room, so membership was also the sign of one's wealth or social status. In addition, one had to book a room a few days in advance because it was hard to book one on the day that he or she came. When Gu Ning and the others left for the clubhouse, Xiaoyichu and her younger brother also got off the plane. Xiaoyichu had called Lu Xiao before she boarded, and Lu Xiao had already arranged a driver to pick them up. Once the plane landed, Xiaoyichu called the driver. The driver told them that they would be staying in a hotel tonight and would meet the general manager, Lu Xiao, tomorrow. Lu Xiao booked 2 rooms at a 4-star hotel, which was the nearest one to the Shengning Group building for Xiaoyichu and her younger brother. Although a 4-star hotel wasn't as luxurious as a 5-star one, it wasn't bad either. Shengning Group building wasn't fully built yet, but they were renting a nearby 300 square meter building as the temporary office building. It was just a temporary office building, so it wasn't well decorated. Although the Shengning Group building was still under construction, Lu Xiao was busy acquiring equipment and hiring people these days. Lu Zhan had his own shooting equipment, but they needed more than just one set. There were around a dozen workers in Fenghua Entertainment now, and Lu Xiao had used his network to hire some skilled people for the management. When Gu Ning and the others arrived at the private clubhouse, a valet parker helped them drive the car to the parking lot, and another waiter guided them to their private room. Chao Wenxin and her friends met in the sports area, so there was a lot of exercise equipment, boxing rings and so on. However, just as they got out of the car, another car stopped right behind them. Coincidentally, Fang Xiaoke, who had approached Chao Wenxin for the purpose of marrying into a super-rich family, stepped out of the car. She was holding a middle-aged man's arm, and it was quite obvious that she was the man's mistress. She really was a woman who was willing to sell both her body and soul for money. When Fang Xiaoke saw Chao Wenxin, she was struck dumb for a second, then pretended that she didn't know Chao Wenxin. To her surprise, she met Chao Wenxin here. Chao Wenxin also didn't want to pay attention to Fang Xiaoke, so she turned her eyes away too. Fang Xiaoke is really a gold digger. My older brother stopped paying her bills, so she turned to an old man and became his mistress, Chao Wenxin said when Fang Xiaoke and the man walked away. Chao Wenxin was extremely regretful that she had taken Fang Xiaoke as her friend before. Before long, they arrived at the sports area. Welcome. Once they entered the hall, waiters greeted them politely. May I ask which private room you are going to? A waiter asked. All the private rooms were booked, so they had to be here to meet their friends. Number 888, my name's Chao Wenxin, Chao Wenxin said. Even though they were here to meet their friends, the waiter had to check their information first. Please wait a moment, the waiter said, then took out a walkie-talkie speaking to the butler of private room number 888. With the affirmative answer, the waiter guided them to private room number 888 at once. The private room was spacious, but there were only 5 people inside, so it looked empty to some extent. There were 3 women and 2 men in the room, but only one of the men and women were Chao Wenxin's friends, while the rest were her friends' friends. They weren't strangers, but Chao Wenxin wasn't familiar with them. Chao Wenxin's male friend's father was also a leader in the military region, and her female friend was from a super-rich family. The 3 of them grew up together, but they went to different colleges. Now they had all graduated from their schools, so they came back to City B lately. The other 3 people in the room were all from either rich or powerful families. Although Chao Wenxin didn't make friends according to a person's family background, it was an unavoidable trend that she would make friends with people from the same social class as her. Chao Wenxin told her friends that she would be bringing 2 other friends, and her friends all agreed. However, once Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting entered the room, the 2 attracted everyone's attention, especially Leng Xiaoting. His appearance overshadowed every man's existence in the private room. A woman with short hair was excited when Leng Xiaoting appeared in her sight, but she soon hid her excitement away. This woman was exactly the one who had encountered Lung Xiaoting in the hall of Shangshi Group. Nevertheless, her secretary failed to find out about Lung Xiaoting's real identity, which disappointed her. But to her surprise, she met Lung Xiaoting again in the evening. "Hi, Wenxin," they greeted Chao Wenxin when she walked in. Chao Wenxin guided Guning and Lung Xiaoting to sit on an empty sofa, then introduced them to her friends. "Let me introduce. They're both my friends, Guning and Lung Xiaoting." Guning had reminded Chao Wenxin not to expose her relationship with the Tang family, so Chao Wenxin introduced her as a friend. Although Guning was Tang Haifeng's biological daughter, it was still a secret, so it was better for them not to say it aloud now. In addition, they were just gathering for fun. The woman with short hair repeated Lung Xiaoting's name in her heart a few times. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lung, Miss Gu," they greeted them politely. "Nice to meet you too," Guning and Lung Xiaoting said. After that, Chao Wenxin introduced her friends to Guning and Lung Xiaoting. "This is Gao Chengyun and Enran. We grew up together." And they're Jiang Zhezheng, Zhu Yuanjin and Tong Jiayao. Tong Jiayao was precisely the woman with short hair. "Oh, Mr. Lung, nice to meet you. What a coincidence. I just saw you at Shangshi Group today, and yet we are meeting each other again. Mr. Lung, maybe you didn't notice me," Tong Jiayao said to Lung Xiaoting politely. She seemed very polite and kept an appropriate distance from Lung Xiaoting. "I didn't," Lung Xiaoting said lightly, which embarrassed Tong Jiayao. She didn't expect that he would be so cold to her. Although Tong Jiayao covered her feelings towards Lung Xiaoting very well, Guning still sensed that she was interested in Lung Xiaoting. It was just Guning's instinct. As long as she stayed polite, Guning wouldn't jump to conclusions. In the meantime, Guning noticed that the woman wasn't from a normal super-rich family. The other people were also surprised by Lung Xiaoting's cold attitude, but they didn't mind, because they had just met each other for the first time. Well, let's have some drinks," Gao Chengyun proposed to cheer everyone up. There was no waiter in the room because they preferred to serve themselves. "Guning needs to drive the car, so she won't drink," Chao Wenxin said. Then she turned to Lung Xiaoting. "Xiaoting, do you want to drink?" Chao Wenxin was a little afraid of Lung Xiaoting. Not because Lung Xiaoting had a bad temper, but because he always stayed quiet and cold. "No thanks." Lung Xiaoting didn't like drinking unless he had to or he was with his close friends. "Since we're here to have fun, it'll be boring if we don't drink together," Jiang Zhezheng said. "Exactly. If you can't drink, we won't force you, but if you can, why don't you have some with us?" Gao Chengyun added. Normally, men gathered together to drink for fun, which was also a way to create a relaxed atmosphere. However, Gao Chengyun wasn't criticizing Lung Xiaoting but was just persuading him. "They're fine. They can chat with each other, all in love, and they won't get bored. I can drink with you," Chao Wenxin said. Since Lung Xiaoting wasn't willing to drink, she wouldn't force him to do so. Guning needed to drive the car, so everyone understood that she wouldn't drink. However, Lung Xiaoting seemed cold and refused to drink, which displeased them. Guning sensed their emotional change, and she also believed that Lung Xiaoting should have fun with those who didn't understand him in case refusing caused misunderstandings. Anyway, she didn't care about others' opinions. Nonetheless, when Tong Jiayao heard Chao Wenxin saying that they could chat with each other in love, she realized that Guning and Lung Xiaoting were girlfriend and boyfriend, so she was a little disappointed. Even so, she didn't give up, and made up her mind to compete against Guning for Lung Xiaoting as long as they weren't married. After all, Tong Jiayao finally met a man she was interested in. Compared with those women who tended to seduce men with their bodies, Tong Jiayao would rather attract a man with her own charm. Therefore, she wouldn't seduce Lung Xiaoting, but seized every chance to talk to him. Of course, she wouldn't do it in front of Guning. "Since you aren't drinking, why don't we chat together?" Tong Jiayao said. "Miss Gu, you look so young. Are you still a student?" Tong Jiayao behaved casually and seemed kind, but Guning already sensed that she was interested in Lung Xiaoting, so Guning was alert now. However, before Tong Jiayao did anything inappropriate, Guning replied politely, "Yes, I'm a senior in high school." Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Tong Zhiyao thought that Gu Ning was too young to be married, and anything could happen in the future, so she believed that it was impossible that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would be together for long. The fact that she had that thought proved that Tong Zhiyao didn't know much about Gu Ning or Leng Xiaoting. The entrance examination to college is just around the corner. Miss Gu, which university is your dream college? And Ran asked. The Capital University, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tong Zhiyao thought that Gu Ning was going to study in the capital, while Leng Xiaoting would stay in City B. They all subconsciously thought that both Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning lived in City B. Otherwise, Gu Ning wouldn't be here if she was still a student. In that case, Tong Zhiyao was hopeful. She didn't care who Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend was now. As long as they weren't married yet, she still had a chance to win Leng Xiaoting's heart. In fact, Tong Zhiyao was a self-centered person who would do anything to get what she wanted and ignored others' feelings. After chatting for a while, Gao Qingyun said to Chao Wenxin, "Wenxin, we haven't had a kung fu match for a long time. Why don't we have a round now?" Both of them grew up in the military region, and they would have a kung fu match every time they met each other. In addition, they were at the same level of kung fu, and the match wouldn't end quickly, so it was exciting to watch. They were in a sports area, so there was enough room for them to have a kung fu match. Of course. Chao Wenxin was excited. "Let's have a bet as usual." And Ran said. Every time Chao Wenxin had a kung fu match with Gao Qingyun, the others would bet for fun. Since the two were at the same level of kung fu, it was unpredictable who would win, which was also the reason why the bet would be so exciting. Of course, they wouldn't bet money but wine. Gao Qingyun took a bottle of wine which wasn't opened yet. The loser has to finish the bottle by himself. If there was a loser, the loser would finish the bottle alone. If the result was even, the two would share the bottle 50-50. No problem. Everyone agreed. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't drink, so they didn't join them. "I bet Wenxin will win," Zhang Zijing said. They all knew that Zhang Zijing liked Chao Wenxin, so he bet that Chao Wenxin would win every time. Unfortunately, Chao Wenxin wasn't interested in Zhang Zijing, so Zhang Zijing stayed by her side as her friend. Interestingly, Zhu Yuanjin liked Zhang Zijing, but Zhang Zijing wasn't interested in Zhu Yuanjin, so they became friends. It wasn't always easy to fall in love with a person who loved you too. "I bet Cheng Yun will win," and Ran said. In the end, Zhang Zijing and Tong Zhiyao bet that Chao Wenxin would win, while Ran and Zhu Yuanjin bet that Gao Qingyun would win. After that, the kung fu match began. The two attacked each other constantly, and it seemed very exciting to outsiders, like Zhang Zijing and the others, but it was quite childish in the eyes of Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning. They weren't at the same level as Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting after all. Around 10 minutes later, they stopped and Gao Qingyun lost this time. It wasn't a surprising result because the two were at the same level of kung fu. "Come on, Qingyun and Ran and Yuanjin, you share a bottle." Zhang Zijing was excited that he won the bet. Gao Qingyun lost, so he had to drink too. "Qingyun, did you lose because you wanted to drink this bottle?" And Ran pretended that he was dissatisfied. However, he was just joking. "Haha, you got me." Gao Qingyun laughed. And Ran glared at Gao Qingyun. "Since you want to drink, you can drink more than us." "Nope, let's share it," Gao Qingyun said. After that, Gao Qingyun and Ran and Zhu Yuanjin shared a bottle of wine. "What should we play next?" And Ran asked. "Bluffing," Zhu Yuanjin proposed. The rules were, each die had 6 sides from 1 pip to 6 pips. Each player held 5 dice in their dice cup without revealing it to each other. The purpose of this game was to guess the total number of one particular pip from both players, and if you were right, you won. If you were wrong, then you lost. For example, it could be from 1/6 to 12 sixs. The game started with one player who called for a number of pips, e.g. 3 twos, then the next player would have to raise, i.e. 4 twos or 3 threes. Either the total number or the pip number had to be bigger than the previous calling as the game took turns. If you thought your opponent was bluffing, then you could say, "Open." Supposing you had 2 1s and 2 3s, and your opponent had 1 1 and 2 3s in both of your dice cups. Then your opponent called for 8 3s and you didn't believe him and said open, then you won. If he called for 7 3s and you said open, then you lost. Normally, 1 pip could be any number of pips. It could be 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, so that the game could be more complicated and fun. It was like an unknown factor because a player might only have 1 2 in his dice cup, but he also had 3 eyes, which meant he had 4 2s potentially. However, there was a special rule. If a player called for the number of 1 pip, e.g. 3 ones, then 1 pip automatically lost its multiple identities. It could now only be 1 pip until the game ended. Sure, everyone agreed. Why don't you join us? If you lose the game, you can drink water, not wine, Tong Jiao said. She thought that she would have more chances to get familiar with Lung Xiaoting if they could play the game together. Right. You can drink water. The others all agreed. They just met each other. If Lung Xiaoting and Guning didn't join them, they would feel bored sitting aside. Well, I'll join you, Guning sighed. She didn't want them to feel that she stayed aloof from them. Guning also understood that Lung Xiaoting wasn't interested in games which were aimed at drinking, so she didn't ask him to join them along with her. The others didn't insist either. Guning decided not to use her jade eyes this time, because it would be a little much if she used that in such a small game. At the same time, she wouldn't enjoy playing the game if she used her jade eyes. She had used jade eyes the last time in a game with AI Weixin just to get revenge on him for Lung Xiaoting. However, even though Guning didn't use her jade eyes, she was still lucky and seldom lost. The others, on the other hand, drank a lot. When it was about 11 p.m., they left the clubhouse. Since Chao Wenxin was with them, Guning could only send Lung Xiaoting back to the hotel before she drove back to Huafu Hills with Chao Wenxin, and Lung Xiaoting would take a taxi to Huafu Hills later. Gu Man was already asleep when Guning was back. Lung Xiaoting soon arrived at Guning's room, but he didn't kiss or touch her immediately this time. Instead, he clicked an email open and showed Guning the offices and garment factories. How much is the rent? Guning squinted at him with interest. It's free, Lung Xiaoting said. Haha, you're so generous, Guning said. Although she felt happy that Lung Xiaoting didn't charge her, she couldn't accept it. Shouting business is business. If you don't want the rent, I'm afraid that I can't rent your offices. Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting frowned a little. He seemed upset but didn't know how to retort. Guning then read the information about the 3 garment factories. She trusted Lung Xiaoting, but she still needed to check them in person tomorrow. Oh, how many days of your vacation do you have left? Guning asked. Hard to tell. If I'm assigned a task, I have to go back to work at any time. If not, I still have many days off, Lung Xiaoting said. As a member of the Special Corps, he was paid a lot more than a common soldier. Not only did they need to fulfill dangerous tasks, but they also had 3 days of special training once a month as well as deep forest training in the Amazon for half a month every year. Lung Xiaoting had just finished his monthly special training, so he would be free as long as he wasn't assigned a task. I need to check the factories at noon tomorrow. After choosing a qualified one from them, I'll fly to City D in the evening. If you're free, why don't you go with me? Guning sighed. No problem, Lung Xiaoting said. After discussing business, Lung Xiaoting couldn't wait and pressed Guning on the bed. Unfortunately, Guning was on her period, which meant Lung Xiaoting had to limit his desire for at least 5 days. Lung Xiaoting was extremely unwilling to accept the truth, but Guning couldn't control her period after all. Therefore, Lung Xiaoting just kissed Guning for a short while before he cuddled her in his arms before falling asleep. Guning, however, secretly put her magical power into his body to help him have a sound sleep. The next morning, Lung Xiaoting left early as usual. During breakfast, Guning told Gu Man that she would be going to City D to deal with some business that afternoon and would stay there for the following 2 days. So a driver sent by the Tang family would come to pick Gu Man up. Although Gu Man felt a little uneasy if Guning wasn't by her side, she said nothing. After breakfast, Guning and Gu Man went to the Tang family's house. Chao Wenxin was going back to her home today, so she didn't go to the Tang family's house with Guning. After the argument with Xiaichu in the park, Chao Guanxiang moved into Pei Hina's apartment. Around 8:30 a.m., Chao Guanxiang called Xiaichu. In the beginning, Xiaichu was just a ghost singer, so he would only call her when need arose. However, in case Xiaichu would betray him, Xiao Guanxiang decided to let Xiaichu be Pei Hina's assistant too, so they could have tighter control over her. What he didn't know was that Xiaichu had already left for the capital. Accordingly, when he called Xiaichu, nobody answered his call. Xiao Guanxiang kept calling her, but it was still the same. He immediately felt that something had to be wrong. What's wrong? Is she refusing to answer your call? Pei Hina asked. I can't get through to her. Give me your phone, Xiao Guanxiang said. Pei Hina immediately gave her phone to him, and Xiao Guanxiang used hers to call Xiaichu once more. However, nobody answered the call again. Could you still not get through? Pei Hina started to panic. I think she blocked our phone numbers. Xiao Guanxiang was annoyed. It was possible that Xiaichu ran away from them. How did she dare to do that? Isn't she afraid that I'll hurt Xiaidong? Give me your other phone, Xiao Guanxiang said. Pei Hina had another mobile phone, and Xiaichu didn't have the number of her second phone. If they got through to Xiaichu with a different phone number, it proved that Xiaichu had blocked their phone numbers and betrayed them. Pei Hina gave Xiao Guanxiang her other phone at once, and Xiao Guanxiang called Xiaichu without delay. This time Xiaichu answered his call, but hung up on him the second she heard his voice. Damn it! She betrayed us. Xiao Guanxiang almost smashed the phone on the ground. He was more panicked than angry now. He was right. Xiaichu blacklisted their phone numbers and left them. Since Xiaichu left for the capital, she planned to change her phone number. But she wasn't free yet, so she used the old phone number temporarily. What? Pei Hina was shocked and her face turned pale from fear. We're doomed, she thought to herself. Didn't you tell me that Xiaichu wouldn't dare to betray us? Pei Hina asked in a hurry. How could I know that she would really do it? Xiao Guanxiang was also astonished that Xiaichu escaped that day, right after he had threatened her. What should we do now? If she escapes, we're doomed. Pei Hina's body shook in horror. Xiao Guanxiang made another call at once. Lu Ge, I need your help and I'll pay you a lot for it, Xiao Guanxiang said once the call was answered. What is it? The man on the other side of the phone said. I'll send you 2 pictures later along with their name and some basic information. Help me find them. Once you find them, help me control them, Xiao Guanxiang said. No problem, the man said. After that, Xiao Guanxiang sent pictures of Xiaichu and her younger brother to Lu Gu. Lu Gu was Xiao Guanxiang's friend in a gang. Around 9 a.m. Wan Hui, who was Lu Zhao's chauffeur and the person who had picked Xiaichu and her younger brother up at the airport yesterday, walked to go meet them at the hotel. The hotel was just around 100 meters away from their company. On the way to their company, Wan Hui said to Xiaichu, Let me introduce our company to you now. Our company is still undergoing renovation, so it hasn't been formally established yet, but there are already 10 staff members. We're temporarily working on the 6th floor of an office building, next to our company's building. Boss said that you can have a rest and relax for a few days before you start to work. Thanks, Xiaichu said. Since she was signed by this company, she should follow their arrangements. Wan Hui took Xiaichu to the temporary office building and pointed to another tall building not far away. That's the Shangning Group building. Fenghua Entertainment is on the 7th, 8th and 9th floors. The 7th floor will be a dance studio. The 8th floor will be made into a recording room, and there will be many offices on the 9th floor for the actors and staff of Fenghua. Xiaichu was surprised. She thought that Gu Ning was just a boss of an entertainment company. However, it turned out to be a large group. In that case, Fenghua Entertainment was just a subsidiary of Shangning Group. Xiaichu was curious whether Gu Ning was a shareholder of Fenghua Entertainment or the founder of the Shangning Group. It was hard for her to believe that Gu Ning, who was younger than 20 years old, could be a chairwoman of such a large business group. She thought that it was more likely that Gu Ning's family owned this large business group. Xiaichu wanted to ask Wan Hui, but thought that it wasn't appropriate, so she said nothing. After that, Wan Hui guided Xiaichu and Xiaidong to the general manager's office. Once they entered the office room, Xiaichu took off the mask, because she thought that it wasn't polite to wear a mask all the time. The second the mask was removed, the scary scar on Xiaichu's right cheek was exposed, which surprised Wan Hui and Lu Xiao, but they didn't show any dislike because they already knew what had happened to this poor girl. This is Manager Lu, Wan Hui introduced to Xiaichu and her younger brother. Nice to meet you, Manager Lu. They greeted Lu Xiao at once. Have a seat please, Lu Xiao said. Here is the contract. You can read through it before you sign it. Sure, Xiaichu said. Xiaichu's contract was the same as Su Tongnua's. The ratio of the company's take to her take was 6-4, which meant the company would take 60% while she could have 40% of the profit. Although Xiaichu wasn't very experienced in the entertainment industry, she had learned a lot after working with Chao Guanxiang for so long. Usually the ratio was 8-2, and it was rare to see 6-4, especially when she was just a newcomer who didn't have much fame. In fact, Xiaichu was a newcomer without fame, but her songs weren't. Pei Hina, with the help of Xiaichu, was already a B-list singer, and was even more popular than Su Tongno. As long as their dirty secret was exposed, Pei Hina's career would come to an end, while Xiaichu would walk into people's sight. Moreover, her songs were quite popular these days, so it wasn't difficult for her to attract people's attention. Xiaichu would probably be criticized too after the dirty secret was exposed, but it wasn't uncommon in the entertainment industry that every celebrity had a certain amount of haters. Sometimes those haters left many acerbic comments on the internet, not because the celebrity had done something wrong, but simply because they needed a way to vent their anger at life. All in all, one had to have a strong heart when working in the entertainment industry. Manager Lu, are you sure the profit ratio is right? Xiaichu asked with uncertainty. Lu Xiao smiled, which stunned Xiaichu. This young manger is so charming. It's right. And it's just the beginning. If you can become an A-list singer, the ratio will be 5-5, Lu Xiao said. Xiaichu was shocked again. If she could become an A-list singer, she could have 50% of the profit. Her new boss was really generous. After a long while, Xiaichu finally got her mind back. The company would provide a single apartment for her and pay the utilities. If she had her own house, the company would give her 3,000 yuan monthly as a housing allowance and reimburse her for utilities. Xiaichu had just arrived at the capital, and she hadn't found an appropriate apartment yet, so she chose the 3,000 housing allowance to rent an apartment for her and her younger brother. Although the housing price in the capital was extremely high, it was enough to rent a good apartment with the 3,000 yuan housing allowance. Xiaichu and Xiaidong had lived a poor life, but they still owned an apartment in City B. The apartment in City B was bought by their parents, and it was already 10 years old, but they could get some money by selling it. After that, they could use the money to buy a smaller apartment in the capital. Xiaichu planned to do so in the future, because she and her younger brother couldn't go back to City B now. It would be dangerous as long as Chao Guanxiang and Pei Hina were still there. In the end, Xiaichu signed her name and felt quite relieved. She could finally chase her dream and fight for her own future from now on. Lu Xiao checked the contract then asked, "By the way, which grade is your younger brother studying in now?" 11th grade, Xiaichu replied. "Do you have any requests for the level of the school?" Lu Xiao asked. "No, just close to my older sister, please," Xiaidong said first. Xiaichu agreed as long as Xiaidong was happy with that. In addition, she would also be worried if her younger brother studied far from her. "Great," Lu Xiao said. "Have a rest for a few days. You can find a place to live first, and I'll inform you about your future work." After that, Xiaichu finally settled down. When Gu Man went to talk to Tang Yunfan, Gu Ning told Tang Haifeng that she would be leaving for City D later, and hoped that he could arrange a car for Gu Man. "Well, your mother can stay here with us," Tang Haifeng said. "I'm afraid that my mother prefers to stay in my house," Gu Ning said. "Fine." Tang Haifeng didn't insist. Gu Ning was busy dealing with other things, so she didn't stay in the Tang family's house for lunch. She planned to meet Leng Xiaoting first, then go to look at the garment factories together before she flew to City D. She wouldn't come back today, so she parked the car in the parking lot of the Tang family's house. The car cost over 10 million yuan, and she didn't dare to leave it at the airport. After meeting Leng Xiaoting, they went to check the garment factories together. The The factories were all located in the suburbs or somewhere near the suburbs, and the first garment factory Gu Ning and Leng Xiaohao visited was in a suburb. Because the clothing it produced wasn't a famous brand, the garment factory wasn't very big. It was a medium-sized garment factory. It was a 4-story single building, and the size of each story was slightly bigger than a basketball playground. It was enough in Gu Ning's eyes. After having a short tour around it, Gu Ning decided to buy it. There were around 60 workers in the factory, including 10 or so supervisors, and the rest were common workers. The garment factory needed to stop working for a short time, but the workers would be paid as usual. And Gu Ning decided to deal with other things concerning the factory when she came back from City D. At the same time, Qiao Guanxiang was undergoing mental torture because of Xia Yiqiu. Hours later, Lu Ge finally called him back, but it wasn't good news. Guanxiang, I can't find the 2 people in the pictures. Could they have left City B already? Lu Gu asked. Qiao Guanxiang also had the same idea but refused to believe it. However, Lu Ge failed to find them in City B, so it was likely that they had already left. Where did they go? Although Lu Gu was a member of a gang, he wasn't an important figure in the gang, so his ability was limited. Qiao Guanxiang didn't have the connections to check Xia Yiqiu's and Xia Yidong's ID cards to see whether they had booked tickets to another city either. Lu Ge failed to help him find Xia Yiqiu and Xia Yidong, but Qiao Guanxiang still had to pay 50,000 yuan. What should we do? What should we do now? Pei Hina was in despair. If they couldn't find Xia Yiqiu, they were doomed. Qiao Guanxiang was also hopeless, but he refused to accept it. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the factory, it was already 3:30 p.m., so they went to the airport right away. It was almost 8 p.m. when they arrived at the airport of City D, and they took a taxi heading straight downtown. Once they walked out of the airport, Gu Ning wasn't in a hurry to contact Chu Peihan and the others today, and she planned to call them tomorrow. For now, they needed to dine first and went to book a hotel. In City B, Pan Zirwei was having fun with his friends in a private room in a high-end clubhouse. Zirwei, it's been so many days. Why hasn't your boss called you yet? The man who had told Pan Zirwei to invite Gu Ning out to have fun with them airily asked him again. This man was named Feng Exine. He was 28 years old and was a vice general manager of a construction company. The reason he kept mentioning Gu Ning wasn't because he was interested in Gu Ning, but because he wanted to be close to the Tang family. Feng Exine approached the Tang family for a reason, of course. The government of City B was going to develop a tourist destination this year, and gave an order that only 5 companies could be involved in this project. The Tang family was very likely to be a dominant one among them. So Feng Exine was ambitious to build a close relationship with the Tang family. With his connection with the Tang family, he could easily win a seat for his construction company. Moreover, as long as he got to know the Tang family, it would be greatly helpful for him to run his business. Hearing that, Pan Zirwei stopped drinking, then realized that Gu Ning hadn't contacted him in many days. She's probably busy. Feng Exine, on the other hand, doubted Pan Zirwei's relationship with Gu Ning. If they were really close, why hadn't Gu Ning called him in so long? Even so, Feng Exine couldn't say it aloud, because he still had hoped to meet Gu Ning if he maintained the friendship with Pan Zirwei. What's your aim? Why do you keep mentioning Miss Gu? Guan Bin asked. He thought that Feng Exine could be interested in Gu Ning. Pan Zirwei, at the same time, looked at Feng Exine with suspicion. Feng Exine, however, denied it at once. I just heard from you that she's really awesome, so I want to meet her. That's all. Well, let me be honest with you. It's impossible that my boss will be interested in you, Pan Zirwei said plainly. Hearing that, Feng Exine pulled his lips. He wasn't interested in Gu Ning, but what Pan Zirwei said hurt his self-esteem, so he asked, why? Because my boss isn't only beautiful and good at kung fu. Most importantly, she's only an 18-year-old senior high school student, Pan Zirwei said. He implied that there was a huge age gap between Feng Exine and his boss, so it was impossible that they would be together. Feng Exine was shocked by Gu Ning's age. He didn't expect that Gu Ning could be so successful at such a young age. Haha, my boss isn't a simple girl. Seeing Feng Exine being so shocked, Pan Zirwei was very proud, as if the person who was so successful was him. Everyone except Feng Xian had already heard of Gu Ning's achievements, so none of them felt that it was an exaggeration, but thought that Gu Ning had accomplished much more besides. Wow, I'm impressed, Feng Xian said. At the same time, two middle-aged men were discussing something while sitting on a sofa in a study on the second floor of a three-story house which was located somewhere near a suburb of City B. One of them was Tang Deming, while the other was Tang Xinrui's father, Tang Weiyong. The talk between Tang Deming and Tang Weiyong on the phone last time was enough to prove that Tang Weiyong had a long-standing grudge against the Tang family, and had secretly attacked Tang Yunfan many times. In fact, the accident Tang Yunfan encountered in City F was also arranged by Tang Weiyong. However, none of the Tang family was aware of that. Although the Tang family was very powerful, its enemies were everywhere. Most importantly, the Tang family all believed that Tang Weiyong was dead. It was a story which could be dated back to 18 years ago, when Tang Yunfan came back after he had disappeared for a whole year. 19 years ago, Tang Haifeng's younger brother, Tang Haiming, had schemed against Tang Yunfan, and Tang Yunfan had almost been killed. Tang Weiyong was precisely Tang Haiming's son. A year later, when Tang Yunfan came back home, Tang Haiming and Tang Weiyong's scheme was exposed, so they fled along with their family. In the process of arrest, unfortunately, Tang Haiming died in a car accident, while Tang Weiyong was seriously injured. Only his wife and children survived. The chief culprits were Tang Haiming and Tang Weiyong, and Tang Weiyong's wife and daughter were innocent, so Tang Haifeng didn't punish them. After that, they heard that Tang Weiyong was dead, but none of them went to check or saw it in person because it wasn't important for the Tang family back then. Unexpectedly, precisely because of that, Tang Weiyong was back and continued to scheme against the Tang family now. Now, Tang Weiyong's daughter, Tang Xinrui, had sneaked into the Tang Huang group. Once everything was ready, they would act, and they were determined to take the Tang Huang group back. Of course, Tang Xinrui had changed her name and identity, so nobody would know her relationship with Tang Weiyong. The latest news: a mother and daughter often visit the Tang family's house these days. Their relationship with the Tang family isn't clear yet, but they seem to be related to Tang Yunfan, Tang Deming said. Tang Deming was from a branch of the Tang family. He hadn't participated in the scheme against Tang Yunfan, and he never thought to betray the Tang family. However, he later received a lot of favors from Tang Weiyong and was brainwashed by Tang Weiyong too, so he was now willing to do anything for Tang Weiyong. Hearing that, Tang Weiyong squinted a little and his eyes looked dangerous. He asked, "Do you mean that the mother and daughter may be Tang Yunfan's woman and daughter?" Yes. Tang Deming did have that thought. Of course, it was just a thought, but they couldn't ignore it since they were doubtful. If so, Tang Yunfan hid his secret very well. Nobody was able to discover it during the past years. Tang Weiyong wore an evil expression right now. Once Tang Yunfan had an accident, they appeared. I'm afraid that they just want to compete for the properties of the Tang family. Tang Weiyong believed that it had to be the truth. If the girl was really Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, she was very likely to inherit the properties of the Tang family. However, Tang Huang Group was his prey, and he would never allow others to grab it from him. I'll arrange some people to make it clear. If they're Tang Yunfan's family, they can't be left alive, Tang Weiyong said coldly and ruthlessly. No matter who his stumbling block was, he would remove him or her. A touch of cruelty flashed through Tang Deming's eyes. He actually had the same idea as Tang Weiyong. Tang Weiyong took a sip of tea, then asked, "Oh, what do they have in mind now?" They were, of course, Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan, who had abstained. Tang Deming seemed displeased and said in a low voice, "They didn't give me a clear answer. It seems that they'll remain neutral and are unwilling to get involved in our fight. Although it wouldn't affect their plans, they had to make more effort without their support. However, it wasn't a bad result that they remained neutral, instead of supporting Tang Haifeng." "Well, two old cowards," Tang Weiyong snorted with disdain. In his eyes, neutrality was just an excuse. In fact, Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan were just timid and afraid. They were afraid of failure because they would lose everything they had now once they failed. Tang Wei-yong understood why they chose to abstain because the odds of success were really small at the moment. Therefore, Tang Wei-yong decided to give up on them. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to Huangding Hotel after their meal. Because Gu Ning gave her black card to Chu Peihan, Leng Xiaoting booked a new room for them. Gu Ning was still on her period, so Leng Xiaoting couldn't have sex with her, but just kissed her for a while before they went to bed. The next morning, Gu Ning called Chu Peihan. When Chu Peihan's phone rang, it was just 7 a.m. Chu Peihan thought that it was her alarm ringing, so she got up at once. However, when she noticed that it was Gu Ning's call, she was surprised. "Hey boss." Chu Peihan knew that Gu Ning would come here today, but she didn't expect that Gu Ning would call her so early. "I'm in Huangding Hotel now," Gu Ning said. "What?" Chu Peihan was surprised again. "You're already here?" "Yes, are you up now?" Gu Ning asked. "Not yet, but I'll get up soon," Chu Peihan said. "Great. Have breakfast with me downstairs at 7:30 a.m. I'll call Hao Ran as well," Gu Ning said before she hung up, and Chu Peihan got up without delay. Gu Ning called Hao Ran later, and Hao Ran was as surprised as Chu Peihan when he received Gu Ning's call. After receiving Gu Ning's call, they all got up in a hurry. Although Gu Ning told them to meet her at 7:30 a.m., they all gathered together at the dining hall on the first floor when it was just 7:15 a.m. When they saw that Gu Ning came with Leng Xiaoting, they were surprised, then stood up to greet them. They were in awe of Leng Xiaoting, because he was the youngest major general in this country. There were few people who had the chance to dine with a major general, and their friends would be envious of them. In fact, it was a test of psychological quality to dine with Leng Xiaoting, because they all felt stressed when Leng Xiaoting sat next to them. "Boss, did you come here yesterday?" Chu Peihan asked. "Yes, but it was too late when we arrived, so I didn't call you," Gu Ning said. "Oh, I heard from Muke that you won't be attending the rest of the classes in our school, right?" Hao Ran asked. They were kind of used to it because Gu Ning was always absent from classes. "Yes, I'm very busy these days, so I'll attend the National College entrance examination directly," Gu Ning said. "What?" Hearing that, they were all astonished. They knew that Gu Ning was academically inclined so she could be absent from classes, but would their principal agree? Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was very pleased because he could meet Gu Ning whenever he was free from now on. He didn't need to wait for her until her classes were over anymore. "Did you talk to our head teacher?" "Did she agree?" "I called our principal and he agreed," Gu Ning said. After breakfast, it was still early, so they left for the hotel where Lu Zhan stayed a little later. Gu Ning had told Lu Zhan to buy an exclusive car for the crew, a small truck to move the equipment, a medium bus for the staff, and the actors could either take their own cars or local rented cars. Therefore, the crew was able to use their own cars and only the actors were transferred by hotel buses. They weren't famous actors after all, so none of them asked for an exclusive car. When Lu Zhan saw Gu Ning, he was surprised, because he didn't know that she would be coming. "Oh, hi, Miss Gu." Lu Zhan welcomed her. He didn't call her boss in front of others. "Good morning, Miss Gu." Su Tongnua and the others greeted her too. Although the other staff in the crew didn't know that Gu Ning was the sole investor of this film yet, they understood that she had to be an important figure from the way the actors and Lu Zhan treated her. Lu Zhan and the group of actors went on a large bus and they were all stunned by Leng Xiaoting. They guessed that he had to be a star that Gu Ning had just hired. Since Gu Ning wasn't in the bus and there were only strangers around him, Leng Xiaoting sat alone in the front seats, keeping a distance from others. Accordingly, nobody dared to greet or talk to him. When they were about to set off, Gu Ning came back and sat right by Leng Xiaoting's side, so Leng Xiaoting became more gentle. The bus moved ahead soon, but Gu Ning didn't introduce Leng Xiaoting to the others in the bus, and nobody asked her who he was. If everything went well, they could finish the scene at Chongyang Mountain this morning. After shooting in the morning, they went back to dine in the hotel. Although it wasn't a 4-star or 5-star hotel, the food there was much better than takeout. In the following days, they were going to shoot in the Radio and Television University in City D. Jiang Bowen had talked to its principal in person, so it was settled quickly. Chu Peihan and the others' part in the film was mainly a story of a ghost in the mine. In the scene, a professor heard news about the ancient grave, so he went there with a few students. The scene only lasted around dozens of seconds in the film. Apart from that, they also needed many students to be extras, so they cooperated with some students who majored in broadcasting. Some of those extras would play roles in the film, so Lu Zhan signed contracts with them. When the film crew arrived at the school, they attracted a lot of attention from students in the campus. Before long, Chu Peihan and the others finished their acting. However, they didn't leave right away because Gu Ning was still here. After that, they went to gather the students who majored in broadcasting to shoot the next scene. However, a girl was absent. She played an important role in the scene, so they couldn't start to shoot if she was absent. Lu Zhan was a little mad, because they had already signed the contract. If she was absent, it was a breach of contract. Most importantly, it would waste their time of shooting. Their head teacher, Chao Yan, called the girl at once, but the girl's phone was off. Does any one of you know where Zhang Yihan is now? Chao Yan asked. Zhang Yihan was the absent girl. No idea, everyone said. Right at this moment, a gentle female voice sounded at the door of the classroom. Excuse me, Miss Chao. Hearing that, everyone looked to her. It was a pretty girl named Ling Xixue who studied in the next classroom and also majored in broadcasting. What's wrong? Chao Yan asked. Well, I went to have lunch with Zhang Yihan this afternoon, but she accidentally fell on our way back, and she was seriously injured, so I sent her to the hospital. Her phone was running out of power, and she didn't remember your phone number, so she told me to come back and tell you she feels guilty that she's absent, and she's willing to let me play her role, Ling Xixue said, but a touch of evil flashed through her eyes, which was caught by Gu Ning. Gu Ning squinted at her. She's lying. Well, Chao Yan turned to look at Lu Zhan. Director Lu, what do you think? Lu Zhan said, it's not easy to replace an actress after we have already chosen the right person, especially when we've signed the contract. Since Zhang Yihan can't finish her acting now, she should end the contract with us first, and then we can choose another girl to play the role. It seemed like Lu Zhan was cold-blooded because the first thing he did after he found out that the actress was injured was to replace her. However, rules were rules. If you couldn't finish your work, you would be fired. In addition, Lu Zhan didn't say that Ling Xixue could get the role right away. The right of choice still laid in Lu Zhan's hands. Lu Zhan actually didn't discover anything wrong with Ling Xixue, but it was just his way of doing his job. Lu Zhan had signed Zhang Yihan because he thought that she was suitable for the role. Hearing that, Ling Xixue panicked a little, but soon calmed herself down. Can't I replace her? It was Zhang Yihan who told me to come here. Lu Zhan frowned in annoyance. I said that it's not easy to choose an actor who's suitable for the role. If you want the role, you need to do the audition. Ling Xixue was upset. She did want to win the role on her own, but Lu Zhan hadn't chosen her in the audition. Zhang Yihan was Lu Zhan's first choice. Then there was another girl, and Ling Xixue was ranked third. Even if Lu Zhan was going to replace Zhang Yihan, Ling Xixue wouldn't be his first choice either. Miss Chao, I'm afraid that we can't shoot today, and I'll arrange someone to visit the girl in the hospital with you. If she can't finish her part, we need to end the contract and choose another girl. If she can recover by tomorrow, we'll go on, Lu Zhan said. It was an accident, so Lu Zhan was willing to give her another chance. Sure, Chao Yan said. After that, Lui Chen and Chao Yan went to visit Zhang Yihan together. Before they left, Gu Ning took out a porcelain bottle, giving it to Lui Chen. She told Lui Chen to pour some water in the bottle and help Zhang Yihan apply the water around the wound so that Zhang Yihan could recover soon and come back to finish her acting tomorrow. If Zhang Yihan had a wound, it was better to apply the medicine to help her recover. Since Zhang Yihan was the actress chosen by Lu Zhan, Gu Ning was willing to help her. As for whether Ling Xixue was involved in the accident which had happened to Zhang Yihan, Gu Ning wasn't interested. Lui Chen was doubtful about the effect of the medicine that Gu Ning gave him, but he trusted that Gu Ning did it out of kindness, so he took it. When they separated, Gu Ning went back to the hotel. Chu Peihan and the others didn't play important roles in the film, so the crew didn't hold an ending ceremony for them. but gave each of them a red envelope. Gu Ning, of course, would thank them later. After sending the actors to the hotel, Gu Ning said to Lu Zhan, "Uncle Lu will go back later, and you need to go to the Huangding Hotel with me to do registration before you drive the bus back to the hotel where you stay." In the morning, Gu Ning had already told the manager of the Huangding Hotel about the bus. Because Gu Ning had the black card, she had the right to enjoy all the services of the hotel for free. The manager also agreed to let them use the car, but the user needed to do registration and sign an agreement. If the bus was damaged, they had to pay compensation. "No problem," Lu Zhan said. Lu Yichen arrived at the hospital to visit Zhang Yihan, and her family was also there. To Lu Yichen's astonishment, Zhang Yihan's father was Zhang Bowen, who was the mayor. Xiao Yan was aware of that, but she also kept it a secret because Zhang Yihan kept a low profile in the school, and only a few people knew that Zhang Yihan was the mayor's daughter. "Nice to meet you, Mayor Zhang." Xiao Yan greeted him with great respect. "Miss Qiao, nice to meet you," Zhang Bowen said politely, then looked to Lu Yichen with confusion. "Mr. Lu, why did you come here?" Although Zhang Bowen had helped the crew find a school to cooperate with them, he had no idea that his daughter, Zhang Yihan, had joined the crew too, and Zhang Yihan also didn't dare to tell him. Zhang Yihan loved acting ever since she was a child, and her dream was to be an actress, but her family disagreed, so she took a step back and majored in broadcasting. Therefore, when Lu Yichen showed up in her patient room, Zhang Yihan was surprised and panicked. She knew that her father was going to find out sooner or later, so she remained silent, preparing to be criticized. Zhang Yihan was a good-looking girl. Although she wasn't stunning, she was still attractive. "We're here to visit Zhang Yihan, because she is playing a role in our film. We heard that she accidentally fell and was injured, so we come here," Lu Yichen said. However, Zhang Bowen wasn't mad after hearing that. He was surprised but didn't criticize Zhang Yihan. It was because Gu Ning was the investor of this film. Gu Ning planned to shoot the film in order to cover the zombie issue, and he was in charge of it now. If it couldn't be handled well, he could lose his job. Therefore, Gu Ning did him a great favor. Even though he wasn't willing to let his daughter enter the entertainment industry, he wouldn't stop her from joining the film crew. "Oh, but I'm afraid Yihan has to withdraw because her injury couldn't heal within a short time," Zhang Bowen said in a sad tone. Hearing that, Zhang Yihan rounded her eyes in shock and couldn't believe her ears. Why did her father feel sorry for that? Before Lu Yichen said a word, Xiao Yan opened her mouth. "Mayor Jiang, we came here to check Yihan's condition. If she can't finish her part, she probably needs to end the contract with the crew."
I'm sorry.
"It's fine," Zhang Bowen said. "Mayor Jiang, actually our boss told me to give this to Yihan. It's a special medicine which can help her recover quickly so that she can keep acting tomorrow," Lu Yichen said, and felt a little nervous because he wasn't sure whether it was true. "Your boss? Do you mean Gu Ning? Is she in City D now?" Zhang Bowen was surprised. "Yes," Lu Yichen said. "Thanks," Zhang Bowen said. He still remembered that Gu Ning had saved many people's lives with her special medicine back when they had encountered a zombie at Chongyang Mountain. Lu Yichen was struck dumb for a second. He didn't expect that Zhang Bowen would trust Gu Ning without hesitation. It seemed Zhang Bowen knew that the medicine was different. Without further talking, Lu Yichen took out the porcelain bottle and poured some water into it as Gu Ning had told him. The power crystal melted immediately. A nurse walked over with a cotton swab in her hands, but she hesitated to unwrap the bandages around Zhang Yihan's wound. "The wound is already wrapped well, and it's not suitable to unwrap it now." The nurse wasn't arguing with Zhang Bowen. She just did her job as a nurse. "It's fine. Unwrap it," Zhang Bowen insisted. Seeing that, the nurse followed his order to apply the water medicine for Zhang Yihan. Zhang Yihan didn't know whether this medicine was really effective, but she hoped that she could recover as soon as possible. In the beginning, she thought that it would be painful when the medicine was applied over the wound. However, when the medicine touched the wound, she didn't feel any pain, just coldness. After a few minutes, the wound changed significantly and faded by a third. "Wow!" Everyone was shocked, even Zhang Bowen, who knew that this medicine wasn't simple, couldn't stay calm. It isn't painful now. Zhang Yihan was surprised as well as excited. She tried to move her legs, then felt a little pain because it took time for the wound to heal completely. Even so, Zhang Yihan was still satisfied. Zhang Bowen, on the other hand, called Gu Ning at once. When Gu Ning received Zhang Bowen's call, she had just gone back to the Huangding Hotel for a short time and was still registering at the reception.
Mayor Jiang. Gu Ning sighed.
Miss Gu, why didn't you tell me that you came to City D? Zhang Bowen said. Gu Ning helped him a lot, so he wanted to thank her. Gu Ning was surprised. Mayor Jiang, how did you know? Well, my daughter is studying in the Radio and Television University, and she joined your film crew, but she was injured today so she can't finish her part. Mr. Liu came to visit her with your special medicine, and then I heard that you're in City D now, Zhang Bowen said, then thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Miss Gu, thank you so much for your medicine. My daughter feels much better now. Hearing that, Gu Ning was astonished that Zhang Yihan was Zhang Bowen's daughter. What a coincidence. You're welcome. Since she signed the contract with my film crew, I should help her if she needs, Gu Ning said. Well, Miss Gu, you did me a great favor, Zhang Bowen said. Are you free this afternoon? May I invite you to join a meal with me? Mayor Jiang, I would love to, but I have to leave for City B in a while, Gu Ning said. Zhang Bowen was a little disappointed, but didn't insist. Please call me the next time you come to City D. Sure,
Gu Ning sighed.
Lu Zhan finished registration at the hotel, then drove the bus away. Chu Peihan and the others went to their rooms to pack up, while Gu Ning booked plane tickets for them after she hung up the call with Zhang Bowen. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was checking the plane tickets to City B. Besides plane tickets, Gu Ning also prepared a thick red envelope for each of them. Chu Peihan and the others would leave for City F at 5:35 p.m., while Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would fly to City B at 5:50 p.m., so they could go to the airport together. It was only 3:30 p.m. when they all got back to the hotel, so they still had 2 hours. After packing up and checking out at the reception, it was already 4 p.m., so they took a taxi heading to the airport. On the way to the airport, Gu Ning took out 3 thick red envelopes, then gave them to her friends. You did the acting for free, so I've prepared red envelopes for you. Wow, it's so thick. Thanks, boss. They took the red envelopes and thanked Gu Ning. They had taken far more expensive gifts from Gu Ning, so a thick red envelope was nothing. There was 12,000 yuan in each of the red envelopes Gu Ning sent to them because the number had a special meaning. Half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. When they got the boarding cards and waited in the lounge, it was almost 5 p.m. 20 minutes later, Chu Peihan and the others boarded. So only Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were left there. Ning Ning, will you go back to your house tonight? Leng Xiaoting asked Gu Ning. However, he was expecting her to say no. I'll call my mom first when we're back in City B. If she's fine, I can stay outside, Gu Ning said. She was still worried about Gu Man. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Man was his future mother-in-law after all. Chu Peihan and the others arrived at City F at 6:40 p.m., while Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't arrive at City B until 9 p.m. However, when it was about 8 p.m., a scary scene appeared in Gu Ning's mind. In the vision, an MPV hit the private car in which Gu Man and a chauffeur sent by the Tang family drove, on a road with little traffic. Although nobody was injured, it wasn't a simple car accident. When the private car was forced to stop after the heavy knock, 4 men suddenly got out of the MPV, and they were all wearing masks so nobody could see their faces. Once they were out of the MPV, they caught Gu Man and the chauffeur. Although the chauffeur struggled, he was easily beaten down by those bulky men. Both Gu Man and the chauffeur were abducted within a few minutes. Gu Ning's face turned pale at once and her body was trembling in fear, anger and worry. Ning Ning, what happened? Leng Xiaoting was surprised. I had a terrible premonition. I think my mom is in danger, Gu Ning said. Leng Xiaoting understood that Gu Ning's premonitions were always right, so he felt nervous and concerned too. However, they were still on a plane and it was impossible for them to check Gu Man's condition now. Ning Ning, don't worry. Your mother will be fine. Ning also knew that she couldn't contact her mother now because she was on a plane, so she did her best to calm herself down and hoped that Man would be safe. No matter who did that to her mother, she would pay them back. In City B, the traffic police arrived at the scene soon after the car accident happened, but there was nobody left there except the broken private car. The traffic police were confused, then checked the surveillance cameras, and saw the exact same scene that had appeared in Ning's mind. The traffic police checked the license plates at once, and it turned out that the number plate of the MPV was fake, while that of the private car belonged to the Tang family. Knowing that, everyone in the traffic police team panicked, and they immediately took action to search for the missing victims. The moment their leader heard that the Tang family was involved in this car accident, he didn't hesitate to call the Tang family. When the Tang family heard that Man was abducted, they were all scared too and did everything they could to find Man. Of course, they had to let Ning know too. However, Ning's phone was powered off. Apparently, the group of people who had abducted Man were fully prepared. So Tang Haifeng failed to find Man and the chauffeur even though he did everything he could right away. The Tang family only found the MPV, which was abandoned on a small road in a suburb. The number plate of the MPV was fake, so they couldn't find its owner. Besides, there were no surveillance cameras around the place where the car was abandoned. When it was 9 p.m., the plane finally landed at the airport of City B. Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the airport in a hurry. The moment they were out, Ning turned on her phone and saw many missed calls from Tang Haifeng. Without a doubt, Ning knew that Man had to be in danger now, so she called Tang Haifeng back. Ning, your mother was abducted, Tang Haifeng said once Ning called him. What do we know? Ning asked. Those bulky men all had masks on their faces, so we don't know who they are. And the number plate of the MPV is fake, so we can't find its owner. We followed the surveillance cameras and found a small road, but there was only an abandoned car without any people around, Tang Haifeng said. Tell me the location and I'll check it myself, Ning said. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng knew that Ning was back in City B now, and he sent the location to her without delay. Leng Xiaoting drove the car Shangshe group prepared for him at the highest speed to the location where the abandoned MPV was founded. Within 20 minutes they arrived. However, even though they came here, they didn't know which direction those men had escaped in. Ning immediately used her jade eyes to scan the surroundings, hoping to find something that might have been lost by those men. Unfortunately, she found nothing. Right when Ning was in despair, a picture flashed by her eyes, and it showed the direction in which Man and the chauffeur were dragged. This way, Ning said to Leng Xiaoting, then ran in that direction. Because it was a wasteland, they couldn't drive but had to walk. After running for about 100 meters, Ning stopped because she lost the direction again. Ning had her jade eyes, so she was able to see things clearly in the night, but Leng Xiaoting couldn't. Therefore, Ning gave him the night luminescent pearl, and they started to search for traces of people's footsteps. Before long, Ning found some, so they ran ahead following the traces. They followed the traces for over 300 meters, then came to another small road with traces of tire tracks. Ning and Leng Xiaoyu thought that those men might have taken another car to escape after they had dragged Man and the chauffeur here. Nevertheless, there were no surveillance cameras here, so they didn't know which direction the car left in. Accordingly, Ning and Leng Xiaoting had to search for them in two opposite directions. Ning ran rapidly ahead, checking the surroundings at the same time. She knew that they could have stopped anywhere by the road. Ning couldn't figure out why those people had to abduct Man. Man just came to City B, and she stayed in the Tang family's house or Ning's house the entire time. It wasn't likely that Man had annoyed someone. Or did Ning ignore something? Ning wasn't very clear about the Tang family's history, so she didn't know that Man was abducted precisely because of the Tang family. It was a long, thin road, and Leng Xiaoting ran for over 10 minutes before he finally found a broad road. Luckily, there were surveillance cameras at the intersection. Leng Xiaoting immediately made a call. Check the surveillance cameras of a place to see the vehicles which have appeared within 2 hours. Find the owner of the MPV according to its license plate. I'll send you my location. Because Leng Xiaohao didn't know where it was, he sent the mobile location over. After that, he called Gu Ning at once. You can wait there and keep on tracing after you get the answer. I haven't found any useful information here, so I'll walk ahead, Gu Ning said. Leng Xiaoting was just investigating, but hadn't found Gu Man yet, so she couldn't give up. Sure. You have to be careful and call me whenever you find anything useful, Leng Xiaoting said. Although he was worried about Gu Ning's safety, they had to search for Gu Man in different directions. I will, Gu Ning said, then hung up. She went further ahead in the following hours, and there were no villages around, but Gu Ning had no intention to turn back, and went further and further along the road. About 20 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting received a call. The surveillance cameras of this intersection were destroyed at around 6 p.m., and only the surveillance cameras of the roads on both sides of the intersection were still working. Within 2 hours, a total of 116 vehicles passed through the broad road. The information on the license plate numbers, owner and model, and the exact times the vehicles passed had been sent to his mailbox. Continue to track the whereabouts of these vehicles to see whether anything unusual happens, said Leng Xiaoting. Even though he got the information on these vehicles, he didn't know which one was abnormal. However, since the surveillance cameras of this intersection were destroyed in the afternoon, there was a possibility of 80% that this was where the kidnappers had passed, or it was just a trick to attract their attention away from the right direction the kidnappers escaped in. In the process of tracing them, Leng Xiaoting sensed that their enemy was very brilliant, so it was possible that they were being trapped. Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning again, but Gu Ning's phone was busy. Gu Ning was actually talking to a man who called her using Gu Man's mobile phone. You are Gu Ning, right? Come alone to the abandoned warehouse at the western suburb. I'll tell you the specific address when you arrive there. Remember, you must come alone. If I see anyone following behind you, your mother will be punished. No problem, Gu Ning said coldly with a serious look on her face. She didn't threaten the man on the phone, in case he would be annoyed and hurt Gu Man. After that, Gu Ning immediately clicked the map open on her mobile phone to search for the location of the abandoned warehouse at the western suburb. Coincidentally, Gu Ning was precisely at the western suburb now, but she was still 1 kilometer away from the abandoned warehouse. Gu Ning didn't tell Leng Xiaoting that she just received a strange man's call because the man had warned her to come alone. She was also confident that she could handle it well on her own. Gu Ning was sure that it was a trick now, because the abandoned warehouse in the western suburb was located in the opposite direction from Leng Xiaoting. She figured out that the man was actually aiming to hurt her after receiving the call. She had made many enemies in business till now, but she didn't know who did this to her mother. No matter who he or she was, Gu Ning was determined to pay him or her back. Without hesitation, Gu Ning ran to the abandoned warehouse in the western suburb. In the Tang family's house, Tang Yunfan's fingers moved a little, and he mumbled with anxiety and fear. Man, please, please. It seemed like Tang Yunfan was regaining his consciousness and the memory about Gu Man, but no one knew what had happened in his dream that made him so anxious. All of a sudden, Tang Yunfan's closed eyes opened and he sat up abruptly. He looked around, but there was nobody in his room, so he got out of his bed and walked out. In the living hall, the members of the Tang family were gathered, except for Chao Ruihua, his military force, and Chao Wenjun, together with his criminal police force, who were out to search for Gu Man. Tang Yunrong and Chao Wenxin were also here waiting for the information. It's been so long. Could anything bad have happened to Gu Man? Tang Yunrong was nervous. Don't worry. She'll be fine, Zhang Lihua said to comfort her. Gu Man just came to City B, and she stayed in our house or Ningning's house all the time. Why did she suddenly get abducted? Tang Yunrong couldn't figure it out. What? Man was abducted? Right at this moment, a shocked male voice sounded from upstairs, which surprised everyone in the hall. They looked over with one accord, then saw Tang Yunfan walking down in a hurry. Did you say man was abducted? Tang Yunfan asked anxiously when he walked closer to them. Yunfan, you're awake. However, Tang Yunfan wasn't in the mood to care about his condition. All he wanted to know was what had happened to Gu Man. Tang Yunhang explained it to Tang Yunfan at once. When the chauffeur drove Guman back today, a MVP hit the private car to make it stop. Then several men abducted Guman and the chauffeur. We've sent out many people to search for them, but we haven't heard any good news yet. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan was mad. The person who sent those men to abduct Man must be our Tang family's enemy, Tang Yunfan said. If not, Gu Man wouldn't have been abducted, because she just came to City B and hadn't annoyed anyone. What? Everyone was shocked. If the person behind the abduction was really the Tang family's enemy, why didn't he abduct a member of them but chose Gu Man? Had they found out about Gu Man's relationship with the Tang family? If not, Gu Man wouldn't have been abducted, because she just came to City B and hadn't annoyed anyone. In that case, Gu Man was totally a victim. I need to find her, Tang Yunfan said, running outside. Yunfan. Tang Yunhang wanted to stop him, but was interrupted by Tang Haifeng. Let him go. He just woke up. It's very dangerous if he runs out like that. Tang Yunhang was worried. He admitted that he was selfish and chose Tang Yunfan over Gu Man. He did feel sorry for Gu Man, but it was a fact that Tang Yunfan was more important for their family. Didn't you hear how Yunfan addressed Gu Man? If I guess correctly, he already regained his memory about her, Tang Haifeng said. Hearing that, everyone was surprised again. What? Yunfan regained his memory about Gu Man? Tang Haifeng added. In addition, Gu Man was abducted because of our Tang family. It's already very inappropriate that we are staying at home. If we stop Yunfan from finding her now, Ningning and Gu Man will feel heartbroken. Although they had sent many people out to search for Gu Man, Tang Haifeng still felt guilty that they didn't do it themselves, so he wouldn't stop Tang Yunfan from doing so. He didn't go out to search for Gu Man because he was too old, and Tang Yunhang had to stay home to protect them. The rest of the people in the Tang family were all females, so they couldn't help. Therefore, Tang Yunfan was the perfect person to do that. Tang Yunhang agreed with Tang Haifeng, so he said nothing. All they could do now was to hope that they would get back home safely. Who's the person behind this abduction? Tang Yunrong asked. There were so many enemies of the Tang family, so she didn't know who the person could be. Tang Haifeng, as the most sophisticated man in this family, opened his mouth again. If the person behind this abduction is really our Tang family's enemy, he must be aware of Gu Man's relationship with us. If he knows Gu Man, he must know Ningning too. If he's able to know that, he should be a person who's familiar with Yunfan. I think he also has something to do with the accident which happened to Yunfan. Tang Deming was the first in our business group one who found out that Yunfan was unconscious, so the person must have a connection with Tang Deming too. Tang Deming is ambitious. They must be planning to remove Ningning from their way to the chairman seat of Tang Huang Group. However, Ningning wasn't in City B, so they abducted Gu Man. Although it was just a guess, everyone thought that it was highly possible. If so, will he call Ningning to rescue Gu Man so that they can catch Ningning at the same time? Tang Yunhang said worriedly. Hearing that, everyone was astonished. I'll call Ningning right now, Tang Haifeng said. When Gu Ning's phone vibrated in her pocket, she had already arrived outside of the abandoned warehouse, so it wasn't convenient for her to answer Tang Haifeng's call. Instead, she sent Tang Haifeng a message telling him it wasn't a right time. Reading Gu Ning's message, Tang Haifeng stopped calling her. When Gu Ning approached the abandoned warehouse, she didn't immediately call Gu Man, because she decided to attack those kidnappers and catch them by surprise. With the help of her jade eyes, it shouldn't be hard for her to find Gu Man. A while later, Gu Ning received Tang Haifeng's messages, and she realized that it really was a trap. However, it was too late because Gu Ning was already here. Gu Ning sent a message back to Tang Haifeng and told him that she would be careful, then kept searching for Gu Man. Tang Haifeng was too worried about Gu Ning's safety, so he forgot to tell her that Tang Yunfan was awake now. After a while, Gu Ning finally saw 4 men in the completely dark warehouse, but Gu Man was absent. They really aimed to catch Gu Ning. Even so, Gu Ning wouldn't leave because she had to find out where Gu Man was from their mouths. Hey Z, would the girl called Gu Ning dare to come here? Will she call the police? a man asked with doubt. Although Gu Ning said that she would come alone as they ordered, he didn't believe that a young girl would have the courage to meet them. Since she said yes, I bet that she'll come, because her mother is in our hands now. Moreover, I heard that the young girl isn't simple, so we must be careful. Hazy said. She's merely a young girl. What can she do to us? A man said with disdain. Exactly, but the girl is really beautiful. I feel sexually excited already seeing her picture. If the person who hired us allows us to touch her, I want to have some fun, haha. A man said with an evil smile on his face. Me too. Once it's done, let's go find some women to have some fun together. Another man said. Hearing their talk, Gu Ning was furious. She kicked the door open all of a sudden and attacked them before they were prepared. Because Gu Ning showed up unexpectedly, those men were soon beaten down before they could fight back. Gu Ning attacked their most vulnerable parts without hesitation, and they screamed from the pain. Gu Ning beat them down with great force because she felt very disgusted. All those men were on the ground moaning in pain within seconds. To their astonishment, this young girl was very strong and could easily beat them down like lightning. Gu Ning took out ropes and tied them up, so that it was impossible for them to struggle, let alone escape. After that, she stared straight at them and asked in a cold voice, "Where is my mother?" Gu Ning's sharp eyes, cold expression, and imposing manner made them feel shocked and oppressed. They even felt the chill from the bottom of their feet and trembled in fear. However, they still refused to tell her. "I think that you better let us go. If you dare to kill any of us, your mother won't stay alive. Do you think that I wouldn't dare to hurt you?" Saying that, Gu Ning took out a gun all of a sudden, then aimed at one man's shoulder. Boom! The man shouted in pain and horror. At this moment they were all scared. This young girl had a gun, and she shot them without blinking her eyes. Obviously, this wasn't the first time that she had shot a man. Tell me or get killed. Gu Ning was getting increasingly cold, and they almost lost their breath. However, they still didn't give up threatening. "You, how dare you shoot me? We're members of the Kirin gang." The Kirin gang? Gu Ning squinted in greater coldness, but she didn't jump to the conclusion that the Kirin gang had abducted Gu Man just because they were members of it. She knew that gangsters would do anything for money, so she wasn't sure whether they had been hired by someone else to abduct Gu Man. Therefore, Gu Ning glared at the man and asked seriously, "Do you mean that my mother is in the hands of the Kirin gang?" "Yes, and so what?" the man said arrogantly. He believed that this young girl had to be afraid of the Kirin gang. Gu Ning was indeed worried because the Kirin gang wasn't the Qin gang, and it was common that they would hurt the hostages. Gu Ning was unwilling to waste time, so she stopped talking to them, but called Qi Tianlin at once. When Qi Tianlin received Gu Ning's call, he was surprised. "Miss Gu, I'm surprised that you'd call me." "What? Did you win a fortune again at the Earth nightclub?" Qi Tianlin said in annoyance. "I wish, because I can walk out of the Earth nightclub without your help in that case," Gu Ning said. She wasn't in a good mood now. "Well, it seems that you're not in a good mood." Qi Tianlin didn't mind Gu Ning's aggressive attitude, because he found something more interesting. Gu Ning had been in a rage when they had fought against each other last time, and she had behaved like a mature woman. However, when she called him this time, she sounded like a girl who was annoyed. "Qi, I don't have time to argue with you now. My mother was abducted at XX Road around 8:10 p.m. today, and the kidnappers claim that they are members of the Kirin gang," Gu Ning said. When those men heard Gu Ning talking with Qi Tianlin on the phone, they were shocked. They couldn't believe that this young girl was able to know their head in the gang. "Really? Give me some time. If it's true, I promise that I'll handle it well," Qi Tianlin said with sincerity. Although Qi Tianlin was still displeased with what Gu Ning had done last time, he didn't hate her. Instead, he had the intention to make friends with her, so he of course wouldn't upset her. Gu Man wasn't in this warehouse and Qi Tianlin promised to help her, so Gu Ning thought that there was no need to stay here any longer. Before Gu Ning left, she unfastened them, but beat them again to vent her anger. They were evil people, but she wasn't willing to be involved in murder just because of them. After that, Gu Ning left with Gu Man's phone. Once she walked away, she called Lung shouting and told him what she had been through. Then they went to meet each other at the place where they had stopped the car. When Lung shouting heard that Gu Ning had gone to meet the kidnappers alone, he was more worried than upset, because he was afraid that Gu Ning might be hurt. However, since Gu Ning was fine now, he didn't mention it. Tang Yunfan was also out for a long time, but he had no idea where Gu Man was. In the end, he went to the place where Gu Man had been seen last, and there was an abandoned MPV. 10 minutes later, Gu Ning received Qi Tianlin's call. Qi Tianlin told her that Gu Man was indeed in the hands of the Kirin gang, and she could go to the Earth nightclub to pick her mother up. Hearing that, Gu Ning was finally relieved, so was Lung shouting. They then drove to the Earth nightclub together. From afar, Gu Ning and Lung shouting noticed a man standing at the accident scene. Gu Ning used her jade eyes so that she could see his face clearly. When she recognized that the man was Tang Yunfan, Gu Ning was surprised that he was already awake. It was obvious that he knew that Gu Man had been abducted. Gu Ning stopped the car and ran to Tang Yunfan at once, followed by Lung shouting. When they moved closer, Lung shouting recognized that the man was Tang Yunfan, and he was surprised too. Tang Yunfan heard the noise, then looked at Gu Ning. He was astonished as well. "Uncle Tang, you're finally awake," Gu Ning said with excitement. Tang Yunfan, however, asked Gu Ning with anxiety, "Ning, how is your mom now?" "My friend has found her, and we can go to pick her up right now," Gu Ning said. Once Tang Yunfan heard that Gu Man was found, he was relieved, and didn't ask Gu Ning for more details. Afterwards, Tang Yunfan left his car at the accident scene and got in Lung shouting's car, then called Quan Mingkai. Quan Mingkai was shocked when he saw that the caller was Tang Yunfan. Tang Yunfan told him to drive the car back, then hung up before Quan Mingkai could say a word. Without calling back, Quan Mingkai went to drive Tang Yunfan's car back in a hurry. After a long while, Tang Yunfan realized that there was another person in the car. "Ning, this is?" Tang Yunfan asked. "Oh, he's my friend Lung shouting," Gu Ning said, but didn't tell him that Lung shouting was her boyfriend. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Tang," Lung shouting said. Tang Yunfan was his future father-in-law, so he of course should be as polite as possible. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Lung," Tang Yunfan said. He didn't think further about his relationship with Gu Ning. After a while of silence, Tang Yunfan suddenly said, Ning, I remembered everything." Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. Tang Yunfan finally regained the memory about Gu Man. She felt like crying with happiness. "Great, that's great," she said. "Ning, I'm terribly sorry." Tang Yunfan apologized to her. Although he had apologized to Gu Ning before, he had done that as Tang Yunfan, not Gu Ning's biological father. They were in a suburb while the Earth nightclub was located in downtown, and there were many traffic lights along the long distance, so it took them more than half an hour to arrive at the Earth nightclub. "The Kirin gang?" Tang Yunfan frowned when they arrived. "Yes, several members of the Kirin gang abducted my mother, but they aren't important figures in the gang and just took someone else's money. The head of the Kirin gang and I aren't strangers, and he's willing to help me. Don't worry. My mom is safe," Gu Ning said. "What? Qi Tianlin was willing to help you?" Tang Yunfan was astonished. Qi Tianlin was notorious for his arrogance, cruelty and coldness, and only a few people were able to make friends with him. Tang Yunfan wasn't afraid of him, but was reluctant to have conflict with him. Lung shouting also felt a little uncomfortable when Gu Ning said that Qi Tianlin was willing to help her, but he said nothing. "Shouting, please wait for me here." Gu Ning didn't want Lung shouting to meet Qi Tianlin, because there was a long-standing grudge between them. All she wanted to do now was to pick Gu Man up and go home as soon as possible. Sure. Lung shouting understood that it wasn't the right time to meet Qi Tianlin, so he agreed. After that, Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan went upstairs. They went to the same private room where Gu Ning had gambled with Qi Tianlin last time. 5 minutes earlier, Gu Man had been sent to this private room. She wasn't physically injured, but this abduction would leave a deep mental scar on her. She felt helpless when she was caught and thought that she was going to die. Unexpectedly, half an hour ago, Several rude men who had brought her here apologized to her politely all of a sudden and even begged her to forgive them. In the beginning, Gu-man was so confused. Even though they apologized to her, she still felt quite nervous. A while later, an obtrusive man told her that he was Gu-ning's friend, and that it was Gu-ning who had called him to find her. Gu-man was relieved, but was worried that they did it in order to catch Gu-ning. However, she didn't dare to ask him to call Gu-ning so she could talk to Gu-ning. Chi Tianlin didn't sense Gu-man's worry. He thought that he had already finished his job when he found Gu-man and brought her to a safe place. When Gu-ning and Tang Yunfan showed up together, Gu-man rounded her eyes in shock. Tang Yunfan, on the other hand, looked at Gu-man with love, care and guilt. He knew that Gu-man had suffered a lot because of him. Chi Tianlin was also surprised when Tang Yunfan, who was a famous figure in City B, appeared in his sight. He didn't realize that Tang Yunfan and Gu-ning closely resembled each other until they showed up together. What is their relationship? Chi Tianlin didn't like gossiping, but he was curious because he had done the background check on Gu-ning, and he knew that Gu-ning was born in a single-parent family. Is Tang Yunfan Gu-ning's biological father? Did Tang Yunfan come here because of Gu-man too? Chi Tianlin thought he found something interesting again. Chairman Tang, welcome.
Chi Tianlin greet Tang Yunfan.
Nice to meet you, Tang Yunfan said. Well, they've told me everything. It was a man named Zhang Yongjun who gave them money to abduct your mother and you, but you weren't in City B, so they caught your mother, Chi Tianlin said to Gu-ning. Zhang Yongjun? Neither Tang Yunfan nor Gu-ning had heard of this name, and they soon realized that the man had to be a middleman who was paid to abduct Gu-man for someone else as well. I think that you've already taught those 4 idiots who has abducted your mother an unforgettable lesson, and they're yours now too, Chi Tianlin said. He planned to maintain a good relationship with Gu-ning so he wouldn't protect them. Those hoodlums, however, knelt down on the ground at once and begged him, "Please, we won't do it again." Chi Tianlin ignored them. Tang Yunfan and Gu-ning were also determined to pay them back. "Please leave with my mother for now. I'll meet you once I'm done," Gu-ning said to Tang Yunfan. She didn't want Gu-man to see the violence. Sure. Tang Yunfan understood that Gu-ning didn't want Gu-man to see the violent scene. Gu-ning walked to Gu-man, but Gu-man was still in shock, not because Tang Yunfan was awake, but because she saw something familiar from his eyes, like they were back to 18 years ago. Did he regain his memory? Gu-man got excited but fainted all of a sudden. Mom! Gu-ning supported Gu-man at once and put her magical power into Gu-man's body. Man! Tang Yunfan also ran over and held Gu-man in his arms. He was worried and panicked a little. "Laogua, have a look," Chi Tianlin said to a man who was around 50 years old, then turned to Gu-ning. "Laogua is a doctor. You can let him have a look at your mother." "Thanks," Gu-ning said. Gu-man still wouldn't wake up after she secretly put her magical power into her body, so it wasn't a bad idea to let Laogua have a look. Laogua walked to them and checked Gu-man's eyes and heartbeat. Your mother was greatly scared, so the tension on her vagus nerve increased, and the syncope was caused by arrhythmia. 3. An arrhythmia is a problem with the rate or rhythm of your heartbeat. It means that your heart beats too quickly, too slowly, or with an irregular pattern. Surprisingly, her pulse is becoming steady at a fast pace, and she's gradually entering a state of drowsiness. "She'll be fine when she wakes up," Laogua said. It was because of Gu-ning's magical power that Gu-man's pulse was becoming steady so quickly. Hearing that, both Gu-ning and Tang Yunfan were relieved. After that, Tang Yunfan carried Gu-man in his arms walking outside. Gu-ning, on the other hand, stared straight at those hoodlums who had abducted Gu-man, which scared them, and they begged at once, "Miss Gu, please let us go. We promise we'll never do it again. Tell me, how much do you know about Zhang Yongjun?"
Gu-ning sighed coldly.
The leader of those hoodlums said, "I only know that his name is Zhang Yongjun. He's in his early 40s. We've met several times, but I don't know much about him." The Kirin gang was different from the Qing gang, and the members of the Kirin gang could moonlight as they wanted. However, if they caused any trouble, they had to bear the result themselves. What was the next step after the abduction? Gunning asked. He said that we had to abduct you both before calling him, and he'd deal with it later, the leader said. Gunning thought for a while. She was curious what the person behind this abduction planned to do next. Great, you can do what he ordered. Call him now, Gunning said to the leader of the hoodlums. As for the rest, if you can beat me down, you may leave safely. Gunning did what she usually did. If they could beat her in a fight, she would let them go. We can't. Those hoodlums almost cried. Let alone mentioning that Gunning was just a young girl. She had a close relationship with Chi Tianlin too, so they didn't dare to hurt her. Do whatever she wants. Chi Tianlin lazily lay on the sofa, like he was watching a show. He understood that it was impossible that they would win. Since Chi Tianlin said that, they had to attack Gunning. However, before they could touch Gunning, they were violently beaten down on the ground within a few minutes. Except for Chi Tianlin, who remained calm watching it, the others were all astonished. Gunning didn't have time to waste on them, so she finished the punishment as soon as possible. Chi, I still need to deal with something else now, so I have to go, but I'll take this man with me, Gunning said to Chi Tianlin. Bye, Miss Gu, and I do hope that we can gamble again next time. Normally, Chi Tianlin wouldn't let Gunning go like that, but Gunning was busy today, so he agreed. Although he had lost last time, he wanted to win a round. As long as you have enough money, why not?
Gunning said arrogantly.
All I have is money, Chi Tianlin said with arrogance too. However, once he said it, he felt that something was wrong. Gunning said that on purpose because it meant that he was doomed to lose. Very well, then I'll come again to take your money the next time, Gunning smiled. Chi Tianlin pulled his lips. The leading hoodlum also followed Gunning walking out, and he hoped that Gunning would let him go after his cooperation. Once Gunning left, Laogua asked Chi Tianlin, "Is that girl the one who sold you the pills?" Although he asked, he already had the answer in his heart. In fact, Laogua admired Gunning because her pills were really effective, but he had tried to figure out its formula for a long time in vain. Yes, Chi Tianlin said. Hearing that, Laogua thought that Gunning couldn't be an ordinary girl. She had magical pills and was a kung fu master. In addition, she also had a close connection with the Tang family. Although her family name was Gu, and Tang Yunfan's was Tang, he knew that they were related to each other from their faces. When Leng Xiaoting saw Gu Man, who was unconscious, being carried in Tang Yunfan's arms, he was annoyed, because he thought that the Kirin gang must have hurt her. He got out and opened the car door for Tang Yunfan at once. "Mr. Tang, what happened?" Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. "Oh, luckily Man is fine. She just passed out from fear. She'll be fine after a good sleep," Tang Yunfan said. Before long, Gunning came to meet them. Shouting, "Please take them back to Huafu Hills. I need to deal with something," Gunning said. Seeing the leading hoodlum behind Gunning, they knew that it was about Gu Man. "It's very dangerous."
Tang Yunfan frowned.
Although he knew that Gunning wasn't weak, she was alone after all. Leng Xiaoting was also worried about Gunning, but he chose to trust her. Moreover, once Gunning made up her mind, nobody could change her decision. "Don't worry. I'll be fine," Gunning said. "Fine." Tang Yunfan didn't insist. "Be careful." "I will," Gunning said. When Leng Xiaoting drove his car away, Gunning got in the leading hoodlum's car. Then she called Tang Haifeng and told him that everyone was safe. Hearing that, all the members of the Tang family were relieved. "Oh, your Uncle Tang is awake, and he left to search for your mother," Tang Haifeng said. "I've met him and we were just together," Gunning said. "Great," Tang Haifeng said. "Do you know who abducted your mother?" "I'll tell you when I get back," Gunning said. "Okay," Tang Haifeng said. 20 minutes later, the leading hoodlum brought Gunning to a warehouse and called Zhang Yongjun as Gunning ordered. A middle-aged man was reading in the study on the second floor of a house. Right at this moment his phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, the man answered in a hurry. "How is it?" "Hi, we've caught them," Hongfan, the leading hoodlum, said. "Very well, I'll be right there," the man said, then hung up. After that, he didn't leave right away, but used another phone to make a call. How is everything going? We're still searching. Great, meet me at the Eastern warehouse in 20 minutes, he said. After that, he walked out of the study going down to a basement. In the basement there were piles of groceries, but in addition to groceries, there was a man tied to a chair, with two tall bulky men standing by his sides. The middle-aged man looked at the man who was tied to a chair with an evil expression on his face. Zhang Yongjun, you should pay for what you've done today. It turned out that this middle-aged man wasn't Zhang Yongjun. The man who was tied to a chair was. Zhang Yongjun glared at him, but couldn't say a word because his mouth was sealed. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yongjun struggling, then laughed with pride. Do you want to talk? Well, since you're going to die because of me, I'll let you say your final words, he said, then removed the seal from Zhang Yongjun's mouth. In fact, Zhang Yongjun and the middle-aged man closely resembled each other. Zhang Yongjian, I'm your biological younger brother. How can you do this to me? Zhang Yongjun shouted in anger. Oh, my little younger brother, Zhang Yongjian said with a twisted face. Our parents left everything to you, but I'm their older son and I should have taken over everything, not you. What their parents had done left a deep mental scar on Zhang Yongjian's heart, and he was determined to get what belonged to him back. You? Zhang Yongjun was furious. Our parents did that because you're addicted to gambling, and you'll lose every coin in a casino. Their properties should be mine, and I can do whatever I want with them. Zhang Yongjian raised his voice. How come our parents' properties are yours? They can give their wealth to anyone they want. Zhang Yongjun shouted. I'm their older son, and their properties should be mine. Zhang Yongjian said. It isn't written down as a law. Zhang Yongjun argued. Although normally the eldest son was the heir of a family's properties, it wasn't written down as a law. Instead, each of the children had the right to inherit their parents' properties. In addition, parents also had the right to choose any one of their children to be the sole heir. Moreover, Zhang Yongjian could have 100,000 yuan as dividends every year. Their family business wasn't very profitable after all, it was just a farm. Their annual income was around 400,000 yuan every year at the most. Zhang Yongjian could have the money without making any effort, but Zhang Yongjun had to run the farm well to gain profits. I don't care. I want their properties. Zhang Yongjian almost roared. You? Zhang Yongjun was speechless. All right, get him in the car. We need to move now. Zhang Yongjian stopped talking to Zhang Yongjun. Then a tall man lifted Zhang Yongjun up, walking out of the basement. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yongjian's group arrived at the Eastern warehouse. Zhang Yongjian didn't tell Hongfen his plan, so he left Zhang Yongjun alone in the car, then walked into the warehouse with two tall bulky men. Zhang Yongjun was tied tightly after all, and he couldn't escape. However, when Zhang Yongjian walked inside, there were only Hongfen and Gu Ning in the warehouse. Besides, Gu Ning, who should be tied to a chair, was sitting on it and seemed relaxed. Hongfen, what's going on here?
Zhang Yongjian questionnait Dongfen.
Hongfen was like a sidekick in front of Gu Ning now. If Gu Ning didn't give an order, he didn't dare to open his mouth. You're Zhang Yongjun? Gu Ning asked. Zhang Yongjian ignored Gu Ning but asked Hongfen. Hongfen, what the hell are you doing? He realized that Hongfen had betrayed him, but he wanted to know why. Gu Ning didn't mind that Zhang Yongjian had ignored her, then turned to Hongfen. Tell him. Well, she's our head's friend. Zhang Yongjian had hired several members of the Kirin gang to abduct a friend of their head, which, of course, wouldn't work. Zhang Yongjian had a feeling of sheer panic. What? She's a friend of the head of the Kirin gang? How is it possible? Gu Ning sneered. Mr. Zhang, my mother and I have never harmed you. Why did you want to abduct us? Zhang Yongjian remained silent because he didn't know how to answer. He, of course, was afraid to annoy the Kirin gang. Since he had made a terrible mistake, his future would be full of danger. All of a sudden, Zhang Yongjian remembered Zhang Yongjun, who was locked in the car at the outside, and an idea dawned on him. I think that you have probably mistaken me for Zhang Yongjun, but I'm his older brother, Zhang Yongjian. I have no idea what Yongjun did to you and your mother. I just followed Yongjun here because I didn't want him to commit any crimes. Oh, he's still in the car outside and I already tied him up. Please wait for a while. Saying that, he turned to one of the two bulky men. You get Zhang Yongjun here right now. Gu Ning didn't stop him. Although she didn't believe Zhang Yongjin's explanation, she was curious to see what he would do. Before long, Zhang Yongjun, who was tied up, was brought inside. Once the seal was removed from Zhang Yongjun's mouth, Gu Ning noticed that he closely resembled Zhang Yongjian. Wow! Hong Fan was astonished, because even he couldn't distinguish Zhang Yongjun from Zhang Yongjian, although he had met Zhang Yongjun in person. They had met in a dark clubhouse and both of them had drunk alcohol, so it wasn't easy to remember each other's faces. Zhang Yongjian, what the hell are you doing? Zhang Yongjun questioned once he was able to talk. He only knew that Zhang Yongjian wanted him to be a scapegoat, but he didn't know what Zhang Yongjian had done. He said that it was you who hired several members of the Kirin gang to abduct my mother and me. Is it true? Gu Ning asked calmly. In fact, she already saw that Zhang Yongjun knew nothing about the abduction. Gu Ning wasn't dumb. What? That's insane. Zhang Yongjun was shocked, then was in a rage. Zhang Yongjian, that's why you want me to be a scapegoat? Since they were already enemies, Zhang Yongjun didn't care about their family connection anymore. Zhang Yongjian, on the other hand, criticized Zhang Yongjun. Zhang Yongjun, don't blame me for that. It was your plan and I just heard you talking to someone on the phone saying that you've successfully abducted the mother and daughter, so I followed you here to rescue them. Zhang Yongjian, you're indeed a poisonous snake. Do you have any evidence to prove what you just said? Zhang Yongjun glared at Zhang Yongjian. He knew that he hadn't done anything illegal, so he was confident that he was innocent. Well, there are call records on your phone, Zhang Yongjian said. You took my phone and you used it to call others. Zhang Yongjun argued in anger. I just took your phone when we arrived here, Zhang Yongjian said, then turned to look at Hong Fan. Hong Fan, was the person who contacted you these days named Zhang Yongjun? Yes, Hong Fan answered, but he didn't know whether the person who called him was Zhang Yongjian or Zhang Yongjun. However, before Hong Fan could say it aloud, Zhang Yongjian interrupted him. Now you hear that? Hong Fan said that it was you who called him. I didn't, Zhang Yongjun said, but seemed weak because he knew that his older brother was determined and well prepared to put him in jail. Alright, I think it's easy to find out who really called Hong Fan, Gu Ning said. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, but she wanted him to expose himself. Zhang Yongjian and Zhang Yongjun stopped arguing, looking to Gu Ning. Where is the phone? Give it to me, Gu Ning said. No problem, Zhang Yongjian said, then took out the phone, walking to Gu Ning. He thought that Gu Ning was still a naive young girl and could be easily deceived. However, he had no idea it was just a trap set by Gu Ning. Since he said that you took his phone away earlier on, we can have a fingerprint identification to see whether it's true, Gu Ning said, then took out a plastic bag to keep the phone. Obviously, she didn't want to touch it herself. Hearing that, Zhang Yongjian was terrified. Once they did the fingerprint identification, his scheme would be exposed. Zhang Yongjun, on the other hand, was relieved. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? Gu Ning asked on purpose. No, nothing, Zhang Yongjian said. He was reluctant to give the phone to Gu Ning now. Great, then give it to me now.
Gu Ning kurket.
Zhang Yongjian, however, stopped walking. Zhang Yongjian, why did you stop? Zhang Yongjun sneered. Zhang Yongjian ignored him, hesitating to move a step forward. All of a sudden, he made up his mind and ordered, catch them now. Zhang Yongjian knew that his scheme would be exposed sooner or later, so he decided to catch Gu Ning right away. Zhang Yongjian thought that they were just a man and a young girl who seemed weak, so they could easily be controlled. The two bulky men immediately ran to Gu Ning and Hong Fan. Gu Ning, however, stayed calm because that was exactly what she wanted. Zhang Yongjian exposed himself. Hong Fan had witnessed how Gu Ning alone beat several men down within seconds, so he wasn't worried about her safety. As for himself, he was confident that he could handle one man. When the two bulky men got near, Gu Ning attacked them, so did Hong Fan. Gu Ning threw one of them over her shoulder to the ground, and he hit the ground with a loud sound, then screamed in pain. After that, Gu Ning dislocated his arms without hesitation, which tortured the bulky man. Hong Fan, however, was still in a fierce fight with the other bulky man, and he was stunned that Gu Ning did it so smoothly. Zhang Yongjian was also terrified, because he thought that Gu Ning was just an ordinary girl. Zhang Yongjun was surprised too. Zhang Yongjian instinctively turned and ran, but Gu Ning wouldn't let him escape. Within a blink, Gu Ning came to Zhang Yongjian, then grabbed his arm, kicking him in the hollow behind his knee, which caused him to suffer great pain. Zhang Yongjian lost his balance and knelt down at once. Afterwards, Gu Ning dislocated his arms as well, making it impossible for him to run again. Gu Ning had dislocated two men's arms, but Hong Fan was still in the fight with the last man, so Gu Ning helped him without delay and kicked the man to the ground. Hong Fan flushed with embarrassment. Gu Ning wasn't in the mood to care about his feelings and ordered, "Gag their mouths." Sure. Hong Fan went to gag the two bulky men's mouths at once, while Gu Ning walked to Zhang Yongjian and asked him with a serious look on her face, "Tell me, who told you to abduct my mother and me?" Gu Ning's sharp eyes and serious look along with her powerful air made Zhang Yongjian feel utterly stressed. "You don't want to say?"
Gu Ning frowned.
"I think you've lived long enough." Zhang Yongjian panicked. "You can't kill me. It's illegal." "Illegal?" Gu Ning laughed like she had just heard a funny joke. "You do know that there is a thing called the law? Don't you know that it's illegal that you've abducted my mother? I bet you wanted to kill my mother too, right?" Zhang Yongjian didn't know what to say, because he did plan to kill Gu Man and let Zhang Yongjun be the scapegoat. "Tell me or not?" Gu Ning asked. Zhang Yongjian still remained silent. Gu Ning was displeased. She then raised one foot to step on Zhang Yongjian's leg, which wasn't injured yet. With a clear snap, his bone was broken and he shouted from the severe pain. "Tell me or not?" Gu Ning asked again. "Yes, I'll tell you." Zhang Yongjian knew that if he refused to tell Gu Ning, he would be dead today. If he told her, he would live at least. "It's Tang Deming," Zhang Yongjian said.
Tang Deming,
a director of the Tang Huang Group? Gu Ning had heard of that name, and it seemed to be an abduction caused by business conflict. Gu Ning didn't believe his words right away, but took out his phone and read through the call records. Then she sent Kay the information she found and told Kay to find out who the callers were. While Kay was investigating, Gu Ning asked again, "What's your aim?" Zhang Yongjian then told her everything. When Tang Yunfan was unconscious, Gu Man and Gu Ning appeared, which attracted Tang Deming's attention, and he thought that Gu Ning could be Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. If Tang Yunfan didn't wake up, Gu Ning would be the heir of the Tang Huang Group, which was the last thing Tang Deming, who was ambitious, wanted to see, so he had schemed against Gu Ning. Hearing that, Zhang Yongjun was shocked. To his astonishment, Zhang Yongjian was involved in such an unbelievable conspiracy. The Tang family was the top family in the city B. Gu Ning, on the other hand, thought that it was ridiculous. "Even if I didn't appear, there are many other choices in the Tang family. I don't think that Tang Deming, who is merely a member of a branch of the Tang family, can inherit its wealth. He, of course, won't allow anyone to stand in his way," Zhang Yongjian said. "Do you mean that he's going to kill all the members of the Tang family?" Gu Ning was mad. "I don't know the details," Zhang Yongjian said. Before long, Kay had the result. Tang Deming had contacted Zhang Yongjian frequently. It seemed very likely that Tang Deming had planned everything. "Why did you make Zhang Yongjun the scapegoat?" Gu Ning asked. Actually, Zhang Yongjian had already bribed a policeman in the police team that was sent out to search for Gu Man. Once he killed Gu Man and Gu Ning, he would tell the policeman where to find their bodies, and the policeman would kill Zhang Yongjun, claiming that Zhang Yongjun was the murderer. In that case, nobody would know what Zhang Yongjian had done. Although Zhang Yongjun already felt heartbroken after what he had been through today, he still couldn't accept it when he heard his older brother's scheme.
Gu Ning sikhet.
Evil people's actions were beyond normal people's imagination. Right at that moment, Zhang Yongjian's phone rang. The caller's name was Wang Qing. "Who's Wang Qing?" Gu Ning asked. He's the policeman that I bribed, Zhang Yongjian said. Gu Ning answered the call and put it on speaker. Hi Yongjian, we've found the woman and we have to leave now, Wang Qing said. Hearing that, Gu Ning hung up without saying a word. Wang Qing didn't know what was going on but didn't call back either. Hong Fan, unfasten him, Gu Ning said. Hong Fan unfastened Zhang Yongjun at once. Gu Ning turned to Zhang Yongjun and warned him coldly. Don't tell anyone else what you've been through tonight. If anyone else finds out, you'll pay for it. Of course, Zhang Yongjun said at once. After that, Gu Ning let Zhang Yongjun go. Once Zhang Yongjun was gone, Zhang Yongjian begged her. Miss Gu, I've told you everything. Please let me go now. Don't worry. I don't want to be involved in a murder just because of you, so I won't kill you, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Zhang Yongjian relaxed, but then Gu Ning opened her mouth again. However, you can't leave here without paying something. Zhang Yongjian was scared. What do you want? Zhang Yongjian asked in fear. You don't need to know, Gu Ning said coldly, then ignored him, but turned to Hong Fan, who was frightened too. Hong Fan understood that Gu Ning wouldn't let him go without punishing him, so he knelt down on the ground and begged with tears. Miss Gu, please forgive me this time. Well, since you've helped me tonight, I'll just cut one of your fingers off, Gu Ning said, then took out a sharp knife from her backpack, telepathic eye space, and threw it in front of Hong Fan. Do it yourself. Hong Fan was shaking with fright. Although he was scared, he didn't hesitate to quickly cut his left little finger off. If he cut it slowly, he would suffer a lot more pain. The knife was really sharp, and his little finger fell on the ground within a second. Hong Fan's face turned pale and he shouted in great pain. Gu Ning then took out her phone to call Qi Tianlin and told him to help her deal with Zhang Yongjian and the two bulky men. Gu Ning didn't care whether they survived. Afterwards, Gu Ning left, while Hong Fan had to tolerate the severe pain and guarded Zhang Yongjian there waiting for other members of the Kirin gang. Before Gu Ning left, she ruined Zhang Yongjian's phone, so Tang Deming couldn't get through to him. Right at that moment, Tang Deming was in Tang Weiyong's place, and he had heard that the police already went back to the police station and their task was done. However, he had no idea whether Gu Man was killed or not. The police did their job according to their leader's orders, and their leader wouldn't explain everything to them. Seeing that the police were already back to the police station, and Zhang Yongjian still hadn't reported to him, Tang Deming called him impatiently. Tang Deming, of course, wouldn't use his own phone to call Zhang Yongjian, but used others' phone numbers in order to protect himself. Nevertheless, he still couldn't get through to Zhang Yongjian no matter how many calls he made. Tang Deming and Tang Weiyong were getting anxious. What happened? Why isn't Zhang Yongjian answering my calls? Tang Deming frowned in annoyance. Could he be in trouble?
Tang Weiyong frauen an si oli.
Call XINZ and ask him how the Tang family is doing now, Tang Weiyong said. Right. Tang Deming said, then made another call. Most of the Tang family's domestic servants lived in the Tang family's property, but there was more than one building on it. The domestic servants all lived in a side building. Even if they were domestic servants, their accommodations condition wasn't bad at all. For ordinary domestic servants shared a room, and each of the management personnel could have a room alone. All the staff had a break of 2 days every week, but they had to rest in shifts. Normally, they were off duty at 8 p.m. At this time, in an ordinary quadruple room, for people were playing cards together, a young man's mobile phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, he made an excuse before he hurriedly got up, walking outside. Hi, he said carefully when nobody was around. XINZ, how is the Tang family now? There was a voice from the phone that wasn't a male's or a female's. It was obvious that the person used a voice changer. I'm not on duty in the front yard today, so I don't know. Only when the people who are on duty return later, will I get some information, XINZ said, because he couldn't go to the front yard if he wasn't on duty. Domestic servants gossiped a lot, so they would spread any news by word of mouth. However, they had signed confidentiality agreements with the Tang family, so nobody was allowed to spread any news to the outside. Fine. Call me if you get any information. Sure, Xinzi said, then hung up. However, when he turned around wanting to walk back, he saw a man who stood just a meter behind him. Xinzi was scared and panicked a little, but forced himself to calm down. Dongge, when did you come out? Dongge leaned against the wall looking at him. Xinzi, why did you avoid us to take the call? Xinzi froze a little, then explained at once. I didn't want to make noise. However, his explanation wasn't persuasive at all, because they were all used to talking loudly, and nobody would complain. Dongge didn't say anything but lit a cigarette, then pulled on it. Xinzi, do you want to change your job? Xinzi's body stiffened. Of course not. I live a good life here and I'm satisfied. Xinzi lied and did his best to calm down. However, it was very hypocritical in Dongji's eyes. He wore an angry expression, saying coldly to Xinzi, Xinzi, I've noticed your unusual behavior for a long time, but I wanted to give you a chance, so I didn't reveal your secret. I hoped you would be loyal to our old master and young lords, but you still chose to behave against the Tang family. Do you think that the Tang family can be easily unseated? Naive. Dongji's real name was Chao Dong, and he was an experienced leader of the waiters in the Tang family. For a long time, Xinzi had left a good impression on him. However, when he found out that Xinzi had betrayed the Tang family, he was shocked. He thought that maybe Xinzi did it for a reason, and it hadn't caused any damage yet, so he gave Xinzi another chance. Unfortunately, Xinzi wouldn't give up. Hearing that, Xinzi's face turned pale and his body trembled in fear. To his astonishment, Donggu knew everything he had done. He thought that nobody found out what he was doing, but actually it was Donggu who covered his secret for him. Donggu, Xinzi wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Xinzi, you can't bear the result if the Tang family is mad. Do you think that they will help you if this scheme is exposed? If you don't want to ruin your life, I think that you better stop what you're doing right now and be honest with Master Tang. Since you haven't caused any damage yet, Master Tang will just chase you away and won't ruin your life. However, if the scheme is exposed, you could die. I won't hide this for you forever because I'll be punished too if I do, Chao Dong said seriously. But Xinzi was terrified but didn't agree right away. Instead, he hesitated to say something aloud. Xinzi, do you have any difficulties in your life? Chao Dong thought that Xinzi must have been forced to do it. Dongge, I didn't want to do it, but they'll hurt my son if I refuse to help them. Xinzi burst into tears. Once he started crying, many people walked out to see what had happened. Xinzi, what's wrong? They all asked with concern. Nothing, he just received his wife's call, and he misses his family so much that he lost control of his emotions. Chao Dong explained at once. He didn't want others to know. Xinzi felt quite grateful that Chao Dong helped him, but he still hesitated to confess that he had betrayed the Tang family. Everyone felt for Xinzi, and they also missed their families. However, they had to leave home to make money. In the Tang family, they were treated well and paid higher than their peers, so they could accept this kind of closed work and only went back home twice a week. Don't worry. I'll stay here with him, you can go back to your rooms, Chao Dong said to them. They knew that Xinzi would feel embarrassed if they stayed, so they all left. Xinzi, I have deep sympathy for you, but you still can't get away with it. I'll give you a night to think about it. If you don't tell Master Tang what you've done tomorrow, I'll do it. You know it's Master Tang who saved my life and has given me everything that I own right now. I already feel very guilty for hiding it from Master Tang, and I'll never betray the Tang family, Chao Dong said, then walked back to his room. When Gu Ning went back to her house in Huafu Hills, it was almost 12 p.m. Leng Xiaoting was sitting in the living room when Gu Ning got home. He stood up at once when he saw her walking inside. Knowing that she was safe, Leng Xiaoting was finally relieved. Why didn't you call me to pick you up? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern.
Gu Ning smiled.
I could take a taxi myself. Is he still here? He was of course Tang Yunfan. Yes, Leng Xiaoting said. Well, have a seat please. I'll go upstairs, Gu Ning said. Sure. Leng Xiaoting said. Then Gu Ning walked upstairs. Gu Man's room wasn't locked and the door remained ajar. She was sleeping on the bed, and Tang Yunfan was sitting by the bedside holding her hand in silence. Uncle Tang, can we talk? Gu Ning pushed the door open and asked him. She didn't want to bother Tang Yunfan, but it was an emergency, so they had to solve it as soon as possible. Sure. Tang Yunfan understood that it had to be something about Gu Man, so he followed Gu Ning walking to the study. After Gu Ning told him what Zhang Yongjian had done, Tang Yunfan was furious. Damn it! How dare they do that to you? Even Gu Ning felt a little scared by Tang Yunfan's anger. Although we have many enemies, I think it's very likely that Tang Deming has schemed against us, Tang Yunfan said. However, I don't think that he could do it alone. There must be someone else behind him. The person is very cunning and even I have no idea who he or she is. This car accident could also be a part of their scheme. Hearing that, Gu Ning was mad too. A scheme? She used to think that it was just an accident. Tang Yunfan added. I'm the only person in the Tang family who can run the business well. My father is too old to do it while Jiayong is too young, so they took action the moment I fell into a coma. If so, we can seize this chance and find out who the person behind the scene is, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan immediately understood Gu Ning's meaning. Do you mean I can pretend that I'm still unconscious and turn their trick to our use? Yes, Gu Ning replied. Tang Yunfan agreed too. Luckily, it is already dark outside. I think you better go back to the Tang family's house now and keep lying on the bed. I'll bring my mom to visit you tomorrow, Gu Ning said. Although Tang Yunfan was unwilling to leave, he had to do it because they were going to catch their enemy tomorrow. When Gu Ning walked Tang Yunfan to the living room, Tang Yunfan was surprised that Leng Xiaoting had stayed. Although Tang Yunfan felt that it was a little inappropriate that Leng Xiaoting stayed at Gu Ning's place when it was already 12 p.m., he didn't think further because Leng Xiaoting had helped them search for Gu Man today. Xiaoting, would you mind sending Uncle Tang back to the Tang family's house?
Gu Ning sighed.
Of course not, Leng Xiaoting said, standing up. Thanks, Tang Yunfan said politely. My pleasure, Leng Xiaoting said. After that, Leng Xiaoting drove Tang Yunfan home. On the way, they seldom talked because Tang Yunfan was still thinking about what had happened today. He had no idea that Leng Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend. If he had known, he would have talked to him to get familiar with him. After a while, Tang Yunfan received Tang Haifeng's call, and Tang Yunfan told Tang Haifeng that he would be back soon. Therefore, Tang Haifeng decided to wait for him. Leng Xiaoting left right after Tang Yunfan arrived at the Tang family's house. Tang Haifeng had warned everyone not to tell anyone else that Tang Yunfan was awake now, otherwise, they would be punished. The Tang family was in danger now, so they had to be very careful and stay alert. Xiao Dong only knew that Xinz had leaked the news that Tang Yunfan had been unconscious for many days. But he didn't know why Gu Man was abducted this time, so he had no idea whether Xinz had something to do with the abduction. In the living room, Tang Haifeng, Tang Yunheng and his wife, Chao Ruihua and his wife, as well as Chao Wenjun and Chao Wenxin were all waiting for Tang Yunfan. How is it? Tang Haifeng asked in a hurry when Tang Yunfan was back. Let's go to the study, Tang Yunfan said, then walked upstairs. Only Chao Wenjun and Chao Wenxin were left in the living room, while the others all followed Tang Yunfan walking upstairs. Tang Yunfan then told them everything, and they weren't surprised that Tang Deming had schemed against them because they always knew that he was ambitious. However, they were all in a rage. Normally, the members of the Tang family were polite and kind, but they wouldn't hesitate to get revenge on their enemies once someone dared hurt them. As for Tang Yunfan's plan that he would pretend to be unconscious to catch the person behind the scheme, they all agreed. I wonder who leaked the information. We still couldn't find out after so many days. Tang Yunrong was mad. Since when has the Tang family become so vulnerable? How come we haven't caught the person who betrayed us? Tang Yunfan frowned in annoyance. Actually, it was Chao Dong who kept it a secret on purpose. When Leng Xiaoting left the Tang family's house, he drove back to Huafu Hills. Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting to stay in the house tonight, but they couldn't share the same room. Leng Xiaoting understood that she wasn't in a good mood after what she had been through today. So he went to sleep in the guest room. That night, many people couldn't sleep. Gu Ning couldn't sleep because Gu Man had been abducted. Although Gu Man was back safely, it would leave a deep scar on her heart. Gu Ning was determined to find out who the person behind Tang Deming's back was, and torture them to the best of her ability. Leng Xiaoting couldn't sleep because he was worried about Gu Ning. Members of the Tang family couldn't sleep because their family and family business was still in danger. Xinz couldn't sleep because he didn't know whether he should confess to betraying the Tang family, because he was afraid that his son would be killed. Tang Deming and Tang Weiyong also couldn't sleep, because they failed to get through to Zhang Yongjian or Xinz, and had no idea how their scheme progressed. The next day, Gu Man woke up around 7 a.m. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were already preparing the breakfast. Gu Man stayed in bed for nearly half an hour before she got up. After what she had been through yesterday, Gu Man was still a little frightened, but she still felt pleased that Tang Yunfan was awake now. Since Tang Yunfan was already awake, should she go to the Tang family's house again? Gu Man was also curious whether Tang Yunfan had regained his memory about her. Gu Man had no idea what she should do now. When she walked downstairs, she was surprised to see Leng Xiaoting. "Hi, good morning." Leng Xiaoting greeted her. "Xiaoting, why are you here?" Gu Man asked. "Oh, it was too late last night, so I told Xiaoting to stay here," Gu Ning explained before Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth. Hearing that, Gu Man didn't think further but thanked Leng Xiaoting. "Xiaoting, thank you for everything you've done for us." "You're welcome. Actually, it's Ningning's friend who found you," Leng Xiaoting said. "Well, you did help us a lot," Gu Man said to comfort him. "All right, let's have breakfast now. We'll go to the Tang family's house later," Gu Ning said. "Do we need to go there again?" It wasn't because Gu Man was unwilling to do so, but she didn't understand why they would go to the Tang family's house again since Tang Yunfan was already awake now. "Well, it's a little complicated. It was because of scheme that you were abducted this time. The Tang family's enemies want to remove us from their way to the chairman's seat of the Tang family's business group. Although Uncle Tang is awake now, we have to turn the trick to our use and find out who the person behind this scheme is. So Uncle Tang will pretend that he is still unconscious and we have to visit him as usual," Gu Ning said, but she didn't mention that Tang Yunfan had already regained his memory. Gu Man found it unbelievable and scary after hearing Gu Ning's explanation. She nodded and agreed, but didn't say another word. In the Tang family's house at this moment, Xinz had struggled the entire night, but decided to confess to everything that he had done in the end, so he followed Xiaodong to see Tang Haifeng after breakfast. Tang Yunhang and his wife were at work, while Tang Yunfan was pretending that he was still unconscious in his bedroom, so only Tang Haifeng was in the house now. Xiaodong told Xinz to wait outside for a while, and he went inside first. "Master Tang, Xinz has something to tell you." "Tell him to come in," Tang Haifeng said, and didn't think further. Afterwards, Xiaodong brought Xinz walking inside. Xinz came to Tang Haifeng with his body trembling in fear and guilt, then knelt down to the ground with a loud sound, which surprised Tang Haifeng. "Master Tang, I'm so sorry. It was me who leaked the news that Lord Tang has been unconscious and Lord Tang's relationship with Miss Gu." Xinz apologized but also explained. "I was forced to do so. If I didn't listen to them, they would kill my son." Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was shocked, then got furious before he calmed down when he heard Xinz's last sentence. As a father, Tang Haifeng understood why Xinz did it. However, Xinz made a terrible mistake and betrayed the Tang family. Xiaodong didn't know that Xinz had also leaked Tang Yunfan's relationship with Gu Ning and Gu Man until now. In that case, Gu Man's abduction was all because of the Tang family. Although Tang Yunfan and Gu Ning's connection was still kept a secret, all the domestic servants in the Tang family knew that Gu Ning couldn't be a simple girl. If Gu Man and Gu Ning were Tang Yunfan's wife and daughter, Gu Man abduction must have been a scheme against the Tang family. "Tell me, who threatened you to do it?"
Tang Haifeng questioned Xinzi.
Although he believed that the person had to be Tang Deming, he still needed to hear the answer from Xinz's mouth. Xinz felt very guilty and said, I don't know. I only know the person's phone number. I even have no idea whether it's a he or a she, because the person used a voice changer on the phone. Hearing that, both Tang Haifeng and Xiaodong frowned. It didn't seem like Xinz was lying. The person sent me a photo of my son in the school and threatened me to help him, or my son would be killed, Xinz added. Give me the person's phone number, Tang Haifeng said. Sure. Xinz immediately took out his phone, and Tang Haifeng told Xiaodong to find the information of the ID card behind the number. Although you've betrayed us under another person's threat, you've made an unforgivable mistake, Tang Haifeng said. Xinz didn't beg for forgiveness because he knew that it was unforgivable. Tang Haifeng planned to punish Xinz in the beginning, but gave up upon realizing that Xinz did it all because of his son. All right, get out of the Tang family's house now. If you don't want your son to be in danger again, leave City B. In Xiao Guanxiang's apartment, Xiao Guanxiang was sleeping on the sofa like a rat in water. He looked tired and haggard with messy hair and empty eyes. There was stubble around his mouth and his body was soaked in the smell of alcohol. There were also beer bottles on the table in front of the sofa. It had been 3 days, but he still couldn't find Xiaoyichu. Xiaoyichu's old phone number was also cancelled, so he was in despair now and was drowning in alcohol. At that moment, Pei Hina got back. She was also in a bad mood and condition after Xiaoyichu had disappeared. When she saw that Xiao Guanxiang was drunk again, she was annoyed at once. Xiao Guanxiang, don't you know that we're about to be doomed? Why are you still drinking here? What else can I do except drink? I can't find Xiaoyichu nor get through to her. Xiao Guanxiang shouted in anger. Xiaoyichu is such a bitch. I'll pay her back when I catch her. Pei Hina also shouted to vent her anger. Interestingly enough, both of them were doomed, but Pei Hina still wanted to pay Xiaoyichu back. Before long, Xiao Guanxiang's phone rang and he picked it up. The caller was a business party and asked whether Pei Hina was free in a week's time. They wanted to invite her to sing at an event and asked for a live sound. Live sound meant that she had to sing live. Sound reproduction meant that they would play the recorded song, and the singer would lip sync. In many events, the host would use sound reproduction for a better effect, and only ask for a live sound when the singer needed to interact with the audience. However, Xiaoyichu had already left them, and Xiao Guanxiang didn't dare to accept the offer, because Xiaoyichu could expose their dirty secret at any moment. That being the case, Xiao Guanxiang lied that Pei Hina accidentally hurt her foot, and that she had to rest for a month. Hearing Xiao Guanxiang's reply, Pei Hina was upset, but she knew that she didn't have the ability to sing live, on stage in front of cameras. What was worse, they couldn't lie forever. In the capital, Xiaoyichu had found a nice apartment after she had signed the contract, and she went to do a checkup on her injury in the hospital later. After that, Xiaoyichu began to use the medicine that Gu Ning had given her. When the potion was applied on her scar, she felt quite comfortable and the nasty scar started to fade, which surprised her. Wow! Xiaodong saw it fading with his own eyes, and couldn't believe that it was real. It's real! It's real! Xiaoyichu cried in excitement. She could finally get rid of the scar, and regain her beautiful face. This is so amazing! Xiaodong was even more excited than Xiaoyichu, because his older sister was his only family member. Xiaoyichu applied the potion on her scar in the following days, and the scar disappeared after 3 days. When Xiaoyichu came to the company again after a few days, everyone was stunned. Are you really Xiaoyichu? Someone asked. In fact, a scar couldn't affect a person's overall facial features, so others still recognized Xiaoyichu at first glance, but the scar disappeared too fast, which was beyond belief. Are you Xiaoyichu's twin sister? Another person asked. Xiaoyichu was amused. I'm Xiaoyichu. Hearing that, everyone was surprised again. Did you have plastic surgery? Someone asked. However, it wasn't very likely because it took at least a few months to recover from plastic surgery, but Xiaoyichu became beautiful after just 3 days. I didn't, Xiaoyichu said. Xiaoyichu understood that they were all surprised, but she wouldn't tell them the real reason without Gu Ning's permission. So she made an excuse to meet Lu Xiao in his office. When Lu Xiao saw Xiaoyichu, he was stunned as well. It was unreasonable that she couldn't be popular with such a beautiful face and outstanding singing voice. Did you have plastic surgery? Lu Xiao asked the same question. No, I used the potion boss gave me, Xiaoyichu said. There was no need for her to hide it from Lu Xiao. Really? Lu Xiao was more curious about Gu Ning now. He hadn't met her yet, but he believed that she couldn't be a simple girl. In addition, Gu Ning was able to become Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, which was a miracle in Lu Xiao's eyes. All of a sudden, Lu Xiao asked with curiosity, "By the way, how much do you know about our boss?" Not much. I just met her once, and it was actually a big gamble for me to leave City B for the capital and work for Fenghua Entertainment, Xiaoyichu said. She felt very lucky to have met Gu Ning and changed her future. Lu Xiao, of course, was very clear about what Xiaoyichu had been through, because he needed to deal with Chao Guanxiang for her as her leader. Is she gorgeous? Lu Xiao asked again. He thought that Leng Xiaoting was extraordinarily handsome, so Gu Ning had to be a beauty too. Xiaoyichu, however, was surprised that Lu Xiao had never met Gu Ning before. Seeing Xiaoyichu being so surprised, Lu Xiao explained. I didn't meet our boss because it was our boss's boyfriend who assigned me this task to manage this company for the time being. When I successfully help our boss train another person to be a qualified manager, my task is fulfilled. After that, he said, don't tell anyone about that. Keep it a secret. Sure, I won't, Xiaoyichu said at once. Oh, your agent is already here. Although you're a good singer, you still need to work hard and make progress in the future. Since you've never been on the stage before, you have to learn more skills for that. Don't worry, we'll arrange comprehensive classes for you before your debut, Lu Xiao said. Thanks, Manager Lu, Xiaoyichu said. Tang Deming called Zhang Yongjian again in the morning, but still couldn't get through to Zhang Yongjian, and he started to feel that their scheme could have been exposed. He called XINZ later, and XINZ answered his call. They found Gu Man yesterday, but Gu Man didn't go back to the Tang family's house, so I don't know the details, XINZ said. Tang Haifeng allowed him to say that, because it would arouse suspicion if XINZ didn't answer the call and XINZ's son would get hurt. Hearing that, Tang Deming believed XINZ. When XINZ left the Tang family's house, he called his wife and told her to not send their son to school today, and that they would be going back to their hometown. When Gu Ning was about to set off for the Tang family's house, Leng Xiaoting told Gu Ning that he had to leave. In fact, Leng Xiaoting had received a call early in the morning, but he didn't leave until he had shared breakfast with them. Gu Ning understood that Leng Xiaoting was assigned a task, and that he had to leave to fulfill it. Gu Ning and Gu Man then walked Leng Xiaoting to the door after breakfast, and Leng Xiaoting left Gu Ning unwillingly. In the beginning, Gu Man didn't believe that Gu Ning already had a boyfriend at such a young age, but she changed her mind when she noticed Leng Xiaoting looking tenderly at Gu Ning. If they were just common friends, he wouldn't be so unwilling to leave her therefore. Once Leng Xiaoting was gone, Gu Man asked Gu Ning seriously, Ning, are you sure Xiaoting is just your friend? Every mother cared about her daughters. Ionship, because young girls could be easily deceived by men when they were in love. Although Leng Xiaoting had left a good impression on Gu Man, and they had gotten along well during the past few days, Gu Man still knew very little about him. Most importantly, Gu Ning was very young and Gu Man was worried about her safety. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, then said, Mom, since you already have doubts, I don't want to lie to you. Xiaoting is my boyfriend and we love each other very much. We're not just playing. I think he's my Mr. Right and both of us hope that we can get married someday in the future. Because I'm underage, we can't get married right now, and he wants to be engaged with me first. Mom, I care about your feelings, so I didn't tell you, Gu Ning added. Although Gu Man already had the answer, she was still surprised when Gu Ning admitted it. After a while of silence, Gu Man asked with worry, Are you sure he's willing to marry you? Can he wait for so many years? Mom, I understand that you're afraid that I'll be hurt, but I believe that Xiaoting won't do that. His parents passed away when he was just a kid, so he became very cold to others in order to protect himself. People around him all believed that he would live his life alone and die alone. But everything has changed ever since he met me. He treats me very well, and I feel like I'm the happiest person in this world, Gu Ning said with sincerity. Even if we can't get married in the future, I won't regret. Anyway, very few people can actually marry their first love. Hearing that, Gu Man had a deep sympathy for Leng Xiaoting. Actually, Gu Man was worried not because she didn't like Leng Xiaoting, but because she thought that Gu Ning was too young, and it wasn't realistic. If they could get married in the future and live a happy life afterwards, Gu Man would, of course, be happy for them. All a mother wanted was for her daughter to live a happy life. Nevertheless, Gu Man also agreed with Gu Ning that few people could marry their first love. If Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't be together forever, it was normal. Gu Man didn't say anything further, which meant that she accepted it. Afterwards, they went to the Tang family's house together. Tang Haifeng was talking with Zhao Yiru when they arrived. It was Zhao Yiru who had told them that Tang Yunfan had stayed unconscious because of his obsession, so Tang Haifeng, of course, had to tell him that Tang Yunfan was awake now. Zhao Yiru wasn't very surprised when he heard that Tang Yunfan was awake now, because he knew that he was right. Yiru, thank you so much for your help, Tang Haifeng said gratefully. My pleasure, Zhao Yiru said. They had known each other for dozens of years, and he was more than willing to help Tang Haifeng. If Tang Haifeng didn't trust him, he wouldn't have known that Tang Yunfan had been unconscious for many days. There were many enemies of the Tang family in City B, but the Tang family also had many allies. However, Tang Haifeng didn't tell any of them, because it was highly confidential. Oh, I heard that your family encountered trouble yesterday. How is it now? Zhao Yiru asked with concern. Yes, Gu Man was abducted because of us, but she was brought home safely last night. Luckily, nothing bad happened to her or I'd feel really guilty, Tang Haifeng said, feeling sad. Gu Man came here to help them wake Tang Yunfan up, but they failed to protect her well. Good to hear that. Zhao Yiru was also relieved. At that moment, the housekeeper guided Gu Ning and Gu Man inside. Tang Haifeng stood up at once when they appeared in his sight. Hi, good morning. Good morning, Master Tang. Good morning, Grandpa. Gu Man and Gu Ning greeted Zhao Yiru with one accord. Gu Man, I'm so sorry for what you've been through. Tang Haifeng apologized to Gu Man. Master Tang, it's fine. I'm safe now, Gu Man said. Well, let me introduce you. This is my old friend, Master Zhao, Tang Haifeng said to them. Nice to meet you, Master Zhao. Gu Man and Gu Ning greeted Zhao Yiru with one accord. Nice to meet you too, Zhao Yiru said with a smile. Zhao Yiru already knew about Gu Ning's family connection with Tang Yunfan, so he wasn't surprised when he saw that Gu Ning closely resembled Tang Yunfan. Tang Yunfan noticed Gu Man coming from the widow on the second floor, and he was eager to meet her downstairs. However, he had to stay in the room, in case there were more of Tang Deming's helpers in the Tang family's house. Fortunately, Gu Ning soon brought Gu Man upstairs. Although Tang Yunfan regained his memory, they still needed time to get familiar with each other. Ning, Gu Man was nervous to see Tang Yunfan again. Mom, relax. I'll be here with you. Gu Ning clasped Gu Man's hand to comfort her. Even though Gu Man still felt quite nervous, she also understood that she had to face it. Man. The moment they walked in Tang Yunfan's room, Tang Yunfan greeted her in a tender voice. Although they had been apart for 18 years, it seemed like everything had happened yesterday because Tang Yunfan had just regained his memory and his memory was so clear. Gu Man was touched when Tang Yunfan called her. You. Gu Man opened her mouth but couldn't say another word. Yes, I remembered everything, Tang Yunfan said at once. Hearing that, Gu Man burst into tears and almost fell down. She had been missing him for so many years and he finally remembered who she was. In addition, Tang Yunfan regained his memory about her, and she could see his love for her in his eyes. Therefore, Gu Man lost control of her emotions when she saw that her Ning was back at her side. Man, are you alright? Tang Yunfan ran to support Gu Man without hesitation. Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan helped Gu Man sit down on the sofa, and Gu Ning secretly put her power into Gu Man's body in case Gu Man would pass out from emotional turbulence. You two can talk for a while and I'll go downstairs. Gu Ning thought that it would be better if they chatted with one another alone, so she quietly left. Ning Ning, do you think your mother will accept your father? Tang Haifeng asked worriedly. Although whatever would be, he still hoped that they could get back together again. Otherwise, Tang Yunfan would be alone throughout this lifetime. I think she will, Gu Ning said. It was obvious that Gu Man still loved Tang Yunfan. Oh, Ning Ning, it was a domestic servant who leaked your mother's connection with us, and he already confessed to it. I planned to punish him severely, but he did it under another person's threat. He confessed to it when his son was still in danger and your mother is safe home now, so I let him go. I know that it's unfair to your mother, but I'm a father too and I understand why he did it. I'm sorry, Tang Haifeng said and felt sad. Hearing that, Gu Ning had mixed emotions. Although she hated the person who put her mother in danger, she understood that he did it to protect his own kid. In addition, he confessed to it when his son was still in danger, and Gu Man was safe now, so there was no need to punish him. Gu Man had been abducted because he had leaked the information, but he had not been involved in the crime, so he wouldn't be put in jail even if they sued him. Like you just said, he already confessed to it when his son was still in danger and my mom is safe now, so let it go, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng relaxed. In fact, it wasn't a bad thing to be kind when it was necessary. Oh, Grandpa, I have to leave now. I don't know what time I'll be back today, but please don't let my mom go home before I come back, Gu Ning said. She said that not because she was afraid that the Tang family couldn't protect Gu Man, but because she was worried that something bad could happen to Gu Man if Gu Man was alone in the house. After the abduction, the Tang family would, of course, increase its protection for Gu Man. Sure, Tang Haifeng said. Afterwards, Gu Ning left. Tang Deming couldn't get through to Zhang Yongjian, so he sent some people out to find Zhang Yongjian. However, Zhang Yongjian was nowhere to be found. Tang Deming could only call Tang Weiyong and tell him what had happened. Tang Weiyong said, "Stop tracking him in case you expose yourself. Leak the news that Gu Man and Gu Ning joined the Tang family to the woman called Feng Shuachin. She'll help." U.S. No problem, Tang Deming said, then arranged someone to do that without delay. Gu Ning called Yu Zi when she left the Tang family's house. She planned to visit the garment factory with Yu Zi. Yu Zi was free, so Gu Ning told her to meet her outside of the shopping mall in 20 minutes. Since Yu Zi worked for Gu Ning, she of course wouldn't make Gu Ning wait for her, so she walked outside 10 minutes later. Coincidentally, she met her ex-boyfriend once she walked out of the shopping mall. Yu Zi pretended that she didn't see him, because she was unwilling to meet him again. Her ex-boyfriend also felt embarrassed and turned his head away. However, her ex-boyfriend's girlfriend blocked her way. "Hey, isn't this Yu Zi? We haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been recently?" The woman who held the man's arm greeted Yu Zi. It sounded polite, but she was just showing off. Yu Zi was displeased but pretended to be cool. "Very well. Do you have a boyfriend now?" the woman asked. "None of your business," Yu Zi said in annoyance. "Well, we're good friends after all, and I should care about you," the woman said, but it sounded very sarcastic. "Really?" Yu Zi couldn't stand it anymore. "We're good friends? Zhao Shaoxian, don't you have any sense of shame? What? Are you mad at me just because I stole your boyfriend?" Zhao Shaoxian seemed very proud. "Yu Zi, who do you think you are? You're just a poor girl from a poor family, and you shouldn't stop Tianyu from becoming more successful. You can never marry into a rich family. Do you understand?" Zhao Shaoxian was humiliating Yu Zi in public. Zhao Xiaoshuan's father was a businessman who had dozens of millions of yuan in wealth. Lin Tianyu was also born in a rich family, so Yu Zi was merely a poor girl in their eyes. Moreover, Zhao Shaoxian was her father's only child. If Lin Tianyu married her, he would inherit her family's wealth too. Yu Zi had felt so hurt when they had cheated on her because one had been her boyfriend and the other had been her good friend. However, since it was already history, Yu Zi also wanted to move on, but it seemed like Zhao Xiaoshuan had a different idea. "Shaoxian, enough? Lin Tianyu said, frowning with dissatisfaction. Hearing that, Zhao Shaoxian questioned him in anger. What? Are you defending her? You? Lin Tianyu felt quite embarrassed. It's a public place. Couldn't you save me some face? He had to admit that he couldn't forget Yuzi and defended her subconsciously because Yuzi was kind and gentle while Zhao Shaoxian was simply a spoiled rich girl. Nevertheless, Yuzi was born in a poor family and like Zhao Shaoxian had said, she would be a burden to him. In order to be more successful, he had abandoned Yuzi. In fact, he had tried to sleep with Zhao Shaoxian in order to be her boyfriend. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shaoxian had admired him from afar for a long time, and set a trap to sleep with him first, so he had sex with her after drinking a lot as both of them wanted. You! Zhao Shaoxian was mad when Lin Tianyu criticized her, but she also noticed that people were staring at her so she shut her mouth. Right at this moment, Yuzi's phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and saw a new message sent by Gu Ning. Gu Ning, show them a proud back. I'm sitting in a white Lamborghini at the roadside. Get in. After reading the message, Yuzi immediately looked at the roadside, and there was indeed a white Lamborghini. She was astonished that her boss was that rich. Afterwards, Yuzi did what Gu Ning told her in the message. She looked at them with her back straightened up and said with pride, "Sorry, I gotta go now." Then she turned around without hesitation, walking to the roadside. Right before their eyes, she got in the Lamborghini, which was worth over 10 million yuan. Lin Tianyu and Zhao Shaoxian were totally shocked. Since when did Yuzi get to know someone who's that rich? Zhao Shaoxian couldn't believe her eyes and said with strong jealousy. Although she wasn't familiar with cars, the white Lamborghini was obviously a luxurious car. Yuzi was merely a poor girl, so how could she get to know someone who was that rich? She must have found herself a sugar daddy. I thought that she is an independent girl, but it turns out that she's a gold digger. Zhao Shaoxian said in a malicious tone, even though she actually felt quite jealous of Yuzi because she really wanted to have a super-rich boyfriend. Without a doubt, Zhao Shaoxian was really a girl without moral standards, because she not only stole her good friend's boyfriend, but wouldn't hesitate to sell her body for money either. Lin Tianyu was also displeased. Yuzi was his ex-girlfriend, but he was still annoyed that Yuzi, whom he had despised, now had a boyfriend who was much richer than him. Zhao Shaoxian wasn't familiar with cars, but he was, and he knew at first glance that the Lamborghini was a limited edition which cost at least 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan was half of his family's wealth. Let alone a Lamborghini, he couldn't afford a car which cost over 1 million yuan, and the car he was driving now was only worth 400,000 yuan. What Yuzi just did was like a slap across his face. Seeing Lin Tianyu and Zhao Shaoxian being shocked, Yuzi felt satisfied. She didn't care what they thought of her. Do you have a car? Gu Ning asked Yuzi. Not yet, Yuzi replied. Do you have a driver's license? Gu Ning asked. Yes, but I seldom drive, so I'm not a good driver, Yuzi said. Each of the senior management in my company can have a car under my name. You can go to choose a car that you like which costs less than 1 million yuan when you're free, and I'll buy it for you, Gu Ning said. As long as Yuzi worked in Gu Ning's company as a member of the senior management, she could have an exclusive car. However, once she left the company or was demoted, she would lose the right to use the car. Of course, Yuzi wouldn't be willing to leave the company, and she was determined to work hard for her future. In that case, the car belonged to her to some extent. Thanks, Yuzi said. Although the garment factory had temporarily stopped working, security guards were still on duty. Gu Ning came here today with Yuzi to look around it to see whether there was something that needed changing or replacing. After walking around it, Yuzi decided to set the production line of charm on the 3rd floor, and she made a note of the equipment and goods she needed. The company was newly established and short-handed, so she had to do it herself. When she got the money, she would arrange purchasing agents to buy the equipment and goods. When they walked out of the garment factory, it was already 11:30 a.m., so they went to have lunch together. On the way, Yuzi received a call from a stranger. She didn't know that the person was Lin Tianyu, so she picked it up. Hi, who's this? Yuzi asked. Yuzi, how could you find yourself a sugar daddy? I know that I've broken your heart, and you want to annoy me by finding yourself a rich man, but Lin Tianyu believed that Yu Zi must have found herself a sugar daddy to annoy him. Lin Tianyu, who do you think you are? How could you be so shameless to say that I did it just to annoy you? Yu Zi was so mad that she interrupted him before hanging up on him. Yu Zi was mad not because Lin Tianyu slandered her but because Lin Tianyu was so self-centered, which was totally unacceptable in her eyes. When Lin Tianyu called her again, Yu Zi refused to answer it. I'm sorry. Yu Zi apologized to Gu Ning when she realized that she had just shouted right beside Gu Ning. Although Gu Ning was very kind, she had to be respectful. It's fine. The best way to beat your enemy is to live a better life. I believe that you can do it, Gu Ning said to comfort her. Thanks, I will, Yu Zi said with determination. She knew that not everyone could be so lucky to get such a good chance like her. So she was determined to seize this opportunity to fight for her future, and wouldn't let Gu Ning down. What do you want to eat? Gu Ning asked. You can make the decision. Yu Zi wasn't the boss after all. Do you have any food allergies? Gu Ning asked again. Nope, Yu Zi said. Gu Ning thought for a while then said, let's go dine in the restaurant next to Fengshang Shopping Mall. Good idea. Yu Zi agreed. Gu Ning parked the car in the parking lot, and then they got out together. When they walked into the restaurant, they chose a table beside the window. Everyone knows that Lord Tang never married or had a child in City B, but a mother and daughter suddenly appeared in the Tang family's house a few days ago. The girl closely resembles Lord Tang, a man said to another man at a nearby table. Hearing that, Gu Ning frowned and looked over at them. Didn't Grandpa warn the domestic servants not to leak the news? How could they know that? Is this a part of Tang Deming's scheme too? Only the Tang family and Tang Deming were aware of the fact that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. If nobody in the Tang family leaked the information, Tang Deming must have done it. However, in the meantime, two women who were over 30 years old were obviously surprised when they heard the two men's discussion. One of the two women wore a displeased face. Unfortunately, Gu Ning didn't notice that. Do you mean that the girl could be Lord Tang's daughter? The other man asked. Who else could she be? The man said. All of a sudden, a woman who was sitting at the next table stood up at once and walked to them questioning in an unkind voice. How do you know that? Seeing that, Gu Ning realized that the two men did it on purpose so that the woman could hear the news. However, who was this woman? Why did she seem to overreact when she heard the news about Tang Yunfan? Why did the two men leak the news to her? My friend works for the Tang family and he told me, the man said. Gu Ning sensed that it must be Tang Deming's scheme. Hearing that, the woman seemed more upset, but she didn't ask further before she walked back to her seat. Shuaqin, could it be fake news? If the girl is really Tang Yunfan's daughter, why has nobody heard of her during so many years? Why did she suddenly appear? Another woman said and remained doubtful. If not, how come the news went abroad? It was obvious that the woman who was called Shuaqin believed it. She was Feng Shuaqin, who was born in another super-rich family in City B. When Master Tang's wife was still alive, she was a good friend with Feng Shuaqin's mother. In her early years, she often joked about setting Feng Shuaqin and Tang Yunfan up, so Feng Shuaqin bore it in mind. When Feng Shuaqin was young, she always claimed that she was Tang Yunfan's fiancé. However, Tang Yunfan kept a distance away from her, and never mentioned marrying her. After a long time, she still couldn't marry into the Tang family, so she stopped claiming that she was Tang Yunfan's fiancé. Nevertheless, Feng Shuaqin was reluctant to give up. Even though she couldn't win Tang Yunfan's heart, she wouldn't leave him alone, and remained single till now when she was 36 years old. During the past years, if any woman dared approach Tang Yunfan, she would interfere in his personal affairs. If the woman didn't aim to sleep with Tang Yunfan, she wouldn't punish the woman severely, but if the woman aimed to sleep with Tang Yunfan or even to be his girlfriend, she would do everything to ruin the woman. Feng Shuaqin's love for Tang Yunfan was very twisted, so she was furious and almost lost control of herself when she heard that Tang Yunfan had a woman and a daughter in secret. If I can't get him, nobody can. Even if the mother and daughter are truly Tang Yunfan's woman and daughter, They won't be soon, Feng Shuiqin said with an evil expression. Hearing that, Gu Ning squinted at her. Very well, let's see. Feng Shuiqin, if you dare hurt Gu Man, I promise that you'll regret. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing Gu Ning being so angry, Yuzi was scared. Oh, nothing, Gu Ning said and gave her a smile. Since Gu Ning said nothing, Yuzi stopped asking further. The dishes were soon placed on the table, and they started to enjoy their lunch. Feng Shuiqin, however, lost her appetite after hearing the news about Gu Man and Gu Ning. When she stood up, walking away, her friend's sight fell on Gu Ning and thought that Gu Ning looked very familiar. Her friend couldn't help but give Gu Ning a few more glances, and Gu Ning didn't avoid her look at all, because that was exactly what Gu Ning wanted. Shuiqin, look at that girl. Feng Shuiqin's friend pulled her back and pointed at Gu Ning. Feng Shuiqin turned to look at Gu Ning and was stunned at once. Feng Shuiqin was more familiar with Tang Yunfan than her friend, so she recognized Gu Ning's face when Gu Ning appeared in her sight. Although Tang Yunfan wasn't young anymore, it was still easy to notice that Gu Ning closely resembled him. Is she the girl that the two men just discussed? Feng Shuiqin thought to herself. No matter what, Feng Shuiqin wouldn't let Gu Ning go, so she strode to the table where Gu Ning sat and asked Gu Ning very impolitely, "What's your relationship with Tang Yunfan?" Although she already had the answer, she still wanted to hear it from Gu Ning's mouth. At the same time, the two men were also surprised when Feng Shuiqin asked Gu Ning that question. They hadn't noticed Gu Ning until now. Although they hadn't met Tang Yunfan in person and they only saw his picture, they had to admit that this young girl in front of them did greatly resemble Tang Yunfan. Jesus! Is she the girl? Did she hear everything? The two men escaped without delay, in case they would expose themselves. Gu Ning saw them leaving but didn't stop them, because she was very eager to teach Feng Shuiqin a lesson now. Yuzi was frightened by Feng Shuiqin's aggressive attitude, but she didn't know Tang Yunfan, so she had no idea what was going on. Gu Ning, on the other hand, calmly enjoyed her meal and ignored Feng Shuiqin. Seeing that she was being ignored, Feng Shuiqin was in a rage. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear my question? Gu Ning still didn't give her a glance but coldly asked, Who are you? Why should I answer your question? You? Feng Shuiqin was irritated by Gu Ning's arrogant attitude, especially when Gu Ning said that with a face which strongly resembled Tang Yunfan. At short notice, Feng Shuiqin turned the plates on the table upside down in anger. Yuzi moved backwards in fear and avoided the disaster. Gu Ning, however, didn't move at all, and the food stained her clothes everywhere. Gu Ning did that for the purpose of using that as a reasonable excuse to teach Feng Shuiqin a lesson. Boss, are you alright? Yuzi wanted to wipe the stains off for Gu Ning, but Gu Ning raised her hand to stop her. The big noise attracted attention from other customers in the restaurant, and the manager came to them at once. What happened? It was obvious that Feng Shuiqin had turned the plates on Gu Ning's table upside down, so nobody answered his question. You all should have seen it. It was her who damaged all those plates, so whatever I'm going to do next, she deserves it, Gu Ning said in a cold voice, then abruptly stood up to slap Feng Shuiqin across her face. The sound when Gu Ning's hand slapped Feng Shuiqin's face was so loud that it scared everyone in the restaurant. Within seconds, Feng Shuiqin's face was already red and swollen. In addition, Gu Ning took the rest of the plates on the table and pressed them on Feng Shuiqin's face with great force. The food was still hot, and Feng Shuiqin was seriously hurt again. She almost passed out from the severe pain and had no strength to struggle. Everyone was shocked by Gu Ning's violent actions, but nobody had sympathy for Feng Shuiqin, because she had been rude first. A rude person like her should learn how to behave herself in public. Shuiqin. Feng Shuiqin's friend ran to wipe the food residue off from her face. Miss, don't you think that's too far? The restaurant manager criticized Gu Ning, because he was afraid that Feng Shuiqin's family would blame him for it. Gu Ning gave him a cold glance then questioned him. Isn't it too far that she turned all my dishes upside down and made the food stain my clothes everywhere? She ruined our lunch and made a loud noise. Gu Ning's look was threatening and scared the restaurant manager, but he still argued upon thinking of Feng Shuiqin's powerful family background. You weren't hurt after all, but Miss Feng is seriously injured now. So what? Gu Ning asked and seemed arrogant because she realized that this manager was a snobbish person. Although she had attacked Feng Shuiqin with great force, Feng Shuiqin had asked for it herself. The restaurant manager was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. You! Feng Shuiqin was so mad that she wanted to swear at Gu Ning. However, her cheeks were too painful for her to utter a word. Gu Ning turned to look at Feng Shuiqin and coldly said, "What? Do you think that you can bully me just because you were born in a super-rich family? I don't care who you are. I'll punch you if you annoy me." If Feng Shuiqin had just annoyed Gu Ning would punch her and let her go, but Gu Ning would ruin Feng Shuiqin if she dared hurt Gu Man. "I'll kill you." Feng Shuiqin ignored Gu Ning's warning and raised her hand to slap Gu Ning, but was caught by Gu Ning in the air. "What did you say?" Gu Ning stared straight at her, then threw her away, and Feng Shuiqin fell to the ground because of the great force. With a loud sound she fell. Feng Shuiqin moaned from the pain. Zuigin. Her friend was really scared. Normally, when Feng Shuiqin wanted to hit someone, she would help Feng Shuiqin do it, but she was afraid of Gu Ning this time. "Call the police. Call the restaurant manager shouted in anger, but shut his mouth at once when Gu Ning gave him a cold glance. Gu Ning's glance was so frightening that he didn't dare utter another word. How can a young girl be so scary? He thought. What's going on here? At this moment, a displeased male voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Gu Ning immediately knew who the newcomer was. The man was exactly Pan Zirwei's good friend, Guan Bian. Gu Ning turned and saw Guan Bin, Pan Zirwei and a stranger walking towards them. "Lord Guan, this girl." The restaurant manager blamed Gu Ning for everything the moment he saw Guan Bin. However, before he could finish his sentence, Guan Bin greeted Gu Ning with surprise. "Miss Gu." The restaurant manager was struck dumb for a second. "Does Lord Guan know this girl?" "Who?" Pan Zirwei ran over at once and he got excited too when he saw Gu Ning. "B-boss, why are you here?" "Boss?" Everyone in the restaurant who knew Pan Zirwei and the others was shocked. What? Lord Pan called this young girl his boss? They must be very close. The restaurant manager panicked a little. If this young girl was Lord Pan's boss, they would blame him for everything. Feng Xian, who came here with Guan Bin and Pan Zirwei, was stunned when he saw Gu Ning, because Gu Ning was really beautiful even though she wasn't wearing any makeup. There were usually no beautiful women who didn't wear makeup, but Gu Ning was an exception. She probably had on some foundation at the most. In fact, Gu Ning had very smooth, shiny skin, so people thought that she was wearing foundation. If they looked closer at her face, they would see that she didn't wear any makeup. "I came here to enjoy my lunch, but a crazy woman turned my dishes upside down and the food stained my clothes," Gu Ning said with obvious disdain, then gave Feng Shuiqin, who was still lying on the ground, a cold glance. Hearing that, Pan Zirwei and the others noticed the food stains on Gu Ning's clothes and Feng Shuiqin, who was still lying on the ground. Without asking further, they soon figured out what had happened. Even so, Pan Zirwei and Guan Bin still vented their anger at Feng Shuiqin, instead of Gu Ning. "Miss Feng, what do you mean by causing a scene in my family's restaurant? Do you think that my family is easy to take advantage of?" Guan Bin didn't care that Feng Shuiqin was seriously injured, nor did he care about her family background, but questioned her impolitely. "Lord Guan, Miss Feng is already injured. How can you blame her for everything? Call the ambulance now. If anything bad happens to Miss Feng, the Feng family won't let you get away with it." Feng Shuiqin's friend opened her mouth. Nevertheless, Guan Bin hated that she used Feng Shuiqin's family background to threaten him. Gu Ning was the Tang family's relative, so Guan Bin would, of course, stand by Gu Ning's side without a second thought. Pan Zirwei would, of course, protect and defend Gu Ning on any condition. So what? Do you think that the Feng family is the most powerful family in City B? You! Feng Shuiqin's friend was struck speechless. Although Feng Xian's family name was also Feng, he actually had no connection with Feng Shuiqin. However, when he saw Feng Shuiqin seriously injured, he felt that it was a little much, so he said, "Well, I think we better send her to the hospital now." It won't do us any good if anything bad happens to her. She annoyed my boss. Pan Zirwei was unwilling to let Feng Shuiqin leave. All right, let them go. Guning thought that it was enough now, and she didn't want to waste more time on the mess. She has to pay the restaurant's losses before she leaves. She turned my dishes upside down and made the food stain my clothes, but she's injured now, so I'll forgive her. No matter what complaint she has, live with it. Guning seemed arrogant, but others somehow felt comfortable, especially when she said the last sentence. Guanbin would ask for compensation from Feng Shuiqin later. Nobody called the ambulance for Feng Shuiqin, so her friend had to. Before the ambulance arrived, Guanbin invited Guning to share a meal with them in a private room. Guning and Yuzi were still hungry, and Pan Zirwei hadn't seen her in a long time, so Guning agreed. The two men who had leaked the information to Feng Shuiqin didn't leave right away when they walked out of the restaurant. Instead, they secretly watched them from the window. When they saw Guning slapping Feng Shuiqin, they were also shocked and felt lucky that they had escaped earlier. When the mess was solved, one of the two men made a call and reported on what had happened in the restaurant. The person who arranged them to leak the information wasn't Tang Deming, but a man who worked for him. The moment the person heard what had happened in the restaurant, he called Tang Deming. What? They encountered each other, and Feng Shuiqin is injured. Tang Deming was astonished. Is this girl that powerful? Are you sure that she's the girl? Tang Deming asked. Not very sure. Since they weren't sure about it, there was nothing that Tang Deming could do. He told the two men to leave City B in case they would be caught. In the restaurant, Yuzi didn't know them, but she knew that they were all born in super-rich families from the conversation that they just had. Lin Tianyou's and Zhao Xiaoshuan's families were barely comparable to the Pan family and the Guan family. Therefore, Yuzi felt uneasy when they shared a meal at the same table. What she didn't know was that Chao Wenxin was born in a much more powerful family than them. If she had known that, she wouldn't have felt at ease when she had made friends with Chao Wenxin. Boss, please order whatever you like. Pan Zirwei gave the menu to Guning, and Guning didn't hesitate to order her favorite food. When the waiter left, Pan Zirwei asked, Boss, why did Feng Shuiqin suddenly irritate you? She asked about my relationship with the Tang family. I didn't tell her, so she got mad, Guning said, and lied to some extent, because she had to keep the fact that Tang Yunfan was her biological father a secret. Why did she ask about that? It's none of her business. They all thought that it was strange. Although they were also curious about Guning's specific connection with the Tang family, none of them dared ask that question. How much do you know about Feng Shuiqin? Guning asked with curiosity. She knew that Feng Shuiqin had to come from a rich family, but she didn't know the details. Feng Shuiqin is from another super-rich family in City B, and she has admired Lord Tang for so many years. She even claimed to be Lord Tang's fiancée when she was younger, but Lord Tang doesn't like her. Nevertheless, she has remained single the entire time until now. She's 36 years old, Pan Zirwei said. Hearing that, Guning was surprised. Although she loves Lord Tang deeply, she's also a malicious woman. No matter who criticizes her, she'll pay the person back, Pan Zirwei said. Well, I don't think that she's able to do that to Miss Gu, Guanbin said. He believed that Guning was smarter and more powerful than Feng Shuiqin. Exactly. Boss, feel free to call me if you need my support. I'll stand by your side, Pan Zirwei said. Thanks, Guning said. Oh boss, let me introduce you. This is my friend Feng Exun, Pan Zirwei said to Guning. Nice to meet you, Miss Gu. I've heard Zirwei mention you many times, Feng Shuiqin said. Although my family name is also Feng, I don't have any family connection with Feng Shuiqin. Haha, nice to meet you too, Guning said politely. Feng Exun used to think that Guning would be an arrogant, rich heiress. Unexpectedly, she was kind but stayed cold, so he didn't know how to get closer to her. On the way to the hospital, Feng Shuiqin's friend called Feng Shuiqin's sister-in-law, Lu Qiuting. When Lu Qiuting arrived at the hospital, Feng Shuiqin's face was already wrapped in bandages, and she couldn't say a word. Therefore, Lu Qiuting asked Wu Jini, who was Feng Shuiqin's friend, "Genie, what happened? Who dared to hit Shua Qin?" Wu Genie didn't tell her everything on the phone, so she didn't know the details. Wu Genie then told her what had happened in the restaurant. Although Wu Genie didn't add fuel to the fire, Lu Qiuting was still furious. "The little bitch is too arrogant." Lu Qiuting didn't think that what Feng Shuoqian had done was rude, but blamed Gu Ning for everything, which proved that she was a selfish person too. In fact, Lu Qiuting was 4 years older than Feng Shuoqian, but they were very close. As the old saying went, birds of a feather flock together. When they were both young, Lu Qiuting admired Feng Shuoqian's older brother, Feng Pinghui, from afar, but Feng Pinghui already had a girlfriend. In order to help Lu Qiuting marry her older brother, Feng Shuoqian along with Lu Qiuting schemed against her older brother's girlfriend and let Feng Pinghui catch the innocent girl in bed with another man. Feng Pinghui was heartbroken and drowned his sorrows. And right at this moment, Lu Qiuting seized the chance and used her body to comfort Feng Pinghui after he was drunk. It happened a decade ago and people were inclined to be more conservative, so the man had to take the responsibility if he slept with a woman. Therefore, Feng Pinghui married Lu Qiuting, but he had no idea about the truth. Although he didn't love Lu Qiuting, he treated her kindly and lived their life like a normal couple. Lu Qiuting relied on Feng Shuoqian to marry Feng Pinghui, so she would defend Feng Shuoqian without a doubt. In fact, Lu Qiuting and Feng Shuoqian had tried to trap Tang Yunfan in the same way, but they seldom had chance to approach Tang Yunfan. If they met Tang Yunfan, he always refused to drink, so they never succeeded. "Shuoqian, are you sure that the girl is really Tang Yunfan's daughter?" Lu Qiuting asked with vicious eyes. "Yeah." Feng Shuoqian groaned. No matter what, she must bear the result that she dared to hit Shuoqian. If she is really Tang Yunfan's daughter, we can never let her get away with it, Lu Qiuting said with strong hatred. After the meal, Gu Ning left with Yu Zi. Feng Xian still didn't open his mouth to ask for Gu Ning's phone number, because this was the first time that they had met each other, and they seldom talked. If he asked for her number right now, it could leave a bad impression on Gu Ning. "Hey boss, did you drive the Lamborghini here?" Pan Zirwei asked when they walked to the front door. They came here from the back door, so they didn't see the parking lot at the front door. "Yes," Gu Ning replied. Hearing that, Pan Zirwei got excited. "Where did you park it? Let me have a look." Not only Pan Zirwei, but Guan Bin and Feng Xian were also excited. Men all loved cars, especially luxurious cars. "Right outside," Gu Ning said. Pan Zirwei immediately walked outside, followed by the others. Once they walked out, the most noticeable car parked in the parking lot was precisely Gu Ning's white Lamborghini. Pan Zirwei and the others looked at the car for a while, then he said, "Boss, I didn't expect that you're that rich. There are only 40 of this model around the world. How did you get it?" Pan Zirwei also wanted to buy one, but it wasn't available. "My aunt and uncle sent it to me," Gu Ning said. "Wow, your aunt and uncle are so generous. I wish that I could have such an aunt and uncle," Pan Zirwei said with envy.
Gu Ning smiled.
"All right, we have got to go now. Bye. See you," Pan Zirwei said. All of a sudden, Pan Zirwei felt like he had played around for a long time, and all he was doing now was a total waste of his life. "No, I think that I shouldn't keep on living my life like this. I should do something meaningful from now on or my boss will despise me," Pan Zirwei said with determination, which shocked Guan Bin and Feng Xian. Guan Bin couldn't believe his ears. "Zirwei, are you serious?" Guan Bin and Feng Xian had known Pan Zirwei for many years, and they had never seen him being so serious. If Pan Zirwei hadn't had an older brother who was good at running business, he probably would have spoiled his family's properties already. Of course. Pan Zirwei felt displeased that his friends didn't believe him. Pan Zirwei was actually a smart boy and he would do his best to get what he wanted. Guan Bin, however, was surprised by Gu Ning's influence on Pan Zirwei. Although Guan Bin often played around with Pan Zirwei, he was doing business at the same time. He was the only son in his family, so he had to take the responsibility of taking over his family business. In addition, Guan Bin was also ambitious, and he wouldn't allow anyone else to take over his own family business. If he couldn't run his family business well, his cousin would grab it away from him, which was the last thing he wanted to happen. Feng Shuiqin was seriously injured, so she had to stay in the hospital for a few days longer. Except for the doctors and nurses, nobody else knew that she was injured. When Lu Qiuting went back home, she arranged someone to get information and photos of Gu Man and Gu Ning, so that she could take her next step to scheme against them. Gu Ning went back to the Tang family's house after she drove Yuzi to the shopping mall. Tang Haifeng was absent, and even the domestic servants intentionally stayed away from her. Only Tang Yunfan and Gu Man were in the living hall, but both of them seemed embarrassed. Gu Ning was confused and didn't know what had happened. Ning. Gu Man relaxed when Gu Ning got home. She felt much better when Gu Ning was by her side. Gu Ning walked in and sat next to Gu Man on the sofa. She then turned to look at Tang Yunfan.
Unso Tang.
However, before Gu Ning could finish her sentence, Tang Yunfan interrupted her. Don't call me Uncle Tang anymore. Although your mother hasn't accepted me yet, it won't change the fact that you're my daughter. Can you call me your dad? Tang Yunfan looked at Gu Ning with anticipation. Gu Man told him that it would take some time for her to accept him again because they had been apart for so long after all. Nevertheless, Gu Man wouldn't stop Gu Ning from accepting him first. Dad, Gu Ning said without struggling because she was mentally prepared. Good girl. Tang Yunfan burst into tears. He hadn't cried once during the past years and always stayed tough, but he lost control of his emotions today when he finally had the family reunion with the woman he loved and his biological daughter. Tang Yunfan didn't mind crying in front of his family. Gu Man's eyes were also wet with tears. When Tang Yunfan calmed himself down, Gu Ning said, Dad, my jewelry store is going to open in City B soon, and I need to go to City G tomorrow to deliver the jade jewelry here. May I use the private jet in our family? It'll be safer and more convenient. In the beginning, Gu Ning planned to borrow it, but she changed her mind and decided to directly use it after she called Tang Yunfan her dad now. No problem. Tang Yunfan agreed without second thought. Let alone a private jet. Even if Gu Ning wanted a star in the sky, he would go get it for her. Oh, who's the spokesperson of your jewelry brand? Tang Yunfan asked. Su Tongnua, a B-list actress, Gu Ning said. A B-list actress? Tang Yunfan frowned with dissatisfaction. Do you think she's suitable for it? I know she doesn't have much fame now, but she works for my company, so I must give her a chance. As long as my jewelry brand becomes popular, she'll be a household name too, Gu Ning said. And I have the support of our family, so I don't think it'll be a problem. You signed an actress? Do you plan to be involved in the entertainment industry? Tang Yunfan was astonished. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Don't you feel overburdened to run so many businesses at such an early age? Tang Yunfan felt very protective of Gu Ning. He was impressed when he heard about Gu Ning's achievements before he knew that she was his biological daughter, but his heart ached for her after he found out the truth. He thought that Gu Ning, who was just a young girl, should live a relaxed life instead of being occupied by business. I run the businesses according to my ability, and I am basically just a boss behind the scenes, so it isn't tiring at all, Gu Ning said. In addition, I have a strong sense of satisfaction and achievement when I'm doing what I want. I think I'm living a meaningful life. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan was quite gratified. Although he didn't want to see Gu Ning being so busy at such an early age, he knew that was what she wanted. Moreover, he had been an absent father for so many years of her life, so he didn't have the right to judge her decisions now. Therefore, Tang Yunfan decided to be Gu Ning's support behind her back. Feel free to tell me whenever you need my help. I need your help now, Dad, Gu Ning suddenly said with a serious look on her face. I need the dining hall of the Huangdang Hotel, as well as 10 models to do the opening show. Although you're my father, it's business after all, so I'll arrange someone to discuss it with your company later. Do we have to be so serious? We're family anyway, Tang Yunfan said. He was unwilling to charge his own daughter. Of course we do. If you really want to help me, you should give me enough space to grow up myself. I don't want to rely on you to be successful. No pain, no gain, Gu Ning said seriously. Tang Yunfan was amused by Gu Ning's serious face, and also felt happy for his daughter. He knew that he wasn't a good father because he had been absent during her childhood and adolescence. However, it was what it was and he had to accept it as a failure. All in all, he still felt very proud of his daughter. Gu Ning didn't tell Tang Yunfan that she had encountered Feng Shuochen today because Gu Man was there. Today was a special day. Although Gu Man hadn't accepted Tang Yunfan yet, the Tang family had already accepted her as a family member, so it was a big day that they gathered together. Around 5 p.m., Chao Wenxin arrived. "Hi, good afternoon everyone," Chao Wenxin said happily once she walked inside. Should I call you Ant Man now?" Chao Wenxin asked Gu Man. "Not yet," Gu Man said. Tang Yunfan was a little disappointed but didn't say anything, because he understood that it would take time for Gu Man to accept him. Fine. Since Gu Man said so, Chao Wenxin didn't insist, in case Gu Man would feel embarrassed. Around 6 p.m., Tang Yunhang and his wife and Chao Ruihua, and his wife along with Chao Wenjun also got home. Except for Chao Wenjun, the rest had all met Gu Ning and Gu Man before. "Nice to meet you." Chao Wenjun greeted Gu Ning and Gu Man politely. "Nice to meet you too, Wenjun." "Nice to meet you too, cousin Wenjun." Gu Man and Gu Ning greeted Chao Wenjun politely. Finally, Tang Jiakai also got home, and only Tang Jiayong was absent now because he was still studying abroad. When Tang Jiakai saw Gu Man, he was struck dumb for a second and Tang Yunhang introduced Gu Man to him at once. "This is Ningning's mother." "Nice to meet you," Tang Jiakai said politely. He didn't know Gu Man's relationship with Tang Yunfan yet. "Nice to meet you too, Jiakai," Gu Man said with a smile. After that, they sat in the living room chatting with each other, while two domestic servants were preparing dinner in the kitchen. While they were chatting, Tang Yunhang said to Tang Jiakai, "Jiakai, if anyone asks you about your Uncle Yunfan's condition, you can tell them that your Uncle Yunfan is still unconscious. Do you understand?" Hearing that, Tang Jiakai sensed that something bad must have happened, so he asked seriously, "What happened?" Since the majority in the Tang family was aware of it, Tang Yunhang told Tang Jiakai the secret. "Your Uncle Yunfan had a car accident last week, and he fell into unconsciousness for a couple of days afterwards. He didn't wake up until yesterday. Once your Uncle Yunfan was in danger, some directors in the company started to take action to unseat us. In order to turn their trick to our own use, your Uncle Yunfan will pretend to still be unconscious." "What? Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
Tang Jiakai kom lại.
He blamed himself because he had been absent last weekend and didn't know that his family had just been through a serious crisis. Although he might not be helpful, he wanted to do something. Tang Jiakai felt regretful and guilty that he had been out having fun while his family had been in danger. "We didn't want to worry you," Tang Yunhang said. Tang Jiakai wiped his eyes. "I prefer to be worried rather than being regretful now. I feel so guilty that I've been out having fun while our family was in danger." "We're fine now, so don't tell Jiayong about it," Tang Yunhang said. "I won't," Tang Jiakai said. He understood why his family hadn't told him, because he was also unwilling to worry Tang Jiayong now. "Oh, there is something else." Tang Yunhang opened his mouth again, but Tang Jiakai rounded his eyes, staring straight at him in fear before he could finish. Seeing that, everyone was amused. "Don't be so nervous. It's good news."
Tang Yunyang sợ mãi.
Hearing that, Tang Jiakai was relieved. "What is it?" "It's about Ningning," Tang Yunhang said. Tang Jiakai turned to look at Gu Ning at once with confusion. "Actually, Ningning is your Uncle Yunfan's biological daughter," Tang Yunhang added. "What?" Tang Jiakai was shocked and stood up in excitement. "Oh, really?" "Yes, but you can't leak this information either," Tang Yunhang said. "Of course I won't." Tang Jiakai understood that his father said it for a reason. Hearing the good news, Tang Jiakai was cheered up within a second. He ran to sit with Gu Ning and pushed Chao Wenxin aside. "Ningning, you're really my younger sister. Biological younger sister," Tang Jiakai said happily. Tang Jiakai was a stable young man normally, but he now behaved like a kid who just got candy. He always wished that Gu Ning could be related to the Tang family, And it turned out to be true now. Although Tang Haifeng had already accepted Gu Ning as a member of their family before, there was still a distance between them. However, there was a family connection between them now, so they were much closer than before. Since Ningning is Uncle Yunfan's biological daughter, then Ningning's mother is, Tang Jiakai said, but was interrupted by Gu Ning. Not yet. Hearing that, Tang Jiakai realized that it wasn't that easy. Tang Yunfan had been apart from Gu Man for so long, and it was totally understandable that Gu Man couldn't accept him right away. After dinner, Gu Ning left the Tang family's house with Chao Wenqin and Gu Man. Tang Yunfan wasn't able to show up now, so he could only watch Gu Man leaving from his sight. On the way back, Gu Ning suddenly remembered that she hadn't contacted Leng Xiaoting yet ever since he left this morning. Gu Ning knew that Leng Xiaoting had to be busy, so she didn't call him. At that moment, in the airport of Citytung, Leng Xiaoting, Chen Meng and Su Jinshan were in a car in a parking lot. They didn't get out of the car, and it seemed like they were waiting for something. Chen Meng, are you sure the information is accurate? They are criminals wanted by the International Criminal Police. Would they dare to take a plane to our country? Aren't they afraid of being caught? Su Jinshan asked Chen Meng. Chen Meng rolled his eyes and said with disdain, "Are you an idiot? Do you think that they're as dumb as you? Don't you know that there is a way of disguising called molding? They all hold fake passports and it's impossible for the customs to find them. If they could be easily caught, why would our country send us here?" Chen Meng hit the point. The International Criminal Police failed to catch those criminals, so the country sent out the red flame. I was just saying, they're really desperados. Su Jinshan was less experienced than Leng Xiaoting and Chen Meng, so he sometimes couldn't stay calm. Those people will do anything for money, Chen Meng said calmly. After a while, Leng Xiaoting heard Xian Bei's voice from his earphones. "Boss, they're out. 6 in all." "Copy that," Leng Xiaoting said. 6 people weren't all the members of the criminal group, but was just a small team of it. Before long, Xian Bei's voice sounded again. "Boss, they entered the parking lot." Seconds later, Leng Xiaoting and the others noticed 6 men in business suits walking into the parking lot. Although they were all dressed like businessmen, they were stone-faced and looked more like bodyguards. Ordinary people might not see the difference, but it was quite clear in the eyes of Leng Xiaoting's group. They got in an MPV then left, followed by Leng Xiaoting's car. In their car, several people were negotiating. "Mr. Aquino, I think that the price you gave is a bit high. Would you mind lowering it before we settle the deal? In this case, we can also share more reward." A 30-year-old man sitting in the front passenger seat turned his head and looked at the young man sitting in a rear seat in the second row against the window. He was speaking in fluent language. "Baijan, I hope that you can understand that there are more buyers than us who wants to buy this batch of goods. They're willing to make this deal with us all because we bid higher than others. If we lower the price now, they won't sell the goods to us. So, how should we explain it to the Anda family? Do you think the Anda family will let us get away with it?" Mr. Aquino wore a cold expression and reminded Baijan in an impatient tone. "Mr. Aquino is right. We can never annoy the Anda family," another young man echoed. "Fine." Baijan frowned. Although he was disappointed, he gave up because he knew that he couldn't persuade them. "I haven't been to this country for a long time. Seems this country is declining. What do you think?" A young man sitting on a rear seat in the third row suddenly opened his mouth to cheer everyone up. "I don't think that you're a qualified international mercenary because your accent is so heavy. Do you want to do business here in the future or not?" Mr. Aquino sneered. Nobody would know that he was a foreigner from his standard local language. "I was just kidding. Do you have to take it so serious?" The young man immediately used the standard local language. "Do you think it's the right time to joke now? Do you think it's easy to do business in this country? If the red flame finds us, we're doomed," Mr. Aquino said with worry. Hearing that, they all looked serious. Although they would do anything for money, they knew how dangerous what they were doing now was. Therefore, they also did their best to avoid the red flame. However, they had already caught the red flame's attention. The group of them didn't go to settle the deal at once but had a rest in a self-built house. They would meet the buyer tomorrow before the trade. This house was prepared by the buyer, in case they would be exposed if they stayed in a hotel. Although they used fake ID cards and passports, they could never be too careful. The International Criminal Police was chasing them. Once they were caught, they would be sentenced to the death penalty. That being the case, they already had the idea to retire after this deal and live a relaxed life on an island, which was also the reason why Baijan wanted to get a bigger reward. However, compared with life, money was nothing, so none of them were willing to risk their lives. Ling Xiaoting's group didn't follow them closely because they were international mercenaries, not normal criminals. If Ling Xiaoting followed them too closely, they would discover him. Since those criminals were already out, Ling Xiaoting was confident to catch them this time. Citytung was a small city and there weren't many small roads, so it wasn't difficult for Ling Xiaoting to follow them. When Gu Ning was home, it was only 9 p.m., so she called Zhou Zhenghong and told him to be prepared. She was going to deliver jade jewelry in City B tomorrow. Zhou Zhenghong was surprised. "Boss, isn't it too hurried? We haven't contacted the airline yet. If we're going to deliver the goods by plane, we must arrange it beforehand." "It's fine. We can use a private jet," Gu Ning said. "What? A private jet?" Zhou Zhenghong was astonished. He was impressed by Gu Ning's ability yet again. Afterwards, Gu Ning asked Zhou Zhenghong whether he had arranged everything for his son because Zhou Zhenghong was the general manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry, and he had to attend the opening ceremony in City B. Zhou Zhenghong told her that he had hired a babysitter, and the babysitter would take care of his son. Hearing that, Gu Ning relaxed. After that, Gu Ning called Su Tongnua and told her to come to City B tomorrow afternoon for the advertisement shooting. Gu Ning had discussed it with Su Tongnua and Lu Zhan when she had been to City D, so Su Tongnua would have a day off for the promotion of the jewelry brand. "Can you write an advertisement copy?" Gu Ning called Lu Xiao and asked. "Sure. A piece of cake," Lu Xiao said. "Great. I need an advertisement copy for jewelry, so please send it to me tomorrow," Gu Ning said. "No problem." Lu Xiao didn't feel that it was difficult for him to finish the task within a day, because he was an experienced marketer. Since Ling Xiaoting assigned him to manage this entertainment company, he had to be good at it. Quan Mingkai arrived at the Tang family's house around 9 p.m. too. Although he heard that Tang Yunfan was already awake, he was still excited when he saw Tang Yunfan in person. "Boss," Quan Mingkai greeted him with great respect. "What's the latest news?" Tang Yunfan asked. "Tang Deming stopped contacting Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan, but we don't know whether they teamed up or he gave up," Quan Mingkai said worriedly. "If Tang Deming gave up, it would be good news. If not, it would be terrible news. Besides, it would be easy to unseat Tang Deming alone, but they were afraid that there was an ambitious person behind Tang Deming's back. In addition, they had to keep running the company on the right track and stabilize the board of directors at the same time. If Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan don't know that there is an ambitious person behind Tang Deming's back, it's impossible that they'd side with him because they know Tang Deming's ability very well. However, if they found out about the support behind Tang Deming, they would probably change their mind," Tang Yunfan said. "The point is that we have no idea who the ambitious person is, and I don't think that it's a good time to tell Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan the news that you're already awake in case they betray us," Quan Mingkai said. Tang Deming and his allies had taken action when Tang Yunfan had been unconscious. Although they would stop if they heard that Tang Yunfan was awake, their ambition would never change. Nobody was willing to live with a loose cannon. "I think they'll stop for a short time after the abduction failed, but they won't be quiet for long," Quan Mingkai said. "Maybe they have other helpers here." Tang Yunfan had also had that thought, so he stayed in his room all the time. There were many domestic servants in the Tang family, and he wasn't sure whether all of them were loyal to the Tang family. The next morning, Gu Ning and Gu Man went to the Tang family's house after breakfast as usual. "Ning, the private jet is ready and you can set off at any time," Tang Yunfan said to Gu Ning.